be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. For hours and hours I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. ice cold.
I'm a boss, I'm that chick that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to be true. It's heartbreaking. Embrace the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your delight. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life. So fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Change it. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause I'm changing.
It's crazy to think that we're already into play day 2 of the second stage of the year here for the Oceanic Challenger League. I may not have been here last week, but I'm joined by two gentlemen who held it down quite well without me. Unfortunately, I was a bit sick with the flu. Cthulhu, unfortunately, you've got it now, so you're going to be taking a bit of a backseat role. But lads, how are we feeling after one play day?
Honestly, feeling quite keen, quite excited for this. Definitely, my voice wasn't too keen on it for tonight, but okay, we still get the show rolling.
It's looking good. It's looking good, Panda. I'm excited for Playday number 2. Playday number 1 was an absolute amazing feat of gameplay, so I'm hoping it keeps up for Playday number 2.
Yeah, and of course we had 4 big matches to kick the stage off. We've got some new faces in the competition as well, and obviously coming in tonight, I'm finally going to get around to figuring out who they are and what they're doing, of course. But let's see how Playday 1 finished out and see where our standings are currently and how those Playday 1 performances panned out. Now, Jets, you were there. I was not. Unfortunately, I only caught a couple of the matches. But what, Cthulhu, run us through it. What were your thoughts after Playday 1?
Look, we kicked things off rather interestingly. We got the clash between the two freshly introduced teams. That was AE and NTE battling it all out, and NTE managed to take quite a convincing dub, really, for themselves. Antic presented a whole new roster, and they looked extremely solid. 7-1 against Altered Zelios, and it is looking like a very scary one. Kings versus Spheres, look, I'm gonna be honest, a little bit of a shocker performance from 1620 Kings, but on the side of Spheres, they are looking pretty sturdy with it. And then Big Dogs versus Dynasty. Look, Dynasty looked a little bit confused as to where they supposed to be, where they were playing, what they were doing, and Big Dogs kind of managed to overturn it pretty well.
Yeah, the offstage can be a bit brutal, especially on us casters just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. But let's have a look at the matches for tonight, and we'll get your thoughts on those as well, Proto. After last week, your debut here in the Oceanic Challenge League. What are your thoughts seeing the matchups that we have tonight?
Couple of interesting ones, obviously, both for Altered Edge and NTE, their first matchups against season tier 2 teams, so those obviously are going to be games to watch. But also, I'm thinking game number 2 is probably going to be pretty spicy. Circular Spheres and Big Dogs both having amazing performances last week, like Cthulhu highlighted. So going forward into the games tonight, those are the ones that I would be keeping my eye on, Blue Panda.
Yeah, we got some big matches tonight. Antic, one of the longest running teams in this competition currently with, Overt and, now, obviously, Ludovica and Ground Zero, formerly Fury, having left. So it's going to be interesting to see who steps up here in the second stage with the absence of Kraken to take that top spot. But, I mean, look, having seen what some of these teams are bringing to the table, Cthulhu, do you reckon that we have sort of that clear favourite like we had with Kraken last stage?
No, I think we still yet to see a roster to repeat the sort of a success story that Kraken managed to pull, at least this cleanly like Kraken did. But honestly, I'm feeling like Antic might just be the contenders for that sort of spot if they continue the run. Albeit, again, it was off the back of just the first Playday, but they looked really confident, and it was definitely showing quite some good signs and promises.
Well, speaking of promising, it's promising to be a great match one. Let's dive on into it, of course, and have a look at our two teams to kick things off. Altered Edge versus Antic R6. Now, Proto, a new team taking on one of the oldest teams in this competition. Do you reckon that their experience is going to be the undoing of Altered Edge?
I definitely think that that is probably most likely going to be the case, given that Antic had an amazing Playday number 1. I mean, a 7-1 to kick off the season against Altered Zelios. Really good for them, and unfortunately for Altered Edge, not the greatest start taking the L to NTE, but coming into this, I mean, they had a good run through the qualifiers panel. They finished second, so it wasn't the worst of performances from them. And even in week number 1, they actually looked pretty good, at least mechanically speaking. So coming into this week, I think they can do some damage, but I still think Antic, given that experience, are probably going to have the upper hand.
There you go on your screens. Altered Edge, Balakai, Cloudfella, Hamio, Voon, and Namni. Now, Cthulhu, one of those names that we've seen previously in the Oceanic Challenger League. It's been a while since Namni has played with us. And look, let's keep it honest, let's keep it real. It wasn't the greatest of runs for him in the competition. He's now back fresh. Do you reckon that this new revitalized roster that he's playing with Altered Edge are going to be what unlocks his true potential?
Look, I mean, if we are talking specifically about Namni, the man already managed to pull off a much better performance comparative to his last time performance in Challenger League a few seasons ago. Within a singular Playday, managed to, I believe, better the general KD of his whole performance last time. So, look, I'd say off to a great start.
And look, there was very few places to go but up with his past performances, so hopefully that carries on through. But their opponents tonight, of course, Antic R6, Proto, one of the oldest teams in this competition, plus a new fresh face, iDrifts On, coming out of LFWO, joining the team, as well as NT Jin. So, look, 3 of the old faces that we've come to know and love from this team. Are we expecting big things from this stage?
I am. I honestly am, Pen. I mean, this team, given their Playday 1, looked absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they've got the mechanical skills, they have the strategy, they've got the experience and the fresh faces, obviously. Jin coming up from those sort of Tier 3 leagues into Tier 2 now, one of the, I would say, best fraggers I have seen in a while in competition. And, you know, you gotta love the cats as well, Cat Cam. But other than that, Jin is an amazing player, so a great fit for this roster.
I don't know about that, though. Like, Chef Jeff kind of has that market cornered.
He does.
Like,
he does.
The cats are his thing, man. Like, that's a bold statement from 9T Jin to be coming in at his first stage with this team, to be able to, you know, try stepping up to the big dogs. Honestly, start with the Discord memes. That's where you got to be going. If you're coming in with actual cats on broadcast, I think you've overstepped your mark there. But look, let's be honest. Coming into this matchup, I mean, Cthulhu, sort of run us through it. Who is the highlight player that needs to sort of step up to pick up the victory for either of these teams?
Look, on the side of AE, I gotta say, probably Voon or Hamio will have to really pull off quite a few really big plays. Voon being kind of the big LMG main for AE. Look, one would expect that the man would be able to, you know, perform in the state of the current meta. On the side of Antic, look, a number of players. I mean, Driftzone, the man, the myth, the legend, who, like an absolute maddest of the lads, decided to play with no grips at all on all of his guns in the first Playday, managed to actually frag out like quite crazy. And then following up was 9T Jin and Karma as well. Oh, pardon me. Yes, Karma was playing. And it was quite a banger of performance.
What was it Drift said? No 4 grips until I get a grip, I think was the post that he made on social media. But look, for a performance like that, it's not bad. Let's jump on into the map vetoes, though, and see where we're going to be playing our first map of the day. Proto, give us the rundown. What are you thinking with this veto?
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, Panda, we're not going to see a repeat of what these teams played on Playday number 1, but Oregon is, I guess, interesting. Sorry, we did see this, my bad, from Antic. And, look, it was really strong from them. Surprisingly, we're going back from AE. Not banning that out in the veto could be a mistake, and arguably might be a mistake, given that it was a 7-1 victory over Altered Zelios. But, I mean, you never know. Something interesting could happen. Maybe Altered Edge are really confident on this map. It is one of those back-to-basics maps that lots of teams have had an extensive amount of practice on. So you would think that not banning it out is maybe part of the strategy here for Altered Edge, but I don't know, maybe they're just super confident. Maybe they just want to see what Antic are going to bring in week 2.
Yeah, look, Cthulhu, though, my mind, it's throwing back. I mean, you think Stage 3 last year, Playday 1, Antic. What was the map that they brought again? And what was the map that they absolutely kicked teeth on?
Yep, Oregon as well. Look, I'm looking at this map veto, and I'm very much still questioning the reality as to what was even going behind the scenes for AE, given the fact that, yeah, look, out of all the maps, you do not take Antic, especially after their recent performance to Oregon, out of all the places.
Yeah, leaving them with the choice of theme park and Oregon. Honestly, I think they would have been just as happy with either of them, especially with someone as prevalent as Owen and his capabilities. But Cthulhu, give us your final thoughts before we send you off. What are you thinking?
I'm feeling a cheeky, let's call it 7-3 for Antic.
Well, bold call there, Cthulhu. Go rest yourself up. Proto, you and I are going to be running it through this evening. Unfortunately, the poor bloke, he's a bit sick. So, look, we're coming into Oregon. We're coming in, of course, new season. It will have been touched on already. Sens and his army in play. Mira as well. Back in the fold. We already see Oath taken off the board. Are you expecting anything else?
No, not really. I mean, Antic, back when they had Wazoo on the roster, it was an operator that they really liked bringing on Oregon, and it was ultimately an operator that gave them a lot of maneuverability on Oregon, but seeing the knock band out as well is no real surprise, Panda, at all. But those two operators, definitely interesting picks, given that Thatcher and Flores both now allowed to pass on through the ban phase, but going into defense, Mira is back, so I would assume that we will see her banned out this week, maybe over the Valkyrie, even given that Cade was to go first.
Even over the Yazami, potentially, given her influence in the game these last, couple of weeks and the introduction of Pro League and all the rest of it. And Valkyrie will be banned out. Proto, you got to wonder, did they get the memo? Do they know that Mira is back in the play? That's a bold call.
It is a bold call, but I mean, given that Mira is banned out, majority of times anyway, Panda. I mean, teams have gotten used to just not running Mirror, and it's no real surprise that she's been let through as opposed to banning out characters like Cade, like Valkyrie, given their prominence. I mean, and how strong both of them are in retrospect. So, as you said, maybe they don't even know that Mirror is back because it wasn't largely televised. But either way, Mirror has
it's
made
not
it
like
through,
the official
so...
Rainbow Six Esports.
No, yeah, no.
You know, Twitter account made a post about
No,
it. But...
no, none of that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see if Mirror actually gets any play in this game. But given that she wasn't picked straight up, sort of makes sense. But yeah, we'll see, Pen.
Oh, we're coming into it. Meeting Hall Kitchen to kick things off here, which is a rather interesting choice. No Izami off the bat. None of the usual suspects. And yeah, understandably, on a site like this, you're probably not going to be running that Mirror. Just there's limited usability in terms of that setup. But, I mean, is this mate? Oh, no, never mind. I've spotted something. Top left of your screen, Proto. We might be having a sentence here in week 2.
That's interesting to see. I believe Drift actually did bring it out in week 1 on Oregon as well for Antic. So bringing Sens along, no real surprise that they have got it again here. It was an operator that they really enjoyed, or at least seemed to enjoy last time. But Antic, no real surprises. I mean, starting on attack for Oregon is obviously going to be the harder of the two beginning sides. But for Antic, I don't think it's going to be too much of a struggle. They showed in week 1 that Oregon was something that they were very confident with. And that Sens has sort of shown to be a big part of a couple of their strategies. So no real surprise that we're seeing them bought here.
I mean, I suppose interchangeable with sort of that hard, you know, secondary hard breach role, because obviously secondary hard breach gadgets plus the smokes and already Jin. And through armor, he's going to find the back of 2. Gets the kill on Tavoon. And, well, look, it's a bit overwhelming. He just sort of jumps around everywhere. But that's a great opening pick to be taken, especially unscattered as he was. And Drift again. No foregrip until he gets a grip, Proto.
Still yet to find that grip, unfortunately, here in Playday number 2. But we'll be able to find his first kill, not the second, though, as Namni trades that one out. A lot of health, though, forfeit in the process. So the Sens, unfortunately, not having too much utility effect this round, but some picks still large nonetheless. But some good control for Antic so far. 2 early picks are going to make this round relatively easier for them, provided that they can get rid of Namni here as well before he's able to rotate down the hatch.
Well, already, I mean, that's huge damage to kick things off in Face Cream. I don't know what world we've come into where in stage 2 of this year, Face Cream is now playing a Twitch to kick things off. I mean, he was the hard support for this team. That was his role. I don't know if he's deviated from that, but a Twitch is, I mean, about as far from hard support as you can get on attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's close-ish to support, sort of, when you look at everything else being bought. Drift, really the only other supporting player, you could say. Maybe even Owen with the hard breach charges on the buck. But in saying that, Panda, it's an interesting lineup, but only a minute remains as Antic start to collapse onto the site. Jin with his second kill in the round onto Cloud. Hamio, the only player left inside of Meeting, will get 1, but no more for his prizes. Jin with 3 in round number 1, and Antic, a super convincing first round here on Oregon.
Yeah, not a bad way to kick things off. I mean, Jin, he started it off strong, pushing in through Armory, and it's one of those key positions in this map. If you lose Armory control early, you can quite quickly use that vert control as well. So maybe just, yeah, look, underestimating what Antic are bringing. Obviously, this is a pretty decent change in the roster considering what we saw in stage 1. And, I mean, look, Wazoo now gone. I'm actually blanking on who their other player was that they've now replaced with Drifts, obviously, but I'm sure I'll get there in the end. But I mean, yeah, losing Wazoo, who was sort of that Nook, that entry, that lurk player, could make things interesting.
Yeah, especially given that was the OSA of the team. I mean, we have seen Drift sort of take up a little bit of that role to some degree. Obviously, jumping in main window that round was more of an aggressive style, but still worked out in their favor in the end. But Sens, I do rate the pick of the Sens, and seeing it come, you know, not more than just that one round, already seeing for the second, it looks like it's a pick that Antic are already very comfortable with, and it's something that they're looking to implement from not only now, but going forward into the future, which is a good pick. I definitely rate the pick, especially on a map like Oregon. You know, you can cut a lot of the sites in half. We ultimately didn't get to see that last round from Drift, who was taken out early on, but still, I still think that utility being bought is going to be a good replacement for the OSA. Plus, they have the hard breach charges, so it's a good double up to bring along.
I mean, we're also, sort of seeing Altered Edge maybe a little, step or two behind what is current meta, because we're seeing a lot of teams running the Warden at the moment. They have yet to sort of lean into it. Jin again, deep in. He's already found 3. He's on the site somehow. This is a risky play that is absolutely paying off for them. They have no idea that he is this deep into the building. They could just look to go for a cheeky play. I think River's there with him as well. He's going to find the back of one. Shots on. Hamio in a bit of trouble, but Jin can't quite confirm the kill just yet. Pulls out for the moment, but I mean, Kitchen is free real estate.
The fact that Jin is this deep without any real consequence is kind of insane for Antic. I mean, Altered Edge, just so many gaps in the defense, and it's allowing them to just collapse towards the side. When finding one as well, and they now are sort of rotating the diffuser towards to get this plant down, and there you go, Drift starting to plant the bomb. Voon's going to have to do something, but he just can't hit the shots.
He's trying for that flank. The plant's gone down. He will find Jin eventually, but can't quite connect. He's not hitting the shots where he needs to. Goes down. Hamio and Cloud to try and clutch this one up. Knows that there's one pushing in. Owen to fall. And, well, unfortunately, Cloud can't get that defuse off in time. Face cream to close it. I mean, that was an absolute catastrophe of a round for Altered Edge.
I mean, player in dorms just late to the position there. No real coverage of that kitchen walk-in from dining at all. And Jin, I said this at the start, Panda, and I said this last week as well. Jin coming up from those, tier 3 leagues. We've seen him a lot in multiple competitions, now up into consistent tier 2 play. His prowess and his ability to frag when provided with information is impeccable, and taking control, I mean, that round is just a highlight to how good that he can be in the right situation. I mean, going right into kitchen, holding down not only the kitchen, but the green hall, the rotate back from the bottom tower stairs, the main stage. I mean, he had that whole site on lock and allowed his team to come in and get that bomb down. Yes, they lost a few picks, but it didn't really matter given that they had full site control. I mean, Altered Edge were caught with their pants down at the start of that round. And while they did do a relatively decent job at retaking, they couldn't 100% lock down that retake at all, and Antic just had a pretty easy cleaner. So Altered Edge, I don't even know really what happened other than that one player being maybe late to the setup, but it was just, as you said, catastrophe. It was just an
you had one big tower stairs, one in meeting. There was one floating around Zulu security. I would assume the other two are upstairs, so there was just no priority towards dining, nothing of the sort, and it was allowed to go off, well, I wouldn't say without a hitch, but as close as you could possibly get in that situation. Jin looks like he's already back on that armory window. Voon to contest. The drone will bait him out, and almost catches a nade on the retreat, but once again, it just feels like Altered Edge is scrambling here.
Yeah, a little bit.
How does Jin win that?
How is he allowed to get away with that? That, Panda, for Altered Edge, not a great way to start.
I mean, you're coming into a competition, the stakes are incredibly high, given, it's OCL, no playoffs, nothing of the sort. Oh my god, Hamio just had no idea that he was about to eat it. Face cream lines up the shot perfectly. They're not even, I was going to say, they're not really running a dedicated hard breach. Drift, I think, is playing it more for the Type 89 than anything. Malachi with the kill onto Face cream. He's the last hit. Whoa, what a flick. That was impressive. Malachi might be the redeeming factor here for this Altered Edge roster. With the plant going down quite comfortably at the moment. The Vulcan det pack as well, cutting off the top white stairs. Another disastrous round. And I can't tell whether this is Altered Edge not quite being with the program or if Antic have stepped things up between stages.
Antic looks scary. I mean, with the new roster Panda as well, it's just, their play is just elevated to a high degree. 3 for Malachi, needs 2 more for the ace here for Altered Edge's hopes of a round on the board. But given that Antic have won the last 2 quite convincingly, I'd imagine that they're going to be able to lock this one out, especially now with the det pack blocking off that rotate drift there with the bearing to close things out as well. I mean, Antic have just been so impeccable on their attacks so far, and Altered Edge lost in the source, it seems, Panda. They just cannot seem to find themselves a break at all. They're losing so much control so quickly, they just cannot stop the bleeding.
Well, I mean, the implications of this are massive, and already it looks like we are having the attack pause. I don't blame them at this stage. This has been an absolute slaughter. And you got to remember the stakes in this competition. Altered Edge and NTE have just qualified for OCL. If they top the OCL, they could be OCN next year with only a single stage played in this competition. That is a very real possibility. But they can't be dropping maps like this. They can't be bringing this level of game, especially when Antic are looking like this.
I mean, yeah, at this point, given that Altered Edge had a pretty decent showing in week 1. I mean, it was a relatively good game against NTE, but then you come and put them against a team like Antic, who they have that time together, they have the chemistry, they have the experience, and it just seems like experience right now is trumping that young gunner style of Siege coming in to this league. I mean, this is their second game, Panda, and they are just struggling. Like, they are genuinely struggling. I mean, round 3, you forced the tack pause already. I mean, there are some serious questions being asked behind the scenes, I'd imagine, right now by the Altered Edge camp.
Well, I mean, it's that trial by fire. You either step up if you want to play with the big boys, or you're going to find yourself, probably out of the competition pretty quickly. So this, unfortunately, is a lesson that Altered Edge are going to have to learn nice and early in the stage. But I mean, honestly, if they can get it going for the rest of the weeks in play, of course, they could definitely find themselves towards the top of that leaderboard. Plus, it's that warm-up. They've still got OCS to go at the end of the stage.
Yeah.
And look, I'll be brutally honest. OCL, kind of disappointing. Only one team made it into the top 8 from the OCL, and that's because a number of them didn't even show up on the day.
You got to hope for a better turnout this time, Panda. But, I mean, other than that, games aside, stages aside, Altered Edge right now need to change something drastically. I mean, whatever has happened in these last 2 rounds has just not been working whatsoever, and Antic have been clinical, not only in their takes, but their positioning, their plant spots. Taking control has just been like clockwork for them. I mean, we already see it right here. 40 seconds and the whole west side of the map belongs to Antic, with no real pressure from Altered Edge at all on the top or second floor. Given, yes, it is a bottom floor hold, more of a bunker style with one player lurking at that backstage, it is nothing new, really, for Altered Edge, which is arguably what they need to be doing against a team like Antic.
Have already cleared this first floor a minute in.
Yeah.
They've already confirmed there's no roam presence, there's no real resistance. They even spot the player in freezer, so they know that they can start contesting these hatches and getting in. This is not ideal, and Altered Edge are playing scared here. They are not willing to go toe-to-toe with Antic right now. They need to step up and start taking these gunfights, otherwise this is going to be a quick 7-0.
Aggression is key, I think, for Altered Edge. They're going to have to focus on finding at least the opening pick or one of the opening picks, because, I mean, they're letting Jin just walk into sight and into very key positional advantage places. I mean, he has bottom freezer control. He's locking off that laundry rotate right now. It might not seem like much, but for Altered Edge, this is a lot. They have no front pressure. I mean, Antic, it is just clinical, getting him into these positions, getting not even just Jin, multiple players into these positions. I mean, look, bottom back tower is free.
4 players spread. There is literally no backup for them right now. Face Cream, of course, is just going to win his first. Big kill there on the Malachi. That is your Warden as well. Luckily, limited utility that he could have been used. Jin, he's taking control of Freezer. Owen pushing it as well. It's a complete wash in round 4. A 4-0. And a flawless in the basement attack. What do you do?
It's surgical. You can't do much, Panda. I think at this point you need to change something drastic. I mean, Altered Edge would need to do a full 180 here in terms of what's happening, because whatever the playstyle is they're bringing right now, it is just not working at all. Antic have their number in every respect at the moment. I mean, flawless round from them. It is just constantly adding up, and these rounds are just becoming more and more demolishing for them, because Antic are just not letting off on the gas. They're just constantly coming in and taking these rounds so consistently, so dominantly. Altered Edge, I mean, we've seen here from them, though, a little bit of a change. Voon jumping on the Vigil and Hamio jumping on the Alibi. So we might see a bit of a roam, which could potentially help them, but I mean, we saw them clear that floor, Panda, in under a minute. Their drone work, everything.
Well, it wasn't even that. They cleared top and first floor.
And
they
first,
cleared 2/3 of the map in the first minute of play.
Yeah, so
But I mean, it's Oregon. It's about the buffer rooms. You play that
Exactly.
extent. You meet your opponents as they enter the building. Malachi's going to look for some aggression. Wants to get on the spawn peaks from the big tower right now, but pulls off it immediately. So that
It's just hesitance. It really is. Altered Edge just, as you said, they're scared. Well, at least they seem scared. They genuinely aren't ready to be taking these gunfights, or at least that's what it seems like. We do see Hamyo in a position to directly contest this time, as well as Voon on the top floor. So it's a good thing to see them actually making that adaptation for that roam, but whether or not it's going to pay off is big questions for them, given the drone work from Antic so far has been so good.
I mean, it's just, it's insane for me to think at the moment, especially when, well, Hamio is going to find some ground. That's the aggression that we were hoping for. Unfortunately, it has not come freely. He's being hunted right now. They know where he is. It is also the only... Oh, that's a big kill. That taken down Jin as well. And Hamio might be the break that they need right now. But it's still not enough. It may not be enough to win this round out. With the 3 players remaining, Drifts, Face Cream, and Owen, those are 3 players that can clutch up any given round.
Ooh, okay, here we go. This is a good change from Altered Edge. Having that roam presence has definitely upped the hold here for them. Namni now for 1-2, but at this point, is it too late, Panda? Oh, the typical drop shot there from him with this shotgun on the buck. So, I mean, with Namni on low HP and Cloud on the smoke, he's got a relatively good...
Actually, what do you mean? Yeah, I was going to say, there's no Wemai in the round.
I was going to say, yeah, where's the Wamai at? But yeah, I think Vigil may have had a skin either way. Whatever. Oh, when he's got a good chance, Panda, is what I was trying to say.
No, we'll have to get one checked out. The call has been made that it is the G2 skin. So, look, that's for the admins. We're casters. We just talk about it. Right now... Owen, again, I would not count Owen out of this. The guy has clutched up drop-shotting with Blackbeard. There is just infinite potential in him being able to make this play. Right now, though, there's 1 toxic canister remaining, 48 seconds, and 2 players to find. Proto, finally, could this be the break that Altered Edge needed?
It could be, but... I mean, he only has 35 seconds, Panda, so it's not a lot of time. Smoke still on the board is going to make this a little bit easier for AE to sort of lock off one of the areas of the site, but it's only 1 toxic canister. An ON with the C8 is definitely scary, so they're going to have to watch themselves here and not give picks away.
Oh, Skeleton Key out. He spots him. Oh! He almost blew numb. These kneecaps out there with the drop shot, but no. Altered Edge finally on the board. We will obviously be waiting to see what happens with the call that we heard there from Face Cream. So I want to say just don't run it again. We don't care. But I mean, I wouldn't say that had an intense effect on the round. Obviously, Voon justifiably hit his shots in that engagement. But again, I think that's it. I can't necessarily put it down to Altered Edge playing the better game of Siege there. And I can put it more down to Antic got over-aggressive, they overplayed their hand, and Hamio clutched up when the team needed him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from Antic there, we saw a lot of assumptions. We had 2 players jumping in, and obviously they were sort of minor holes in the droning. We didn't see any drones directly go into dining. Maybe the pre-place was shot and they didn't realize, something along the lines of that. But it was definitely over-aggression, and it was definitely assuming that Altered Edge weren't going to be playing that type of aggressive roam. I mean, we haven't seen it for 4 rounds, Panda, so it was, I would say, a genuinely good assumption from them to some degree, but Altered Edge definitely took it where they could in terms of finding that 1 leg up and then sort of pushing on the mistake a little bit and then finding that round. Albeit, whatever comes from the outcome of the claims, I don't think, as you said, I don't think it really has any effect onto how that round played out. Altered Edge, they found the mistake and they played to it. And that ultimately is what won them the round. But that is the adaptation that they needed to be bringing in round 2, round 3, before it got to round 5. And now they're staring down the barrel of a 5-1 because Antic, they're going to learn that lesson and they're going to tighten things up, I'd imagine, going into round 6. We've seen them do it. Not even last week, we saw them do it. It was a 5-1 half for them again. So if history is to repeat itself, Antic are looking good for a repeat 7-1 on Oregon.
Yeah, so we are going to be continuing, but I mean, you look back at the history of this team, Proto. Antic R6 have only, in their time in the OCL, had one playoffs appearance. And that is including, stage 1. If there had been playoffs, that is, top 5 position as well. They've only made playoffs once, stage 3 of last year, and they are absolutely dumpstering the newest team in this competition. In fact, number of times, Antic have been down in 7th, almost.
Yeah.
So, again, maybe, is it a case of Altered Edge aren't prepped enough coming into this level of competition, or Antic, they've just found the secret formula?
Antic have definitely sort of had a big jump from what we saw from them in stage 1, obviously finishing 7th, as you just said. This definitely looks like a completely different team, and one that is a lot more scary. Yes, this is one of the newer teams, so the prep work might be somewhat on the lacking side, but even in saying that, they had a pretty decent first play day. This is Altered Edge, obviously, against NTE, so maybe that might be something that sort of comes into it. They did also make roster changes coming out of the quals. They dropped arguably one of their biggest fraggers, which might be hurting them a bit here, but I mean, yeah, look, Antic are just clinical with it so far, Panda, and it's dominant Siege. So dominant right now, and Altered Edge just don't seem like they have the means to deal with it.
Antic are just, it's the classic, welcome to the OCL. Either you get with the program or you get out. And right now, Altered Edge lacking a little bit. They are not yet to get with the program. Jin put on the ground here. That's a big kill from Hamyo to take down once again. Really stepping up in this and the last round. So he could be that comeback factor that Altered Edge need. But this is Oregon. This is the most 50-50 map in the comp pool, and it's already a 4-1 Voon. Ducks himself down in a garage. He might even look for the run out. Bit of, I don't know if that's, spectator lag or player lag at the moment, but it is what it is. Owen, having taken that control already, Voon finished. Well, you're going to be finished, yeah. There was no way he was getting out of that one down in the garage. So we're back at a 4-4.
I mean, trading an Aruni for a Finka is something that is arguably going to favour the defense side more, but especially now with Namni finding another kill, that's going to make things even better, taking down the Thatcher of all players. They can't quite actually seem to get an angle on Namni right now, and this is going to be hurting Antic a little bit, but Face Cream is going to find one. So back to a 3v3. Face Cream on this lurking position on this Twitch has been doing big things, and they will finally deal with Namni as well. So, I mean, Altered Edge are consolidating a bit more this round and finding their trades.
Hamio on the rotate as well. Look at the pinch in through walk-in. Does Drift know? Face Cream coming in for support on the drone. They know Drift wins the gunfight, but the Nitro from Cloud fella takes him back as well. Down to the 1 versus 1, 46 seconds in which to make it happen. Face Cream on the drone. It's downstairs, and that might be a bit troublesome if he can't get the info that he needs. Driving it up White Stairs. Does he spot anything right now? He's working on limited information at the minute. You can see Cloud set up. He goes for the swing, but it's a big whiff. Shotgun in hand. He's going to rotate himself back into kids' dorms and go for the reload as well. So maybe not enough confidence in that gunfight. Might come back to bite him in just a moment. Face Cream with that F2. It's a ripper of a gun and the head-on gunfight. It might just be enough. 12 seconds to make it happen, but no. Cloud backs himself, waits, and plays it exactly how he needs to. A 4-2 half to close. Honestly, pretty spectacular bounce back there from AE.
Yeah, those 2 rounds were arguably required. You had to find those 2 rounds if you didn't want to find yourself losing that one in spectacular time. But yeah, Cloud, I mean, clutching up that 1v1 there, huge for Altered Edge. Arguably Malachi, up until that point, was really sort of the drive home force for Altered Edge. So it's good to see Cloud stepping up and getting something done for them in that round, finding them that success. The 4-2 half as well. Don't get me wrong, Panda. I still think that it's going to be a difficult road for them because Antic now go onto the defense, and this is where, not only Owen gets Ella FO12, but they get to run their sort of, I wouldn't say hyper-aggressive, but it definitely is very aggressive defense, and Altered Edge are not comfortable with that style of play. Or at least that's how it seems so far in Oregon. So if they're not expecting this or they're not ready for this and haven't done their homework from week 1, Antic might be able to get away with a lot of things they shouldn't be here on defense, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the team with a drop-shotting shotgun player is comfortable on the defense. This is obviously a side in which they're going to thrive. But again, I'm looking to face Screamer here. He's stepping more into that frag-intensive role, having shifted off the support, given that over to Drift. So I'm intrigued to see just how this is going to fit. He's been doing rather well, 5-3-1 at the moment, and picking up the MX4 Storm in the hands of the Elevi. I'm expecting him to get aggressive. I'm expecting him to be up in the face of AE.
It's going to be scary too, because we all know that Face Cream is a certified gunner. And I mean, look at the difference in playstyle here already for Antic. Preemptively waiting for these drones, actively trying to shut the information down. I mean, the drone count already that is just being taken off the board for Antic is completely different to what we saw from Altered Edge, and the aggression is so much more prominent from them. It is keeping Altered Edge guessing. I mean, we've seen that minute elapse, Panda, and we only have one person from AE actually in the building.
Drift kicks it off, and that's Namni down. That's one of your 2 hard breaches removed. You've got the Chimera duo there to try and open things up with a bit of info and a bit of sustainability, and then Cloud to try and open up any breach needed. Oh, the play is a little bit shaky. Again, they're playing the numbers game. You can just feel that hesitation, even in the way they're attacking. Drifts might just find another opening here if he's presented with it. He's crisp on the shots. Boone takes some big damage from long range. That's a chunk taken off.
Yeah, it definitely is. But with Malachi at least finding one upstairs onto Face Cream, that is going to be one of your big fraggers down. Cloud now as well, taking Drift out in meeting. So Altered Edge actually, for one time, holding the man advantage right now in a 4v3. Jin still upstairs, though. Does have the ability to do some big damage here with some support from the garage side as well. So, oh Cloud! Okay. Jin. Not going to do too much from inside of Classroom there.
Absolutely slammed it with the wall bang. SMG in 11 in the hands of River. Unfortunately, not going to connect towards the freezer stairs, but this flank, this rotate from Owen could be huge. The drop down, he spots one, spots two, almost collects on both. That could have been absolutely crippling, but the damage is pretty significant. If River can find just one pick here, he could turn this on its head, but no. Gets baited out by the stairs. Altered Edge. Look, it's a much better attacking start than it was on the defense. And this might just be where they mount that comeback.
Yeah, so far. I mean, on attack, what we've seen from them, really, really good. Antic, maybe even a little bit too aggressive from them in that round. And punished, rightfully so, by Altered Edge. I think Jin had a little bit of an unfortunate unfolding there in terms of Cloud sort of just having a stern word with him through the wall. But, you know, even still, a good attempt from Antic. But Altered Edge actually really cleaning things up in that round. That was a solid performance, you know, and that is probably one of their better rounds so far on Oregon. So if they can keep that up, we might be on for an extended game time here, Panda. And Antic so far, I mean, right now, AE currently doing better than AZ did in Playday number 1. So there's that, I guess, to take into consideration when you sort of think about it. AZ with that more sort of experience in, you know, Tier 2, given that they played in Stage 1. That could be sort of something to look into at a later date, possibly. But Altered Edge right now actually doing pretty decently, switching over onto the attack. So good things possibly to come still.
Makes me wonder if there's a small element of nerves coming into play for Altered Edge, obviously, because, I mean, yeah.
In R6, but in saying that, Panda, there are a lot of factors that come down to helping teams win games, and right now, for Altered Edge, that aggression that we saw in the last couple of rounds has definitely been something that has helped them considerably. But Antic taking a bit of a step back this round in terms of the roam that they bring, and having Drift sort of up here in this Tier 3 position, especially with Jin, Owen. I mean, the roam is quite spread out from Antic, but having that control is going to be really good for them for the latter parts of these rounds, going on those flanks. I mean, we saw Owen do it in the previous round. Unfortunately, didn't get both, but was really close to. And if they can sort of pick on those mistakes, I think Antic will find themselves a lot of kills here. Because Altered Edge, I mean, they shouldn't have let that happen.
Yeah, a little bit slower on the approach here for Antic right now. The Rotero goes in deep towards Trophy, and it will be enough to clear that shield out. So we're no longer able to hold that position for now. So Altered Edge, they are making the inroads that they need to.
Having both Thatcher and Flores on the board is going to make things a lot easier. Obviously, only Flores being bought in this round, but already Cloud, the AR-33 doing huge damage. River goes down, and I mean, control-wise, Antic have taken a huge losses. I mean, losing Trophy, almost losing Tower now in Attic as well. I mean, Drift takes a considerable amount of damage there. It's going to have to be some big comebacks here in terms of kills for Antic if they want to find some consolidation.
Owen, you're not in a great spot here. Oh, there we go. He gets it done, but he's not in a great spot. The nade through. Even if it hadn't taken the frag, he was flushed out into the line of sight. Claymore cleared out, looking for the player on the rappel, but Face Cream too little too late. Drifts on. Trying to hold down the angle, finds it down onto Hamio. Can he find the back of anyone else? Spots the side, gets a big pick there onto Cloud. What more can he find? Knows there's a player in close, but no, runs out of ammo. Malachi will take it. Face Cream in on the breach. Brings it down to the 1 versus 2. Has control of the diffuser as well. Voon on the hunt right now. Malachi there as well. Swings back in. Face Cream, what a headshot onto Voon. Down to the 1v1, and he might just clutch up the 1 versus 4 here. Malachi is going to go for the little pop nade, but Face Cream, he's carrying on through Trophy. Knows that he has that clock to play for. Malachi actually tanks some damage from the nade. He's going to chuck himself in. He's not got the time. Face Cream should have this dead to rights. 2 seconds. He's got to force it. Face Cream hits his shots. Of course he does.
Face Cream.
It was nearly a bit of a whiff, but Antic and Face Cream, the 1 versus 4 clutch to take the round.
He wins those. You give him the MX4 Storm, he wins those. I mean, the call was there for Altered Edge. You know, only one guy on site. Let's go. But, I mean, it didn't really amount to too much. It was held down really well by the Aruni. And then Face Cream came up and just picked up the pieces. I mean, perfect placement, perfect movement. It does really highlight itself in that round there. And Face Cream, you got to be happy with those ones. Altered Edge, though. Big misplay letting that go on. You had so much control, not having the diffuser. I believe that's what Cloud was actually going to pick up as he was shot in the back from Tower by Aruni. So could also be a factor of how everything fell apart there a little bit for Altered Edge, but really well played by Face Cream. I mean, highlight round for Antic there. Movement, as I said, aim, everything. Really good. Really well done, and Antic deserved that one. Regain the lead here with some more rounds on the board, obviously 2 instead of the 1 lead that they had. They're going to go back downstairs. But given they haven't won this one just yet, Panda, I mean...
Look, I know that this might be bias. That'll be the call from chat 100%. There is one noticeable difference about this Antic R6 team, and that is Face Cream being a New Zealander and making the 1 versus 4 clutch. I'm not saying that's explicitly why it works, but if the shoe fits.
If it fits, I mean, why not take it? You know, a little bit of patriotism, I guess we could say, Panda, but Face Cream, whether it is because he's from New Zealand or not, either way, he's dangerous with this MX4 Storm. And I'd imagine he will continue doing that. Voon, those shots not connecting, and I don't know if that's connection or not, but those ones will. So Antic, unfortunately, losing a big pick early here.
Voon gets the heads up, but Drifts is going to win that fight completely unscathed. And again, yeah, it looked like a bit of desync. I think that might be the spectator rather than us, but you've lost your alibi, who, let's be honest, has put all their utility down for a Finker, who unfortunately has not got the nano boost out. Jin, looking to try and play through connector into kitchen. Can hear the shots going off. He's going to hold the angle, the spray, the pre-fire from Namni. Almost takes him out, but it's Cloud to do it instead. That's the second wall bang onto Jin from Cloud this game.
Yeah, Jin probably not happy with how that's panning out for him, unfortunately. Not being as successful as maybe you would have hoped on this roam with the Vigil, but either way, Cloud, some good shots from him. So already, Antic taking some big losses, but also still have some good control on the site. And they've delayed a lot of time. I mean, taking out Ace, taking out Finker, 2 pivotal operators for Altered Edge here. Obviously, with the Adrenal Surges as well as that hard breach, things might be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the hatches and things already opened up for the roam for Antic, so they're not too much utility requirements for Altered Edge, but for the last minute, Panda, they still have a lot of time to try and make something happen, to find a pick and give them some leeway.
If nothing else, Altered Edge utilising this time to get the drones nice and deep for the info game, but I think I definitely bet Drift's holding this off, and look at the footholds set up there as well. Looks like it's going to be a pretty one-dimensional push, all just cutting through Freezer right now. You can see one prone back towards things. Hamio unfortunately loses out in that engagement there. Looking to contest long range, but can't connect the way he needs to. 35 seconds, which to make it happen. River going to contest T3 as well, but Cloud just a little bit sharper in that engagement there. Oh, look, it's going to be rough. Another kill down. Hamio falls. Cloud in a bit of trouble. Malachi looking to swing in. It's the 2 versus 1 now as it's on Drifts to clutch it up. 17 seconds. Stuns through. Cloud looking to try and make that plant with Malachi to cover. Does he have any idea where this flank is coming from? The pre-fires Drifts. It's on for the quad. He's on for the ace as well. Drifts and Antic R6. They're absolutely making it look good.
Oh, the flick as well. The style points. Antic. My. What a way to find match point. No grip, no care in the world. It doesn't matter. What a way to close that out. And again, Altered Edge just should not be letting this happen. That is 2 rounds now, Panda, that they have had a considerable advantage. The 1v4, the 1v3, it doesn't matter. Drift with an ace in that round 2 with the 1v3 at the end. I mean, Altered Edge should not be letting that happen, especially when you're coming down on the execute like that. Both times looking great to take the round. And then Antic just have one more door that they cannot get through each time. That has got to be soul-crushing, Panda. Being that close, but then just falling so far again.
I mean, the worst part of it is Malachi went for the pre-fire.
Yeah.
And it was off, unfortunately. And that is all the difference maker that Drifts needed. What an impression. I mean, he saw Face Cream go for the 1 versus 4 clutch. He said, you know what, I can do that one better. I'll go for the ace. I'll clutch it up without a 4 either. Honestly, he's definitely shining with his new team right now.
Definitely had a grip on that round, that's for sure. Jokes aside, I mean, what a round. What a round, and what a way to find match point. 14 kills as well, Panda. Let's not shy over that one real quick. Drift currently sitting pretty on double digits with anyone actually else yet to join him in the whole lobby. Hamio 1 off for Altered Edge. So performance-wise, Antic definitely still living up to the hype from what we saw in week 1. But at the moment, Altered Edge actually, you know, given that even unfortunately that they are down, are still doing really well. I mean, a lot of these rounds, bar, you know, solo performances from Face Cream, from Drift, have actually been really close to going in favor of AE Panda. So you do have to give them that to some degree as well.
River on the Oryx here in the big tower. Looking to be the first point of resistance that Altered Edge should meet during their entry into the building. But you also see Drift playing the Tachanka as well with the DP. Looking to try and find an angle.
Oh.
River. That could be the clincher here, taking Cloud out. Luckily, Voon is going to answer with 1 back. A ripper of a headshot to take him out of the equation. So a trade. One that, though, definitely favours Antic.
Yeah, 100%. Taking out Maverick as early as that is a really big pick to find, and especially given now that it is going to slow back down, because while they may have some good control, Voon up here inside of Attic, he still does have players close by from Antic on this top floor roam. Owen, namely, with the shotgun in hand. They have yet to drone this. They haven't got any control of the master side. They have got Attic, but that is really all that they have, Panda, and whether or not this is going to be big for them. I mean, Drift is probably not long for this world, but Voon actually will be taken out. Oh, that could have been big for Jin, but unfortunately, not hitting the shots.
Yeah, look, didn't expect there to be 2 tucked in close left. The Shamika at the moment in the hands of Drifts is doing a decent job of stalling out. Unfortunately, he's only got, 2 grenades left, and there's a minute still to hold on. 3 versus 2. Namni from the tower stairs. Face Cream spotted as well. Drifts falls thanks to Hamio in the F2. Namni finds the closer in the 10th here. And, well, Altered Edge, look, they keep it alive a little bit longer. Bit scrappy, but they make it work.
Yeah, definitely a little bit scrappy, but I mean, still a round win. You do have to take that if you're Altered Edge, given the start that you had to Oregon, and pleasantly surprised so far that they've actually managed to hold on for this long, given the first 4 rounds were largely indicative of what was possible to come. And, you know, given that Altered Edge have made that change and changed up their playstyle to some degree, not only on defense but now attack, it has ultimately worked really well for them. I mean, 6-4 is definitely a good place to find yourself in going forward. There is high possibility that we see them continue that way up until 6-6, provided they make zero mistakes with Penner. I mean, very little area for an error. I mean, Antic are still looking really, really good in these rounds. It's just Altered Edge keep finding that, you know, 1-pick, 2-pick in positions that maybe shouldn't be getting found at pick-wise, like backstairs, tower being lost, upstairs, Owen being taken down, given that he wasn't even drone. So either way, Altered Edge making good moves here on their second half and actually looking pretty good to quite possibly make it to OT, provided they have, you know, a really good remaining half.
I think it potentially also speaks to a little bit of panic setting in for Antic. They you know, 4-0 start to find yourself now only having picked up 2 of the last 6 rounds is a little bit concerning. So you got to wonder if maybe they're trying to force the issue just a little bit to try and close the map out, and it's not working for them. So as it stands, look, they had the opportunity to close it out. Altered Edge had the opportunity to push to overtime. But, I mean, that's 2 rounds that you need without making a significant error.
2 big rounds as well, given that Antic, well, as I say that, had hopefully been learning their lesson, but apparently not. Cloud with an opening pick once more. Big loss for Antic. I mean, given that picks are going to be what wins them these games. But for Altered Edge, I mean, consistently finding openers at the point of, you know, in the last few rounds, it's definitely been doing really good for them in terms of the score.
Rotero top armory stairs going to clear things out. River, unfortunately, just stepping out into the waiting arms. Face cream with the big kill onto Cloud. Takes out the Rotero, and it means that they're going to have a much harder time clearing that shield for the remainder of this. Back to the 4 versus 4, but with the Finker in play, you've still got that 1 nano boost remaining, so they should be the healthier team coming into the closer.
Yeah, River and Jin both taking some damage, but with the Finker still on the board for Altered Edge, obviously the heals with the nano boosts, going to be able to get Hamyo back up. Oh no, actually all of them are already gone, Panda. I take that back.
Yeah, you just used the last one.
Yeah, just used it then. So all of those now gone means that no more health for Altered Edge. So if maybe we see some chip damage from Antic, that could be big, but only a minute and a half left is not a lot of time to find all 4 kills, especially when Antic want to close it out and are playing quite passively.
Namely takes some big damage, and Face Cream having dropped down that meeting hatch as well. On for the flank might just be the difference maker. Jin, unfortunately, falls. So does Owen, and it is on to River and Face Cream to clutch this up. Big shots on the Malachi. Brings us back to the 2 versus 3. And this is workable, especially with Face Cream rapidly moving up to where his former teammate fell. There we go. Voon down. Big gun off the board. Namni has to desperately get out of the sight. Face Cream takes some more chip damage, but so does Namni. It's again these little shots here and there that could make all the difference. Face Cream top white. River. Big kill onto Namni. That's Diffuser out in the open. The force needs to come. Hamyo has no idea. He has no clue where these players are. He's been spotted. He is now the known quantity. Looking to jump on into Kids. Goes through the rotate. Looking to try and force something, but there you have it. Face Cream closes it down. Antic R6 will take the victory here in week 2. Not the cleanest of victories, but a victory nonetheless in regulation is something that they are desperately looking for.
Yeah, 3 points is still really good, and I mean, as you said, not the cleanest of victories, but still victory regardless of the outcome. Altered Edge, though, I mean, showing a little bit of hope coming into that second half. Antic definitely, I think, caught a little bit off guard in regards to what they were maybe expecting. But yeah, AE, very, very good adjustments. Really, really well done in both the end of defense and going into that second half. Only 4 rounds to show for it, but I don't think the score necessarily shows how much of an adaptation we saw from them, because that was a really good game. You know, regardless of score, regardless of who won, that was really good showings from both teams. Antic again showing us why you don't take them to Oregon, but Altered Edge showing that they can almost tussle with some of these big teams.
Yeah, again, welcome back, Cthulhu. You sat back, you relaxed, you watched the match. I mean, is this something that we've been seeing out of Antic? You know, that continuous trend of they get in their own heads and it does cost them rounds? Do you think that's what we saw just then?
You know, too trigger happy for their own sake, given that it was quite a stunning of a performance from them in the first few rounds. I mean, that 4-0 scoreline was definitely quite a shocker, at least even for me, because I was expecting it to get a little bit, you know, closer at the very beginning. But look, it's good to see that AE was still able to, you know, find some bite back and were able to push it to that sort of scoreline. A 7-4 is, yeah, definitely nothing to scoff at.
Well, I know someone who's going to be doing a little bit of scoffing. It's Owen, of course, from Antic. Let's get him on in for a chat. Owen, look, welcome, mate. Congratulations. Another win in the books for you. But look, you had us in the beginning. You got us a little concerned in the middle, but you brought it back. Sort of run us through how Oregon played out.
We had some pretty dominant attacks to begin with, but they definitely red wall into it. Countered us, and our defenses were just shaky. Like, it was all down to the boys for clutching it out. Drift on the no-grip DMR and face on the alibi clutch. That saved us, yeah. And I tried the defense a bit as well,
Oregon. Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. Look, yeah, going into Oregon, I mean, you guys already managed to show us a pretty solid one last Playday against AZ. Going into this one, were you guys expecting to go back to Oregon, or were you hoping to go to something of a different map? And did kind of the fact that AE kind of allowed kind of Oregon to slip in kind of put any sort of alarm across your camp?
Well, we didn't mind playing Oregon again, because we didn't actually show too much of our holds and strats whatnot last week. We only had 2 defenses. So we're like, yeah, we can just run that again, switch up the pushes. They're probably going to ban the Osa on us. They've been doing that in scrims. And yeah, we've just been practicing different takes, and it all went pretty well until, yeah, you know where it went. I started trolling on the defenses and doing my best Chef Jeff impression and started throwing.
Obviously, now that you've had 2 weeks of play with this new roster, Owen, how are you guys feeling sort of roster-wise? I mean, you look really, really good now in your second week. How do you think things are settling in going forward into week number 3?
No, I feel like the roster's really starting to like properly gel together. We're working off each other great, and we're really ironing out the things we need to on attack. Like at the start, we had a big problem with holding our flanks, but I think that's pretty well sorted at this point. Yeah, we're looking pretty good for the rest of the season.
I mean, look, 2 wins to start it off. It's exactly what you want, given the brutal format of OCL. But Owen, look, it's a pleasure to have you here in the interview booth. Before we let you head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Oh, I've got 2 actually. Can I get greedy and shout out 2?
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, so I've got Malachi. Big shout out to him. Thanks for the K barbecue. I'll see you next week. And Faulty. #Faulty for kill.
Well, look, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you head off on and celebrate with the team. You can enjoy your K barbecue next week, of course. Guys. But look, it was an impressive stuff. It was impressive at the start, a little bit shaky in the middle, but you get there in the end. I think that is always the main part. But gents, you know, Cthulhu, what did you think of that sitting in the sidelines?
Look, I gotta say, maybe I was sleeping on, you know, the AE roster, at least with some of the performances. Definitely good to see that, you know, players like Namni, players like Voon were able to, you know, pop up on the higher ends of the leaderboard. Shame that just things didn't particularly align. Certain, you know, plays resulted in them being kind of picked apart one by one, and kind of it seems like that kind of is a reoccurring kind of pattern, is that AE has a really good plan, they have a good theory, but it's always based off of the fact that all 5 players are alive, and the moment that kind of whole 5 core at least starts falling apart, or you take out just one kind of puzzle bit out of it, the whole thing crumbles.
Well, going into our next matchup, of course, avoiding the crumble is going to be a big point of talk, of course. Circular Spheres versus the Big Dogs. When we come back after the break, we'll dive on into it. We'll see you back soon.
Take it all away. We're gonna run, we're gonna walk, you're gonna have to hear me talk. We're gonna fly, take it all away.
Map 1 done. It was taken by Antic. They got there in the end. Heading into our second match of the evening. This one is probably going to be a little bit closer and probably a little bit more brutal, if we're being honest with ourselves. Circular Spheres taking on the big dogs, Cthulhu. They're coming back into it. It's been a while since we've seen this name played.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while. The last time we did get to see them is the Promo Relo tournament back at the end of 2021, and look, unfortunately, things been rather grim for that said roster. But Big Dogs now coming, whilst the name is the old one, the roster is all new. The ex-Warriors team that has had a few good highs and a fairly large lows as well.
Yeah, plus the addition, obviously, of Mackenzie joining their roster, trying to bring some of that chaos that he knows and loves so well coming into it. But there you see on your screen, for Circular Spheres, Japer, Physics, Scroomstar, Ornami, and Goof, 2 players formerly of the 60-20 Kings. They splintered off and started their own group. Now the big dogs coming back into it. Not the big dogs of old, obviously Logic and Shaq having moved up into OCN. But I mean, Proto coming into this matchup, what do you reckon? Where does the decision factor come from? Who's making or breaking this matchup?
It's a hard one to tell, Panda, if I'm being completely honest. Both teams, so far for this stage, won their Playday 1 matches. Big Dogs 7-3 on Villa, Spheres 7-1 on Borders. So coming into this, both teams are with a dub. So one of these teams is going to be walking away with their first L, but it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, Big Dogs looked really solid after the rework from the Warriors, then going to Big Dogs, picking up that new face. But Spheres, I mean, in normal Spheres fashion, hyper aggression, really dominant matchup in their first Playday, and a 7-1. I mean, what a way to take it. Coming into this, if I had to put my money on one team, I would probably say Spheres, just purely based off Playday 1 sort of outcomes.
And of course, both these teams coming out of the last stage in the top 4. Circular Spheres finishing 2nd overall, with the Warriors finishing 4th. Now adding Mackenzie to their roster, though, Cthulhu, and seeing some of the success that he's had with different rosters in the OCL. Do you reckon that could be sort of what leads them to a higher positioning this stage?
Look, I'll be honest. I'm kind of not yet fully decided on whether it's going to be a big, dub pickup for them, because, between Mackenzie and Fakers, both of these players have played together for a little bit and quite a ranging success. So, I mean, filling out the shoes that Bob has left, look, yeah, there's definitely a possibility that they would be able to fully, wrap it all up and say, yep, Big Dogs are now on a whole new chapter and ready to roll. But in saying that, look, I think today is going to be a pretty solid testament to how this new roster might just be able to perform.
Well, speaking of ready to roll, let's get on to the map Vito and see where we are being taken for map 2 of the evening. And Proto, we're back at it again. Oregon, back into Oregon with these 2 teams. Who do you favour?
I still think my money is going to be with Spheres. I mean, the Vito, given that it is one of those sort of maps that allows for an aggressive play style, I mean, we saw it a little bit from Antic in game 1 there. So coming into this, we have Oregon as our map pick, no real surprise, and Spheres are probably going to look good for this. Big Dogs, though, I rate the border ban right off the bat. They were not letting that through at all after what they saw in Playday 1.
Going into, I mean, such a strategic map, obviously here in the OCL, we're known for a bit of looseness, a bit of aggression. Cthulhu, do you reckon that could be a problem for either of these teams? A structured map that with an aggressive playstyle?
Look, honestly, I'll be honest. I think we might just have a relatively even playfield here between the 2 rosters, because on the side of Circular Spheres, they're a team that are very well known to be quite aggressive in their play. They know how to make it work. They know how to, play for those swings. On the side of Big Dogs, they have a decent amount of theory, but it's their swinging power that has been occasionally, lacking in certain departments. But I reckon now that we are kind of going into Playday 2, already a few of the days have passed ever since, Playday 1, and they got to, wrap up quite a number of plays. I reckon this could be a relatively even game. I wouldn't be even surprised if we do get to see an overtime.
And Proto, obviously, we saw a couple of interesting operator bans in our first map. seeing the Osa and the Nook being taken out, Mira being let through but not touched at all. Do you reckon we see it's sort of mainline back to what is meta at the moment?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see a lot more mainstream inside of the bans. Obviously Thatcher, something along the lines of maybe the Flores as well, but I don't know if Mira is going to be touched yet again, both in the ban phase and in play. It seems like people are shying away from her completely. So I think the bans will be relatively back to normal for this game if I had to sort of guess, Panda, but obviously we don't know yet.
And obviously, you know, a lot of priority around Finker at the moment,
Yeah.
the crutch LMG pick, as most people do tend to call it. Do you reckon we see that targeted out at all, Proto?
Yeah, I reckon we could. I mean, Spheres are a team that really enjoys Finker, but so are Big Dogs. So if either of them sort of get the inkling, I definitely think Finker could be a target ban here.
And Cthulhu, look, we got to see Sens once. It worked, but not in the way that it should have worked. It was a kill and then a death. I mean, if you were to, you know, be the one making these calls, to setting up these strategies, where is the priority for someone like Sens? Where do you send them on an attack? What site are you looking at?
Honestly, I think for Sens here is going to be basically either the downstairs site to be able to cut off some of the crossfire positions. Her utility is absolutely amazing at doing that, at least cutting off the sight lines. And the other one is basically, well, pushing somewhere towards even the meeting room and the kitchen site, where you push towards the stage, you cut it off at least to a certain degree, that sort of whole bit of the site, and then you go in for the plant. So there's a few good kind of plays for Sense, but they are very much of a operator that is a late game kind of utility.
And obviously, we got to see some interesting picks coming through, but Proto, Azami left up, not touched at all for the entirety of Oregon. Do you reckon we see that same sort of approach here with Circular Spheres and Big Dogs, or is it something that they're probably going to be relying on a bit more heavily?
It's honestly hard to call, man. I mean, Azami fits into a lot of different play styles. Obviously, you can set up more defensively minded positions with those keeper barricades, but given that she has access to impacts, a really good gun, as well as those barricades being able to be used on more of an offensive style, you know, closing up breaches, windows, stuff like that to allow for rotates, I think it's an operator that we could see, but given that we didn't see it in the last matchup, and I mean, I don't know. I really don't think we will see Azami as much as maybe we would assume going into Game 2.
We are just waiting for the map to get underway. Look, gentlemen, we'll give it to you now. What's your call? Who takes the half? Or is it going to be a 3-3? And who takes the map?
Go on, Cthulhu.
I'm thinking 3-3 is going to be the first half, and then we'll get to see the actual make or break kind of thing in the second one, where I definitely feel like this may end up kind of going down to literally just an endurance run. Because with Big Dogs, look, you have Boff, you have a person who has a relatively, level-headed approach to kind of how to keep the team in check. On the side of Circular Spheres, look, they have been able to, play the long game. They have been able to play a rather quick sort of set of scorelines in the more recent days. So, I mean, it definitely will be, for Spheres, this is definitely going to be a much more challenging run than 1620 Kings in first Playday. But to how big of an extent it is going to be a challenge, I suppose yet to be found out.
If I had to pick, I mean, Panda, I'm thinking 4-2 for Spheres and then maybe a 7-5 overall for Spheres still. But I mean, both of these teams have the ability. It could easily be a reflip back to the other side and for Big Dogs to walk away with that score. So, I mean, I don't know. It is a hard one to call going into this matchup.
Now, apparently we're having some internet issues, so we'll just be getting that sorted in a moment, of course. But, look, I'm sorry, Cthulhu. I have to do it to you. The Old Manic Monday special. Give me the win conditions. What are the win conditions?
I was waiting for that to go around. Look, okay, on the side of Circular Spheres, basically your win conditions is get that early momentum going, early entry into the building, get the first frag in your kind of favor, and then from there on it's basically just play your own game, because Circular Spheres are known to be able to play for that momentum very, very heavily. On the side of Big Dogs, wait for Circular Spheres to trip up, to make that mistake, and basically set up for countering that aggression, play for the crossfires, play maybe slightly for a bit more passive play, and definitely 110% don't let yourself be isolated. Don't let yourself be completely cut off from defaulting back to the side, because this is where a Circular Spheres will eat you up like it's nothing.
Yeah, look, I 100% agree with what you said there. There's some very, very capable fraggers on Circular Spheres, and much like you said, Proto as well. I would imagine the community's probably leaning a little bit towards them if we had the vote going. Big Dogs, again, just untested, coming back in, the name that it's had some interesting connotations in the ANZ scene. So seeing it come back is it's going to be, can they avoid that legacy that they've given us? But Cthulhu, before you head off, final thoughts, give it to us.
Final thoughts, regulation, but a 7-5. I might be a copycat and go with Circular Spheres here as well.
All right, go rest up for a bit. We see you back after the map, of course. Proto, we're diving on into Oregon once again. Big Dog start on the defense, Circular Spheres on the attack. Operator ban phase underway.
Yeah, as I said, Pen, I think it's going to be relatively more clean cut and polished. Hibana definitely fits into that, I would say. Not something we see banned a lot, but still one that we do see on, more often than not, I think, is something that we could probably chalk that up to. So Hibana being taken off. I would imagine we'll see Cade go here as well. Maverick will be a lifeline, and Thatcher as well from Circular Spheres. So on the attacking side, definitely more normal, but defense is still up to the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that last map was meta in terms of what we've come to expect in terms of the approach to Oregon. It was simplistic. They made it work, but it wasn't. It's not something that you'd see run in the top tiers. There were picks that were available that weren't lent into whatsoever, and they very much played a cookie cutter game. There we go, Valkyrie and Mira to round it out in the defense. Understandable. I mean, that's about as straightforward as you get. The only real difference being Hibana, which, I mean, you'd traditionally see something like the Flores instead.
Yeah, especially for Oregon, but we didn't see it too much, arguably, in that last game. We did see it a couple times, Cloud bringing out the Flores to somewhat of an effect. I mean, we did see it have some impact on that top floor to bottom floor, but, I mean, I wouldn't really arguably say that it was a defining factor for Altered Edge or, even for Antic. So, look, it's no surprise that Flores isn't here in round number 1, but you know who is? Panda Azami. Round 1 here for the Big Dogs on the board straight away for Fakers. Good to see her being bought.
Oh, and there you go. Boff is actually going to be playing today. I mean, I know that his intention was to, take a back seat, play more of a support to the team in terms of the behind the scenes, as he was for the Big Dogs last year, but taking the field today with the rest of the boys. Mackenzie there as well, picking up the smoke. Chaos Incarnate, as we tend to call him, but you see the knock and play, you see that thinker as well. I mean, all indicators point to Circular Spheres looking to play that deep cut game. They want to get Japer in. They want to take some big picks early.
Yeah, it's going to be a large focus, I'd imagine, on early aggression from Circular Spheres. We saw it on Border for Playday 1, so whether or not that is sort of the reiteration of the point, I guess we will see momentarily. But so far, early on, starting things off rather slowly, making their way up to the top of Small Tower as well as the top of Master. Blue Panda leading the charge. Physics on the finger right now for Circular Spheres.
This vert hold that you see quite often in that first floor defense makes a lot of sense out of the Big Dogs. They want to deny that verticality, especially with the aggressive capabilities that are coming out of Circular Spheres. They've got insanely mechanically gifted gunners. They will look to play that vert game. They've been playing this competition for a while now. They understand the steps that you need to take to go for an execute.
Yeah, definitely a slower start here for Circular Spheres. Not too much in terms of damage or kills for them right now, but I mean, we look towards the pit side of things. Japper already down on the knock in Attic, and with that sort of silent step ability, has taken a lot of good control. The bulletproof right next to him might be an issue, provided it comes online, but there we go. We'll clear that out. So Position somewhat given away, but it's actually Goof to open things up with 2 big kills jumping in the double window. Somehow, the big dogs let that happen, make it 3. Goof on the sledge on a heater in round 1.
Not only has he done the damage, well, they lose one back. Buff falls courtesy of Crimstar. Goof, I mean, he has been a performer in the OCL for the last sort of 8 months. Played quite well at that, and Chont finds himself alone looking to clutch up with a minute 20 to play here, Proto. Not an ideal situation, especially given that utility's still remaining.
Yeah, there's a lot on the board for Spheres here, and, you know, in a 1v4, we saw it done in the last game. Maybe it's done here again, but Goof has been looking great this round and will continue to do so with 4 big kills in round number 1. And unfortunately for the big dogs, not the greatest start on Oregon here, but for Spheres, I mean, they are living up to the name that they have made for themselves in terms of the aggression that they bring. That was a very fast-paced, very aggressive frag-heavy round from them.
Yeah, it came off of, they got some key positions early on. I mean, you saw just how deep Japer was on the Nook, setting themselves up for the push, gave them that comfort, and then Goofed. Well, he did his thing. He went and found 2 kills, found a third for himself, and then got the vert underway. So it wasn't necessarily they checked everything off the checklist that they needed to, but hey, look, they skipped a couple of steps because they found so many kills early on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Goof finding those first 3 kills was really the big opening point for them to sort of just walk on in and take whatever control they wanted without any real contestment. I mean, Big Dogs losing those 3 players, unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to let Goof just jump in the main double window without any punishment from below. The holes were there. We saw them. Blue Panda, no one watching them for that vault in. So the cover maybe not necessarily there, unfortunately, but really well read into by Spheres. Obviously, a bit of self-droning from Goof goes a long way, apparently, in terms of what happened and unfolded. But still a great round for them to find, especially with being so dominant in it. But this is an interesting setup here from the Smoker Mackenzie inside a small tower.
It's something that we're seeing a little bit more often, you know, sort of over that last 4-month period. Teams willingly, aggressively holding small tower with the setup around it, with his army now being out of quarantine as well. The keeper barriers just allow for so much more aggression in that hold. It's so much harder to clear out, especially when you've got the likes of a Jaeger or a Whamai in play to clear that utility before it can get the barrier. But look at this, a deep cut in through the basement. You've got one pushing up freezer stairs and one heading over towards the laundry. This could be the pinch in that Circular Spheres need to bag a second round.
It's a huge cut-off for them as well. Jappa and Krim both having pretty much all of the rotates throughout the main and Z side completely locked off. And that is going to be big for Circular Spheres here, because as the pressure now starts to come onto the top floor from Physics and Crimstar, this is going to be a big part of the push where they can just cut off the rotates completely, or at least a large amount to some degree, and start to put some pressure on towards the site and everyone rotating back to it. But as I say that, of course, Jappa's going to walk away and sort of forfeit that top freezer position as Crimstar starts to gather some more information. So Circular Spheres sort of pivoting off that hold for the rotates and now making their way to look to find some frags on the top floor again.
Yeah, good ground being taken early on, but the bite back from Big Dogs, this could be the upset they need, plus diffuser control to boot.
It's going to have to be some big kills, but Mackenzie's going to be with the shotgun in hand, finding 2 walking through the Z hallway as he cleans up both Japer and Crimstar, leaving things up to Goof. He found 4 in round 1. Can he find 5 in round 2 for the ace clutch? And Circular Spheres' second round, it's going to be a tall order, but with the Sledge and the L85, it definitely seems like he's quite capable of doing so, given his round 1 performance, Panda. But with a minute in play, it's not a whole lot of time for him to work with. And I'd imagine, given that the Big Dogs have let him sort of walk around as much as he has, they're going to play quite passively. They're just going to wait for it. Mackenzie with the shotgun inside a Z, most likely going to win this fight. Indeed he will. 3 for him in the round. Big Dogs with a flawless to answer back and put a round on the board for themselves.
Impressive stuff. I mean, the loss that they suffered in the first round, Goof going as hard as he did, and then to come back with a round like that on the same site, it's exactly what you want to see out of the Big Dogs. Obviously, Kraken departing after stage 1, having made it into OCN, has left a bit of a void in the top of the Oceanic Challenger League. It was hard to tell who was going to be the favourite team, and there's a couple of them now vying for that top spot.
Yeah, Circular Spheres finishing in second obviously puts them, at least statistically, in terms of where they finished on the leaderboard last stage, in a good position to find that. But Big Dogs, you know, ex-Warriors after that roster change, have looked really good after Playday 1, coming into Playday 2. We saw from them in that round a great sort of adaptation to what we saw from Circular Spheres. They sort of closed off a lot of those avenues of entry. I mean, we saw a lot more doors barricaded, etc., etc. A lot more sort of focus on those flanks positions as well, which caught Circular Spheres off guard to some degree, but that was a good round from them. Flawless is definitely a way to bounce back, and a good way to bounce back going forward from a loss, but I wouldn't imagine that's going to do too much to the mental or too much to the playstyle of Circular Spheres. It's going to be back to hyper-aggression. We've got the Jackal once more from Physics, with Goofed now picking up the legs of the Finker. Trading off the Sledge, though, Hard Breach lost Panda. I mean, don't think that's going to do too much for them.
Yeah, I think it's that understanding. Obviously, they know that it's a basement site. There is nothing that a Sledge... Well, I mean, I say nothing. There is, obviously, frag grenades and a gun. There's always room for that in a lineup, of course. Plus, you can clear out some of that utility with the hammer if you get close enough to. But it's that understanding, that pivot, that last-second switch. They know where they're going to have to take those openings and create them for themselves, deal with the hatches, get themselves in. But this player culture right now, insecurity, could definitely upset the flow, especially if he finds Ornami.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be difficult to clear him out. He is on track now, so they know that he's in here. Culture does have support from Freezer, but the call's been made, and probably the right call given the position that they found themselves in. It is going to be a fall-off there for those two players. Boff now the only player on this second floor looking to really put the damage in early on here, but he has been droned out, so position's largely known. Whether or not they can find this kill is another question completely. Jappa possibly spotting him out at the end of Green Hall. They obviously have one player upstairs as well in Attic. So still some really good reach here for Big Dogs. As I say that, Jappa will go down and Circular Spheres find themselves at the disadvantage once more.
Big Dogs, it seems, returning to form with the name, the old name. But that's a big kill to take early. Nook and Japer off the board. Japer, one of the most standout players for this team last stage. Him being removed and that flank potential of the Nook as well gone means that one key piece of the puzzle is removed. Goofed already down bot laundry stairs. Crimpstar pushing into Freezer. They are encroaching onto the site, but it doesn't feel like they've done the work they need to go for this execute yet.
It's going to have to be a big amount of effort here put in from Circular Spheres. They have very capable gunners on the board left alive and some good damage dealt in the early parts of this round. Obviously, Fakers and Boff both on low HP as Goof makes his way into the site. It's going to be a lot of bodies here for him to clean up with two on the LMG early. Culture will find one onto Crim for consolidation. Boff with one as well, or Nami to take down Mackenzie. As it all starts to unfold on the site, Culture for a second means that it's all up to Goof once more to clutch up the round. Two players on quite low HP. The pre-fire from the Finker LMG isn't going to find the player in Freezer straight away, but Boff from the long haul to clean things up. Goof had the ability, but unfortunately didn't have the ability to look in two directions at once. Panda and Big Dogs, a little bit of a scrappy ending, but they're going to lock down round number 2 for themselves nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, it was an incredibly disjointed attack out of the side of Circular Spheres. I mean, look, they bounced back rather well, having lost Japer, but I mean, Goofed on his own. Yeah, he was able to get to the site and find two, but he had literally no backup, and he wasn't in a position to help his teammates and set up crossfires to deal with whatever presence was coming from the Big Dogs, and they played that rather well. And even that last gunfight, Goofed had unfortunately missed out in the initial spray, didn't get the kill confirmed, and it allowed Boff to swing in and find the closer there. So Circular Spheres definitely looking a little bit shaky here in the start. So maybe it's not like they're totally out of these rounds, but there's still a couple of things that it feels like they're skipping a few steps.
Yeah, they're definitely jumping the gun, I think, a little bit, Panda, in terms of trying to play for early kills. And Big Dogs read into that. I mean, they let it happen round 1, but round 2 and 3 were definitely a lot more polished from them. We saw the drop-off of the roam really early. We saw the players going back to the site to play for the trades, and ultimately it worked perfectly. At the end of the round, there was just trades back and forth. 2 kills here, 2 kills back. It was really well done at the end of that round. So Big Dogs, early on, learning the lesson and making the change. And for Circular Spheres, as you said, the over-aggression at the start of these rounds has definitely seemed to cost them a little bit here.
Mackenzie, Looking to lean into that chaos that he was so well known for early on. But you look at this. The setup, it's that aggressive extension in towards the big tower for a second floor hold, which, I mean, we've seen a bit of as of recent, but it's a very risky setup in that if you lose control of that big tower and you don't get the reinforcement of it's a free avenue in towards pit, you can start to take that control on the attack. So they're going to rely on this offsite presence if they want to bag this win.
Yeah, they're going to have to. I mean, the roam for the last couple rounds has already proven to be a pretty big part of what the big dogs are relying on to find at least kills. But as I say that, Goof opening up the round once more, finding a big kill onto Mackenzie. Make it 2. Shont goes down as well, swinging on from Kids. And the Finker, not even just the Finker, Goofed in general, absolutely insane. Crim to add one now onto Boff as well. And very quickly, Culture and Fakers find themselves in a 1v2. 3 huge kills. Culture with 2, Fakers with 1 as well. Circular Spheres have just lost a massive lead.
I mean, what a way to answer back. Culture hitting some ripper shots and Fakers there as well. I mean, you look at 2 of these players for the side of Circular Spheres, Japer and Physics, 2 standout players in this roster, not having the impact that we know that they're capable of. 0 and 3, the both of them. Crim has had a couple of big play days, and that kill there could seal the deal, could give him the opening he needs, and of course it does. Crim Star, he's had some massive games for this team. You never count him out in a gunfight.
Right on point. You'll have to see it. Point and click from Crim there at the end. 2 kills for him, but some great trades in that round. I mean, Goof finds 2, but then as soon as Goof finds those 2, Culture finds 2, and then Fakers finds 2, and it all just was trades back and forth. Ultimately, that round's coming out in favor of Circular Spheres, but really good gunplay from everybody at the moment in this matchup. Oregon so far proven to be very fruitful in terms of the frags. Goof doing goofed things, 8 kills. Japper and Physics, unfortunately, yet to find their way onto the board. And as you know, as we sort of highlighted and seen from them before, these 2 are pretty big players for Circular Spheres. So something may be going on behind the scenes, just maybe not having a lucky night tonight.
Either way, like it's been some very impressive stuff. I mean, Goof 8 and 3 for a reason. He's found some very, very big impact frags so far. Crim doubled his kills on that last round with the clutch, a very impressive one. We've seen some rather big clutches tonight so far.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more before the close. Right now, 2 apiece. We're on par. This is the standard trajectory for an Oregon map in comp at the moment.
Yeah, definitely sort of shapes up to be 4-2, 3-3, unless you're Antic and walk away with 5-1 halves on Oregon. But again, you don't take Antic to Oregon. Saying that though, Circular Spheres, 2-2 is a pretty decent position to find yourself in, given that it is Oregon, defend decided, etc., etc. But Ash at the top of the freezer, I believe, if I'm not wrong, is going to be getting in relatively early here. Japer switching off onto more of an aggressive character this time, and looking to do some early damage here for Circular Spheres.
Physics heading straight up big tower, wants to get involved. The rotate has already been reinforced. It's Mackenzie, though, who will kick it off with a kill onto Japer, who, I mean, he is being shut down hard tonight.
Yeah, really, really just targeted, I would even say. Whether or not big dogs are knowingly doing it, Japer is just not having any luck whatsoever, unfortunately, in this game so far. But either way, you know, you can shut down one of the big fraggers. Why not do it? But you can't do anything to stop Goofed. He's going to win that fight nonetheless. But there you go, the trade back from Mackenzie. So you can stop him in this instance, Panda. Goofed falls, but he already gets 1 for the trade. So far, he's at least doing damage before being taken off the board. And now it's last 3 members of Circular Spheres to try and find 4 from big dogs.
Fortunately for the big dogs, Crimstar is there once again. He was able to clutch up their last round, so there's every possibility he clutches it up once again. Physics having already pushed through in towards pit, having taken that control as well. Looking for a little pop nade into Kids' dorms. Big damage onto Mackenzie. He's trying to cover it. Mackenzie going down might just be the opening that they need.
Oh, Sean somehow winning that fight. Mackenzie down, so yet to be picked up. Ornami making it in. Crim with 1 with a nade. Ornami with 2 big kills walking in from the main breach. And Fakers now from below, the only player left for Big Dogs in a 1 versus 2. We'll hear the Clone. He's actually going to let it jump in. This is so big brain from Fakers. Crim now possibly thinking that it's clear even to vault in. They don't know where he is. Have no idea that he's down below this window. Or Nami just waiting for the comm from his teammate. And it will be given now that the site's completely clear. But that begs the question, where is Fakers? And he's downstairs still just waiting for this vault. Could they get the plant off? The big question, Panda. The clone will be used once more, and Fakers, he's just going to dodge it once more. No, this time he is going to opt to shoot it. Position now given away. He's not going to get the kill on Krim either, and this bomb is going to start going down as Fakers makes his way back to the site, and he is going to have to clutch this 1v2.
Plant goes down, the position secured. They know Krim is going to hold the angle, so they've got everything they need for this post. Fakers is going to have to hit some big shots to pull out the win.
It really is 30 seconds left. He's going to opt for the reload. Not really too much choice, making his way on up. SMG now in hand as he gets to the top of the white stairs. Almost the pre-fire headshot there for the player inside of Kids. He will spot the head of Ornami, but it's Crimstar who's there to clean things up for Circular Spheres. And after a couple of fumbles, a couple rounds previous to this, Crimstar obviously now showing up to the game, clutching some big rounds for Circular Spheres. And that is going to be looking good for them going forward. Now taking the lead once more, 3-2. Looking good for that 4-2 half. I think Big Dogs definitely have some bite left over, Panda. 3-3, I think, could definitely be on the cards.
It seems to be a recurring trend this evening. It's teams are watching every angle they need to, except the one that costs them the round. I mean, Physics pushing in, getting pit control, was able to take a couple of picks, open the side up, and then that's where it fell apart for the defense. It was the same on the Circular Spheres attack. They were covering every angle they needed to, except for the one that Kaz was watching. Boff able to pick up those kills and blow the round wide open. So it's close, but it's not quite enough. They just need to be doing that one little extra thing more for these rounds to come together.
Yeah, obviously, it's just the little things, Panda. There is still a lot of good things from both teams in respect, and while, yes, at the moment Circular Spheres lead, Big Dogs are definitely looking good to at least possibly equalize before going into the second half, given that they have had really good rounds. I mean, they almost won that. They almost took the trades back once again, but it is coming down to a lot of back and forth. I mean, the trades are there pretty much every round for both of these teams, so at least that aspect in regards is looking really good.
You take those victories where you can, of course, but I mean, Proto, there are two players that are 0-4 for Circular Spheres right now. Japer and Physics, the only impact they've had is 4 assists so far. That is not an ideal situation whatsoever. And the fact that between Goofed, Crib, and Ornami, they have 18 kills in 6 rounds played. I don't know how they've got the victory here at the moment. Kaz opens things up with a kill on the Goof. Your Finker off the board immediately. That is huge.
On top of that, your top fragger, Goofed, the one that is arguably doing a lot of the back-breaking work here for Circular Spheres, just taken away, gone so quickly in this round. And rightfully so, Big Dog's going to be happy with that pick and just back off straight away. No real reason for them to stay upstairs here on this roam, given that they found one of the most impactful players early on. So that is going to be a big dub in itself, now allowing them to just play on the site and wait for things to happen. But the thing that they do have to worry about is the fact that Crimstar is definitely still alive and looking for some kills to catch up with Goofed.
The advantage there, Physics clearly trying to deal with one of these hatches. Unfortunately, with the Kate on the board, it does get a little bit trickier, having to deal with the electrification. There's not any guaranteed way to escape it. Crimstar taking that kill onto Culture, especially with Japer on the board and those 2 smokes. That could have been a pivotal pick in this defense.
Yeah, Crim now with freezer control as well. He may not know it, but has the ability to sort of just make his way down and maybe even play for the pick on the player close right. He has heard it, so the sound cue is there. The cross as well, though, set up from Fakers, so whether or not that kill is to be got, a different prospect, a different question. But as he swings on round, he's going to be able to find the player close left and close right. Crim with 3 huge kills. Can he maybe find 4? Japer will find himself on the board finally to take Boff out, and Shont finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Crimstar walking around looking for another, will not get it, and Physics is actually there to take that kill with him at the end of that round. Both players find themselves a spot on the leaderboard, but also find Circular Spheres the lead going into their defensive half. Blue Panda 4-2 on the board at the end of the half.
I mean, that's insane. I mean, it was just, tentative little, engagements to start things off. Goof goes down to Boff, and then, slowly Krim walks his way in, takes control of Freezer, and then boom, 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 it all just falls apart on the site. They just got too much to cover, and it's like I said, teams are covering every angle they need to, except for the one that ultimately cost them the round, and it was Krim in that Freezer taking down that first pick. He then had no cover on him from the defense, and he was able to blow that round wide open.
It was perfect. It was perfect positioning from Krim, and equalizes with Goof now in terms of kills, both on 9. But yeah, Japper and Physics both find themselves some type of footing in that round and secure their first kills going forward. But Panda, a good half regardless. I mean, as you sort of highlighted, Physics and Japper not really having too much effect on the kills side of things, but Circular Sphere still holding a 2-round lead is a big sort of hint to how much Goof and Krim are just busting in and taking names right now on this attack. I mean, Big Dogs going on to the attacking side are going to have a relatively big task ahead of them now, given that they're 2 rounds down and Circular Spheres have the defense.
Yeah. And Mackenzie, obviously, given the think, he's going to be looking to put the LMG to work, but it's Japer looking to kick things off. P10 Roni in hand on the Mozzie. Dorm's main on that double window, looking for someone to get up on the rappel, and a pick here could be the opener that Circular Spheres need to start to close out in this half.
As they make their way in to small tower, there's no one really there to greet them right off the bat. Japper at the bottom of white, though. He's definitely heard the player walking into dining. Shunt will get some minor chip damage. It seems actually a considerable amount of damage onto Shunt here as he drones, I believe, outside a tower. It is going to be Boff to find the opener onto Krim. Culture now taking down Physics as well, and Circular Spheres on this roam have definitely not had the luck finding those opening kills as maybe they would have liked.
Yeah, that's it's rough, but not impossible to redeem, of course. They've got the tools, they've got the smoke, they've got the gunners as well. But given... Okay.
Oh, no.
I don't think Boff has any idea. I think that he's just been timed perfectly by Japer, whether he knows it or not.
This could be big. The drone is there, but the information is not. Japer. No! He's going to opt to walk away. He doesn't have any idea that Boff is there as Culture takes down on Army, but it's probably the right call, given that there is only one player on site. Japper needs to get back and help his teammate as much as he can. Maybe find a pick on the way. The player walking into garage, and DD will. Shunt to go down. Panda, if Goof can find this one inside of Z and DD will, things are looking a lot more doable as he finds another and gets away with it before Mackenzie can find the trade, but no, the reaggression. It's all up to Japper now on the site, a solo in a 1v2. Can he do it?
I mean, historically, the answer should be yes in this game. I'm a little bit less sure. He's only got the 2 so far, and Mackenzie... Okay,
Ooh.
Never mind. Forget what I said. Japer's on for it.
Japer, he's awoken in this round. This will be his 3rd kill, provided he can find it. Boff has had great effect so far this game. Japper will spot the head, but the shot not there. Maybe he didn't spot the head as he gets over on the cross. The P10 Roni losing those 5 bullets. Could have found the kill there, but unfortunately it wasn't. The damage has been dealt though. Boff now on 1 HP means that Japper is going to have the advantage coming into this, but looking the wrong way. No idea that wall's opened up and Boff has walked into the site, and unfortunately for the Mozzie, it's not going to win that clutch up. This time, Big Dogs on the attack. Going to put a round on the board and one closer to equalising.
A symphony of errors, as it is often called. I mean, Japer in the prime position to deal with Boff earlier in that round. I mean, that's the butterfly effect or whatever you want to call it. If Japer had found that pick on the Boff, they would have won the round because that was ultimately what it came down to. Truly unfortunate that also caught looking the wrong way multiple times by both of them, and it just doesn't go in the favour of Secretary. Back within 1, Big Dogs in striking distance.
It's a real shame for Japper. He was so close, but yeah, look. Unfortunately, not catching rotates and seeing things that maybe we would have seen Either way, a good attempt nonetheless from him. Circular Spheres. They're going to give up on the bottom floor at the moment and opt to go straight to the top floor. Probably the good choice. Panda, keep Big Dogs guessing, keep them switching things up, or at least how they're doing things, because their operator lineup has been relatively the same. Barshont switching up onto the line here, so trying to lock down this roam a little bit more this time. Circular Spheres are going to have to manage themselves on this roam a little bit more actively now that the line is in play.
Indeed. But again, it's that willingness to step up. Circular Spheres are playing this as we've come to expect from the OCL. Do you want to get up in the face? You want to be taking those aggressive angles. First pick going the way of Ornami. And Voff is, I can't say whether or not that was because of a disconnect.
Maybe. I mean, something is going on. Whether or not he was just trying to rush in to lose his life and then go for the reconnect. Either way, he's gone. All the same, the kill was got. And then ultimately this came out. Mackenzie getting aggressive. He's going to walk into the pre-fire from Goof. Then a well-played shot with the MX4. He's going to collect the headshot there onto the Finker. So two big characters, operators, taken off the board for Big Dogs. And now 3 versus 5 find themselves in a disadvantage early on. Circular Spheres in good position to find at least, hopefully, this round. But Big Dogs have some... Okay, they had big players left on the board. Fakers does take down Goof, but I don't think this is looking very good for them, Panda, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, I think I'd have to put it down to a tech issue that cost Boff his life there, plus losing 2 incredibly impactful operators in your Finker and your Iana. That's information gathering, plus that utility clear, plus the sustainability. They lose Shont as well, even more information gathering off the board. It's Fakers alone with the Thermite. He might be good for 1 here, given that they are quite obviously forcing up into it. Might even be 2, but ultimately, Circular Spheres would have to make the call that look, we don't want to be silly. Slow it down, wait for him to push to us.
Yeah, 2 players on the bedroom hatch as well, or at least there was. It's definitely going to make things hard for Fakers here, but he's going to make the right choice and back off for the time being. Jappa has repositioned to the bottom of white, but Fakers is actually just going to jump on outside, not for the rotate towards the big window, Panda. Whether or not that comes of anything for him, a completely different question, given he has to find 3 in the next 50 seconds.
I mean, it's doable if they all line up and try and force into him. But the likelihood of that, I think, is quite low. Circular Spheres play that defense quite well, playing into the aggression that we know them for. And, okay, maybe they are going to do it. Ornami feeds out the first. Fakers, they are playing this insanely aggressive. Luckily, though, Jappa is going to find the kill this time around, but that was a risky approach. There was no need to be playing it that aggressive.
Yeah, no need at all from Circular Spheres, but it paid off. Panda, it worked, I guess, to some degree. It was very risky in the process of doing so, but look, either way, Circular Spheres walk away with a round. We are going to have the pause, unfortunately, for Big Dogs as we do wait for Boff to reconnect. But Panda, I mean, so far, Circular Spheres have looked pretty good on this defense. Big Dogs did find that 1 round, but other than that, Circular Spheres have bounced back pretty quickly from that first loss.
Well, I mean, again, I think it speaks to there's been little to no change from the Circular Spheres between the 2 stages. I think the only really big one was obviously Geordie out for now. Physics, who was a sub at the time in that stage 1. This is a team that has been playing in this capacity for a very, very long time now, and they have not deviated. They're playing this style of Siege, which they played last stage as well, and with a team like the Big Dogs, who are relatively fresh, I suppose would be the best way to describe it, in terms of this is not a core 5 that they've been playing with for all that long. I can understand why these cracks are showing.
Yeah, it's... Pressure could also be, you know, a big thing, Panda. Both teams have had small amounts of change, and things are still relatively maybe new, given that this is only Playday number 2, so could be an affecting factor, but at the end of the day, we can't really put it down to too much. Circular Spheres and their aggression are just trumping out. I mean, Goof, I believe before I got to look at the scoreboard, 13 kills. Crimstar as well, currently sitting on 11, 12, somewhere in the region of. So they are having an absolutely insane game and just fragging out right now. And for big dogs, obviously that is not a good thing, given that if they're fragging out, it usually means that a couple of the big dogs players are down for the count early on, which we've found to be the case most rounds so far, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to sit there and break it down as to, you know, why these things are happening the way that they are. And I mean, yes, it's a new season, but there wasn't any significant enough changes to completely shift and change the dynamic of the game as it was. Yes, you know, no quarantine, so Azami and Sens are available, but I mean, what we've seen Azami once, maybe twice so far this map, and it was in the first half on that big dog's defense for the small tower hold. Since then, we haven't really seen much of it. Sens, we saw it once. It was the first round of the first map we played today, so there isn't that big of a disparity between stage 1 siege and stage 2 siege, but teams that play together longer with the same core roster have that deeper understanding of each other's capabilities plus the game itself. So I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely the case. And unfortunately, a bit of an extended pause here. Boff's internet, whatever it is not having the greatest of evenings. But Boff himself has been having a really good night, actually. He's been finding a lot of those pivotal frags. He's been getting a lot of those openings and been doing a lot of big work for big dogs. So hopefully he can get back in and continue doing that big work. But in saying that as well, Panda, this is technically, to some degree, a bit of a glorified tactical timeout. I mean, these teams could be discussing. This is good time to be discussing if that's what they are doing. And whether or not that's the case, obviously a different question. But so far, Circular Sphere's in the driving seat. Big dogs, I would imagine that they are going to be trying to maybe change a couple things after this rehost pause, whatever you want to chalk it up to, because at the moment, down 2 rounds, Circular Sphere is looking good for possibly even one more. This is going to be a bit of a momentum break, Panda, so I don't know.
Speaking of break, we're going to bring a familiar face back for a bit while we wait for this to get sorted. Cthulhu will be jumping back in with us for a bit of a mid-game chat, something that we don't often get to see Cthulhu. I mean, you've been sitting there, you've been watching, we've both covered these teams and a number of these players for a while now. Is this sort of how you expected the map to be going at this stage?
Honestly, a little bit different turnout really to what I expected. It was definitely initially feeling like maybe a bit of a battle of David and Goliath, but it's cool to see that, yeah, look, Circular Spheres are back to performing, and so are Big Dogs. And with Kaz kind of being able to perform before the disconnect, all looking pretty solid.
Well, from the sounds of it, we might just have players back in, and we're just waiting on production to give us the confirmation. But I mean, look, at the moment, with everything as we've seen so far, you still back in what you said at the start? You still reckon that Circular Spheres have it?
I still reckon, yeah, this is going to be, a Circular Spheres match, but I'm still very much believing that Big Dogs are looking to, take it to as many rounds as they can possibly make it, really. And even if it is going to be OT, look, it will give just about enough shock to Circular Spheres to start thinking, okay, well, we obviously have been relying on players like Goofed for quite a number of plays. I mean, the sheer contrast between himself and then players like Konami, yeah, look, you're starting to think as to whether it's kind of, is it a game of a whole, well-built team, or is it just a group of 5 solo players just kind of out there just being told, oh yeah, just do the basic comms, pick your kind of comfort area operators and just kind of play as well as you can. Whereas on the side of, of Big Dogs, yes, whilst they are struggling to, occasionally best players like Crimstar, who's just able to just keep on flicking between one target to the next one, it's good to see that they are playing for that kind of more so strategical value for themselves, where they're able to play for the positions, where they're able to kind of play for isolation and play for numbers.
And obviously, Friday, we've been sitting there watching everything come together, and it's it's sort of playing out the way we'd expect, the way that it was scripted, obviously, because that's how we run things here for OCL. Everything is by the script, we don't change. But I mean, what in particular has it been for these teams that is letting them down?
I don't know. Big Dogs, we saw it in round 1, the ability of Circular Spheres to find themselves in positions that were just not being watched. You highlighted it at the end of the round where Krim walked down Freezer and found 3. You know, Goof finding the same amount of kills in round number 1, just jumping in the double window. I mean, those positions were largely unguarded. Big Dogs not necessarily paying attention to things that maybe they should have been, or at least very pivotal locations that require being held, i.e. Freezer, the double window jump in when you're extending on the top floor, etc, etc. So for Big Dogs, maybe what they're watching, maybe what they're paying attention to is not the right thing at a certain time. But that's also another thing, lack of information. They don't necessarily have any beepers, barbed wire. We didn't see any bulletproofs on both the double window and downstairs Freezer. So, you know, things like that, obviously now they're on attack, don't matter as much, but that then changes over to drones. You've got flanks, you've got the similar things that are letting them down, I think, in this matchup, and Circular Spheres are pushing on that bruise really, really well.
And obviously, Cthulhu, you know, top tier play is back for Stage 2. We've seen, you know, Pro League starting around the world. We've seen Nationals start. And we've seen, you know, sort of this established meta of how the game is meant to be played across all 9 maps in the pool. And it still feels like here in OCL, we are a couple of steps behind. We are, you know, playing more to comfort. Do you reckon that it is going to be the team that gets with the program, so to speak, that rises to the top in this competition?
Not necessarily, because I definitely feel like between OCL and OCN, there is quite a big of a kind of a playstyle difference. Where with OCN, not only you need to have absolutely cracked gunners that would be able to perform, you also need that sort of that chemistry, that strategical kind of value, that kind of good middle ground. And playing against some of those, some of the just freshly promoted teams, I mean, the best kind of case for that sort of scenario, Kraken, who just got promoted to OCN, they managed to pull off a pretty solid few performances, but that kind of stems from the fact that it's a difference in the playstyles, and obviously, well, the whole honeymoon period has already passed for them. It still managed to show us some really good contrast between the 2 leagues. Whereas now going in here, whilst yes, having that sort of same kind of middle ground is good, but for a number of teams that were able to literally just run away with just having cracked gunners and just kind of full send and play off your game sense kind of play.
Yeah, like you definitely don't have to have the biggest strat book in the OCL to pick up the win, of course, but we have confirmation. We're jumping back into it. Thank you for joining us for the mid-map breakdown, Cthulhu. We'll let you go back and enjoy watching behind the scenes. Proto, we're about to jump back in onto it. We're not far from the close of this map, I don't think. We are like right there, 2 rounds in it, either a victory for Circular Spheres or the tie.
Yeah, it's so far for Circular Spheres been an interesting one. Or Nami though, teasing the Kavira, which is I mean, an interesting pick, a bold pick as well, Blue Panda. But Big Dogs, they've got Boff back in the mix, and after the rehost here, the main question I think will be is, are Circular Spheres going to lose that momentum? They just built up after winning those 2 rounds, and, you know, coming back after a small rehost, that could have all changed, but highly doubt, you know, given that this is a high level of competition. Circular Spheres looked really, really good at the end of it, so back onto the bottom floor for their second attempt. The first maybe not going in their favor, maybe as they had hoped. But Ornami, I rate the Cav pick, but at the same time, maybe not what should have been being bought.
Look, potentially, but we've seen it work in the past. It's not like it's not like you are intentionally throwing the round by picking it. Yes, you are probably setting yourself up at a bit of a disadvantage, but I mean, we've seen Chef Jeff make it work in the last couple of weeks on Theme Park with the Spaz 15. It is also quite, you know, high impact, high risk, high reward operator. If you can get the interrogation off, my God, that is information that you're not going to get anywhere else.
No.
But in the time it takes, you know, get over to them and crouch down and get the knife out and say, you know, where's your friends? Chances are one of them rocks up.
Yeah, look, I rate the pick, and if the interrogation happens, it will be it'll be history being made. If we're being honest, Panda, we don't get to see interrogations too often. So if Ornami can make it happen, then sure. But I believe he was just spotted out there on the drone. No, that's Jappa's drone actually. I didn't even realize that was the Bozzy drone. So indeed he was spotted out, but it was to no information for the attack. And Goofed, unfortunately, the first to go down, but Ornami so close here. Culture, does he know that he's staring down the barrel of the Kavira with Krim taking down Fakers as well here? This could be the interrogation. Ornami, he just needs to swing. Indeed, he will. The interrogation. It's not going to happen because of the Finker self-res, but there was potential, Panda. That could have been it there for Circular Spheres.
Well, Ornami says, welcome to the Rat Pack. Finds a big kill. Oh, no. Oh, that was not ideal for Crimstar. I'm sorry.
Boff was right behind... Ornami was right behind Boff there. That could have been the second kill for him. But unfortunately didn't quite catch the drop in time. And obviously with the Kavira Silent Step as well, you're able to avoid the Jackal track. So this is actually pretty big for Ornami, being allowed to roam on the top floor without being tracked out here. But it is going to be 2 players from Big Dogs, the only 2 remaining, walking down the freezer, opting to get aggressive. But it's going to be Physics to greet them. The aggressive swing. Ornami on the flank will get the down onto Shant. But Physics now with the impact, trying to confirm. It's the swing on round with the MP5K in hand to confirm. Circular Spheres, after that rehost, does not seem to have affected them whatsoever.
There you go. We are on to match point here once again, Proto. Circular Spheres in the lead. Quite cleanly, and they've got 3 rounds to mess around with. Not that I think that they will. But yeah, I mean, it's just, again, Circular Spheres feeling comfortable. They're feeling familiar. They understand the goal and what they need to do, and they trust each other to do it.
Yeah. I'm sad we didn't get to see the interrogation. I'm sure Ornami is as upset as we are, but he was close. He was really, really close to getting it. If it wasn't the Finker, had it have been the Jackal, had it have been, you know, literally anybody else, that would have been the interrogation. But albeit he's going to go for round 2 here on the Cav and try and find that interrogation once more here. Big Dogs. A little bit of a slip up in the information gathering drone side of things, but that's what we highlighted in the break. You know, Cthulhu talked about it. I talked about it. We've seen them miss a couple of those things, whether it be drone work, whether it be information in terms of beepers, lesion mines, whatsoever. They did it again, and it ultimately cost them 2 picks, Criminal and Army both finding 1. But yeah, Circular Spheres right now looking really, really good. Match point, they find themselves 1 round away from closing things out. Big Dogs now need to find 3 in a row, Panda, to make this happen. But with the alibi ping, this could be big. Krim, so much damage dealt to Boff, but the kill ultimately going in favor of the Sledge.
If you're going to swing at the king, you better put him down, because otherwise he's going to kick back hard, and Boffy does that indeed. Unfortunate there for Crimstar. Or Nami, though, he wants to try his... Oh, no. Surely not. Surely there's no way he gets this.
Does he hear? He hears the drone, but surely he knows that the player right next to him is droning. The information coming forward, Ornami is in such a good position to get this kill, but with the information now relayed, the pre-fire, I'd imagine, would be there. Some damage dealt to Mackenzie, but ultimately not the headshot, unfortunately. Jappa will confirm onto Boff, though, so at least they get the kill onto him, albeit a 1-for-1 trade, Blue Panda. And Circular Spheres still hold a pretty big lead, and this round, arguably in terms of the positions they still hold on to.
A Sledge for reward, and I think you take that, honestly, especially on this site too. Meeting in kitchen, you want to get that vert, so you can have a bit of a harder time. You have to play for more of those gunfights instead. Ornami, he's not done yet. He is still playing a lot of these close angles, looking for that Intero. I think he's just on for the highlight clip, if I'm being honest.
He is, especially if he gets the Intero, but it's Goofed to continue doing goof things. 2 big kills for him. Culture goes down, Fakers goes down, and Circular Spheres, just like that, looks so good to close it out here, Panda. The passiveness is now there. They're just waiting things out. A minute is a lot of time for the Big Dogs to work with. Mackenzie and Sean, definitely the ability there for them to clutch this round, but I don't think the hope is there for them right now. Circular Spheres are looking so good to finish this here.
They are indeed. Well, I mean, he's still lurking for it, and Sean is going to take some big damage courtesy of Physics through the footholes. Nitro from below does not connect, unfortunately. It could be Mackenzie to make the difference here. Ventures on towards the stage door, and that is a big pick.
Yeah, still Still 3 to find. Goof there to collect 3 for him in the round. Shant is going to try and open up this soft patch with the Maverick Torch. Obviously takes a bit longer now, but with only 1 HP, Goof going to be looking for his 4th in the round. Bailiff in hand. And only 18 seconds here for Shant. He's going to have to either opt for the drop or push on to find some kills elsewhere. Indeed, he will. Finds the first onto Onami, but Physics to collect and Circular Spheres. They're going to close that out after the rehost regardless. A very swift 7-3, continuing to look really good here in Stage 2.
Yeah, big still. The 60 hertz step apparently, but I mean, Goof hitting some very impressive shots throughout the match. Onami, look, we won't call it throwing just yet, but he got one with the cab. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Intero. Crimstar as well, an amazing clutch earlier on in the map. Just across the board, consistent play that we have been seeing out of this the Circular Spheres roster since its inception. Big Dogs, again, I'd put it down to lack of familiarity. They're still gelling as a team. They're still trying to get things under the belt, trying to make it all work. And sometimes, 2 play days isn't necessarily enough to make that all work, obviously. But Cthulhu jumping back in with us, of course, in just a second. It kind of went to the script. This is kind of how we expected it to go. It's nothing crazy. But, I mean, what did you make of it?
Look, I'll be genuinely honest. I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more oomph from Big Dogs, given the general turnout. Given the fact that, it's a refreshed roster. It's a roster that has quite a lot of promise to even get to the actual, the gunfight capabilities. Unfortunately, for them, it's been very much of a bit of a lackluster turnout, and I think it does go down mostly to just them getting into their own heads. Kind of with the way how, obviously, Circular Spheres have been playing, and not particularly the most conventional kind of fragging Siege. I definitely would have, put a few question marks in the camp, saying, oh, "What is he doing? How does he get away with this?" Namely, Crimstar and Goofed.
And obviously, Proto, it would be hard to argue against the fact it definitely felt like it was a stack of 5 players doing rather well from the Big Dogs, rather than a team that was very disjointed. It wasn't the most coordinated play, but there were still very impressive efforts from each individual member.
Yeah, we saw, highlights from players like Boff that were just sort of individual moments throughout the game. There was definitely not a lot of synergy going on, but again, that sort of highlights just the misplay of information. We saw that relaying information just wasn't there. They losing control of a lot of things, and then ultimately when the picks just don't go in their favor, things ultimately start to fall apart as they lose the ability to have all of those eyes on the board. I mean, drones going around, people watching cameras, etc., etc. I don't think there was a lot of information going back and forth between them, and as you said, they didn't really look like they were a cohesive unit. It was definitely solo moments from individual players in each round come and go, and ultimately that is where Circular Spheres stepped up. They had their chemistry, they had their cohesion, the relay of information was there, and it allowed players like Goofed to just, and Crimstar to just, find 4k here, 3k there, kills back and forth, and it was not a lot Big Dogs could do.
Yeah, and speaking of not a lot that someone could do, Onami unfortunately couldn't get that in Terra, but he's going to get the interview. He's going to be jumping in for a bit of a chat here from the Circular Spheres camp. The king of the Rat Pack himself brought out the Kavira pick. Unfortunately, you didn't get your interrogation. We were on for it, but look, Onami, look, the Circular Spheres boys, they're looking good. How's it feel to pick up the win in Playday 2?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Pretty easy game. No, we weren't worried at all. Yeah, pretty good. Not much to say, to be fair.
Not worried at all. Yeah, right. Yeah,
never
look,
worried.
that's fair. That's fair. Never worry. Yeah, okay. Look, against Big Dogs, given that they have been kind of, going through a few of the changes, with Mackenzie, with Fakers coming into the play, has there been prep to try to counter them a whole lot, or was it just more so just focus on your own performances, and give Goofed kind of the ability to just keep on swinging his finger?
No, we didn't really feel like we needed any prep. We just kind of joined the lobby and did what we did. So, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Shot people, killed them. Not much prep about.
Fair enough. Ultimately, finally, I mean, what was the go with the Cav pick? We saw so close on the interrogation. Was it a pivotal part of the strategy, or was it just more for the memes at the end of the day? I do have to know.
I was just bored. I'm not gonna lie. They told me not to, but I was like, nothing you can do about it. I'm playing it. I'm bored. Yeah.
There you go.
Look, you guys pick up another win. You finished second last stage. Obviously, we're assuming you guys are looking to finish top of the table this time around. But look, before we let you head off on Army, we'll give you the floor. Anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Chef Jeff. Very inspirational man to me. Yeah. And also Japer, because he wasn't at home. He was playing on a different setup today. Yeah. It's all good. We're a little bit handicapped today, but we still got the dub as per usual. It's all good.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll let you
shout out
head
Chef
off on
Jeff.
Army. We'll see you back next week for OCL. We'll probably see Chef Jeff a little bit later as well. Thank you for joining us in the interview booth once again.
Thank you, guys.
A character, you love to see it. Always love the characters here in the OCL. But Cthulhu, again, I'm getting flashbacks of another time, another team that came into a competition and said, we don't need to prep. We don't need to get ourselves into a match. We just come in and play our game. And then they finished third and then disbanded and then rebanded. And do you reckon that might cost them a little bit here?
Look, I mean, fair enough for tonight. You know, they get to be a little bit cheeky with their performance, given the scoreline. I mean, 7-3 is still definitely a relatively, dominant scoreline. But yeah, look, definitely if that is kind of the general approach going into the remainder of the play days, oh yeah, there's gonna be some ugly performances. I'll definitely have to say that.
Oh boy, look, Pro Day, it was, again, there were a couple of scrappy moments, but they got the job done in the end. What, is that sort of how you expected it to play out, though? Was it, too far different from what we got in the end?
I had no doubt that Spheres were going to walk away with it. They looked really good in Playday 1 going into that game, and for pretty much the entirety of that game, they looked really, really solid as well. Yes, it was a 7-5, not a 7-3. Sorry, it was a 7-3, not a 7-5, but still the expected outcome regardless. They finished second for a reason, Panda, and I'd imagine they're looking to continue appearances.
Well, speaking of appearances, our third match of the evening, it's a battle of royalty. On one side of the docket, it's Dynasty. On the others, it's the 1620 Kings. When we come back after the break, we'll jump into map 3. We'll see you then.
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose. We're on fire.
halfway through the Playday here in the OCL Stage 2. And look, I'll be honest, I reckon we've already filled our quota for Oregon so far. We're going into our third map of the evening, gentlemen. It's going to be an interesting one. Dynasty, who we thought last stage was going to be the one to come in and provide the big upset versus 1620 Kings, who, I mean, they've had moments of brilliance, but not quite being able to connect and bring it to fruition. Going into this matchup, do we see a clear frontrunner?
Possibly, we could see quite a quick one, because look, I mean, on one side you have Dynasty, a roster that did go through a bit of a change up. We do see now the introduction of Bob, Flux Zeus as well to the roster, and that does bring quite some interesting implications to that. On the side of 1620 Kings, a completely different tale, a tale of the team that tries to just stick together, gel well, find their kind of their zen, I guess you could call it, and play off the back of their own chemistry.
Well, we had a bit of a sit down and a chat, though. We wanted to get the insight, the lowdown, the scoop on Dynasty. We sat down and had a chat with Spruce to see what he had to say about how things are going in the camp this stage.
Hello, I'm Spruce Moose. My team is Team Dynasty, and I am from Butt Fudge Nowhere. I started playing the game back in the beta testing, and what drew me to was it's just different from every other really FPS out there. Really, there's nothing quite like Siege. The strategy, the depth of it, and the people who play it can be good sometimes, I guess, as well. I mean, the depth in teamwork is really important in Siege compared to any other game, say League and even CSGO to a point. Siege is definitely, you need to be all on point in terms of teamwork, so I guess community does come back to that in some way, having a good team atmosphere. The main focus of this team when I formed it, because I'm like the veteran, is mainly just getting my teammates up to a higher level. I'm not one to get down. I try to be a peacekeeper, a leader, and just do my best to keep everyone happy. I'm not personally worried about myself getting to the next level. I'm washed, I'm done, but if they can achieve something and chase their dreams, then that's a win for me. Well, I'm a country boy, so I love me fishing and me surfing. That's how I try to keep fit, even though I'm pretty fat right now. A lot of people who play games are all from very much a different background than me. So I think the reason why I took to gaming so much is just because I enjoy competition so much, and I can just compete from within my room. I don't have to go out and hit a cricket ball in 40-degree heat to get my competition sometimes, which is nice. My job is I work in bush regeneration, so I'm always out in nature working it. So yeah, my father was outdoor education teacher, and he was always taking me out as a boy out into the wild. So it kind of rubbed off on me. And then right now I'm studying a diploma in conservation and ecosystem management. So that's what I'm doing out of the game. I'm not sure if I specified that earlier. That was probably not. But so I'm just trying to leave a positive mark on this world when I leave it. Culturally, gaming isn't accepted as widely as, say, sports. So there'll always be that push and pull between social life and gaming. So it's all about finding a balance, I guess. Family and friends, they're always like, what the hell are you doing playing some video game wasting your life? But, I've taken a step back from playing Siege as competitively and try to find a more balanced way of approaching it nowadays. Hopefully we get a few more dubs this season, eh? That's about it. It was a rough season last season, but there's always a silver lining,
Old Spruce Moose, eh? He's got some mad dad energy going on there. Look, I'll be perfectly honest. But look, Proto coming into the map, Vito. We get something new. We get something fresh. Dynasty, they give us the Mercy ban. They take Oregon off the board, then give us the Park instead.
Pick between Bank and Theme is definitely a difficult one, Panda, but Theme Park, I'm definitely excited to see what happens. The first time we've seen it this stage, and It's been a long time since I have seen it myself, so I'm hoping that it lives up to all the hype that we're currently giving it, because I'm very excited to see how this map plays out between these two teams.
Cthulhu, look, I mean, you and I, we started casting together at the introduction of Theme Park in its initial run 2 years ago. It was then taken away from us, but I mean, again, another very strat-intensive map. You've got Spruce, a veteran on this Dynasty roster. You can hear he's an incredibly down-to-earth guy. Like, that is something that you need on a map like Theme Park.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, given the fact that it is Dynasty, kind of being the roster that usually ends up playing on those rather off-meta maps. I mean, remembering their starting performance was on Skyscraper, and then it was them basically pioneering that sort of play. I'm very much keen to see how will they perform, and yeah, but just off the back of Spruce's words, he managed to play on all sorts of levels of competitive play. He can lead this roster into those off-meta maps easily.
Well, Proto, we're going to lead on into the map. We'll let Cthulhu go and rest his throat just a little bit more. He's been ravaged by the sickness. I was there last week. It was so rough. He definitely feel for him at the moment. But we're into it. We're into Theme Park. Dynasty are going to kick it off on the defense, and this is probably one of the most defensively intensive maps that we have in the pool at the moment.
Yeah, 100%, especially with bomb sites like Throne that just have, little to not a lot of, I would say, impactful vertical stuff like that. Hard to open up, especially with Maverick being taken off by Dynasty. It's going to make things harder, but 16-20 to ban the Thermite as well. Ace and Habana going to be largely picked upon, I'd imagine, in this game, given they are the only two really hard breaches remaining, obviously with the new iteration. Well, not so new anymore, but the iteration of the secondary hard breach charge, things are slightly there. But interesting bans, Thermite and Maverick, not ones that we would usually see in any map, Panda.
Yeah, coming into it. Valkyrie, understandable, on a map like this, and Azami as well. So we do get to see a bit of priority around her in this ban phase, but I mean, it leaves some of those usual suspects up. Mira in particular, I mean, it's not a go-to on every single site, but I mean, you think Initiation Office, that set up into Control Room can be deadly with a Mira.
Yeah, exactly. Mira on a lot of the sites of this map can be quite scary and quite impactful, given the correct setup is there for obvious reasons. It does make things somewhat harder sometimes when Mira is on the board. But from the get-go, Dynasty going up to Bunk Daycare, opting to sort of fly by that downstairs Throne Armory hold for the moment. But an interesting lineup from 16-20 Panda. We see it just out the corner of our eyes above us on the screen. The Monty, the Blitz, the Glaz, and the Blackbeard. Ultimately some swaps, as I go to say that, but still both shields.
Old Tylenol there, sitting on the Blitz at the moment. Those of you that don't know, it's lonely, backwards. So look, yeah, I was not expecting him to stick the Blitz out. Tester on the Monty, though, it's interesting. It's not something that we've seen in his repertoire as of late. And yeah, okay, the Zofia is going to make that a little bit more sense. But no real priority around the hard breach was rather interesting. The closest I think you're going to get is Lonely on the buck with a secondary hard breach gadget, if that's what he is bringing. No hard breach priority whatsoever on the slate, which, I mean, is doable. But Jeff, again, being allowed more of that frag-intensive role, picking up the Nook. He's going to look to go deep and do some damage. But Drex coming here, back in the roster, ready to go on the pulse. Could scout some early info.
Yeah, the pulse is going to be a big pick here from Drex. He's going to have a lot of information, obviously, on the cash balcony. Downstairs, even anyone choosing to push on through. Lonely on the buck, I'd imagine, will be one of the players from 16-20 that will be going downstairs to play that sort of offers position. Cut off bottom yellow rotates. We see that a lot in competitive R6, but at the moment, no, he's actually over towards drugs. So 16-20, a bit of an interesting approach to this top floor take, taking drug control first, but they want to clear these roamers out from inside of Throne. We see one there right now, Flux, inside of Split, just sort of holding off that main lobby cross.
Drex has info there with the cardiac sense over towards the bathroom just outside of drugs, so might look to make a play with Syro there. Syro just feeding that info through, but you can see K16 They are walking up together in a bit of a line, trying to get themselves into position to at least, if not get the frag outright, play for the trade. Very smart stuff, and then they understand the potency of the frag is that they're, oh my, of course it's Jeff. Of course he's looking to push in alone from Workshop.
On the knock as well. This is going to be huge. He will spot that player out, but no, just at the wrong time. It doesn't matter, through the wall. Chef, what a shot onto Flux. And very quickly, 16-20 find themselves with an advantage now. One player locked down inside of Throne. They know that there's one more. Chef obviously spotting him out on the drone in previous moments. Are now going to look to pinch this player out. The shots to confirm. Swinging from Split Machine and Chef, both going down to Drex. KJ will find Cyro, but that's 2 big kills to lose as well. Now you have to worry about Throne still.
Drex, an incredibly potent fragger himself, coming out of the OCN last year, joining Dynasty alongside Spruce, just bringing some of that experience at a higher comp level to the team, and I mean some incredible capabilities along to boot. Right now in the 3 versus 3, heading to the final 40. A16 have what they need to pull this one off. The nade bank goes around the corner, but gives away the game. The bot knows that there's someone close. Another nade to come through. The follow-up swing. Ooh. It's going to connect, courtesy of KJ. It's Trex alone in the 1 versus 2, though. Spruce down and taken out as well. Plant going down. Does he spot the drone hole? The drone hole. He spotted the knee, but wasn't able to get it. He just didn't quite connect on the fact that that was an opponent's knee. In position to be fragged out and denied on the plant. He's going to be kicking himself there. But at least he should know off the back of it he's going to push himself into daycare. One player drops off, fades away. One down on the first floor, one on the side itself. Tester gets the elevation, doesn't spot the head, has an inkling and hits the shot. 16-20 Kings will take the first round despite some shenanigans from Drex.
Still solid execution there from 16-20. Yes, they lost 2 players downstairs to Drex, which was almost a little bit of a catastrophe if we're being completely honest, Panda, but for now, at least, they are going to be holding on for a little bit longer, and at least that is a great way to start things off. Chef with a big kill to open things up there for 16-20. Dynasty had a really solid setup. I mean, that extension down in Throne bought them a lot of time. I mean, what, half the round, really, arguably, was spent clearing out those positions, and that bought Dynasty a lot of time to work with, but unfortunately could not happen in terms of the round conversion, and 16-20 locked things out in the post plant. Going into round number 2, same lineup. Everything is relatively similar on both sides. A couple of changes for Dynasty, obviously, including the bomb site down to Armory Throne straight away.
Interesting. So yeah, there we go. I was waiting for it. The Thatcher being available, of course, with a Caden play. You'd want to be bringing it. You don't want to be risking it, especially on a Throne push right now. That maintenance wall can be hard enough to get through without a Cade in position. But with it on the board, it's almost a necessity right now.
Yeah, Panda. It's definitely going to be a necessity to clear all these positions out this time a bit more thoroughly, obviously, with 16-20 kicking things off. I mean, it was a solid entry from Chef. Ultimately losing those 2 picks, though, was probably not the bounce back they wanted from Dynasty, but they still made it work. And coming forward now, straight up to the roof, they're going to be looking to do a very similar take, albeit from the top floor down this time, as opposed to the bottom floor up. Clear out these roamers and make their way towards the site. 16-20, they have a good operator lineup. They have all the utility they could possibly need. Now it's just going to be about the execution. Droning these players out, spotting the positions, information being relayed, and finding some of these kills.
And they've got the info. They are finding plenty of info, not necessarily in player positionings, but utility positionings, of course. You know, if there's a Mozzie pest here, chances are they're going to look to try and, you know, control this portion of the map. And same with the mutant jammers and all the rest of it along the way. You can see player top dragon at the moment has the shield and support as well. Flux is going to be a bit of a problem to try and flush out whether or not they have control over control room itself. Nope, they don't. So Flux will back himself out knowing full well that the pinch was coming.
Yeah, it's a good call to disappear, get away with the life intact, and ultimately have that player still on the board. Utility as well. I mean, the mute brings so much. Nitro already used, so ultimately had the frag have gone, they would not have lost much in terms of the Nitro, but now Drex, you hear that rip inside of the site. Nitro does come out, possible pre-placed. Hasn't blown up just yet, so they're waiting for the right time, but 1620. A little bit more of a slower approach taking this top floor Panda. Only a minute left to play. The vertical now just starting for 1620, and they are yet to make their way downstairs and even find a kill at all here on Dynasty.
Yeah, and this is, I think, just the nature of the site. You don't want to overcommit and lose a key piece of utility before you can go for that execute. You do see, though, however, one tucked in towards Drug, that being Flux Zeus, of course. Might just be able to find some sort of flank to upset this push on and attack. They have an idea, and they are using the skeleton key to flush them out. Bot there as well, it would seem. So 2 players off-site that could be overwhelmed by the numbers, but they need to deal with them. Flux trades with KJ in the end. So no more Iana going in the final 20. They won't have the Gemini to get info. They're going to have to force it here. They don't really have much of an option. Cyro taking some big damage, tucks himself into a corner. They've denied the opening with the Selma. Somehow Bop beats out Machine in the one-on-one. Luckily, Lonely there to equalize. They bring it back with the numbers game. Jeff taking down Spruce. No smoke. Just Drex and Bot with their guns to make it happen. Lonely falls. Test has to go for the plant. If they can kill him here, this might just go the way of Dynasty, but they don't have the angle. They don't have the air opening at all. No, Jeff swings out, and Tester, after the plant goes down, finds it, and 1620 Kings bag a second.
That was close. Arguably a very dicey round there, Panda, but one that goes in the favor of 1620 regardless. They managed to get that post plant down and play for the frags back and forth, and goes well at the end of the day. I mean, a round is a round, regardless of how you come to the conclusion of said round. But yeah, Dynasty, they've been so close 2 rounds in a row now. You'd only imagine that that would hurt all the more. Losing that one out here, it is going to be on to number 3, and finally, we see Mirror added into the mix for Spruce in Daycare and Bunks. First time we've seen Mirror in a while, Panda, and an interesting side to bring it out onto. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing it for the extension towards Cash. Do we think it's going to have much of an effect, given that she's been gone for so long? I mean, teams most likely used to it by now.
I mean, she is always just going to be a strong pick. That's unfortunately the nature of an operator who has bulletproof utility, a one-way window, and I mean, it's like having presence in a room without actually having to be in the room. So, I mean, barring some absolute catastrophe, this should obviously play out the way you would expect. Very, very strongly, very, very hard to deal with. The long angle into initiation. I'm surprised they aren't setting it up in initiation itself, but, I mean, look, they've obviously got some confidence in the setup.
Yeah, they definitely have to have some confidence. I mean, with Spruce on the Mirror, you can't really be too surprised. She's a really good operator, and especially in the hands of someone like Spruce, who, as we saw at the start in that video, Gunner has played at pretty much every level conceivable of competitive Rainbow Six. So, give him a good operator, he will do good things with it. Chef, though, a lot of damage off the bat here on the knock, and unfortunately, that's not the best of starts, but 1620, a bit more of a fast-paced approach here. Already downstairs, opening up this vertical to try and pressure out players above, inside of dorms.
Yeah, Lonely still on the spark, looking to try and find any sort of vert angle that he can, but Test is the one to kick it off. Spruce dead already. This Mirror, unfortunately, not going to find much of anything.
Bit of a shame there as well. Nitro lost, ultimately, is really all that is taken off the board there, but 1620 so far. Good start to the round. Tester finding a big kill. KJ here trying to make his way into Cafe. He's just proning on this door. Will unfortunately miss the player crossing over and actually concede some damage from Cyro, but ultimately nothing fatal at this point. Dynasty yet to really find a leg up. They have done some considerable damage to 3 players of 1620 now, with Cyro actually finding the kill onto KJ, but with a Finker on the board, that damage dealt is not really going to be too much. And there you go, Adrenal Surges to come out from Machine.
It's like it almost didn't even happen. You love it.
Yep.
The power of the nano boost, of course. But whether or not that's enough, Jeff missing the opportunity once again. In these situations, especially against a team like Dynasty, you need to be hitting those shots. You give them an opportunity, they are going to bite back, and they're going to bite back in a pretty significant way already. Utility dump. Machine takes some big damage from the Nitro on the arcade stairs. They've still got good positioning, though. If not perfect health, they can still look to make this play happen.
Yeah, they definitely could, especially with that frag from Machine as well. Drex going down, make it 2. Machine to find Bopt as well. Flux will find one onto Chef for some forms of comeback here for Dynasty, but in a 2 versus 3, no Adrenal Surges left for Machine. Some good positions from Dynasty as well. Drones are going to be a big part of this clutch. They have a good crossfire here. Both angles walking into that sort of daycare side are going to be covered. Cyro, though, misses the initial shots, but will confirm the kill onto Tester. Now the flashbangs to try and lock him down. Shotgun in hand for Lonely. Doesn't know that this player has gone down yellow. The bomb now being planted by Machine, and it is going to have to be the reaggress here at some point from Dynasty, vaulting on through the hole into Bunk. The bomb will go down, and now it's all up to Machine. Low HP, looking the wrong way. Flux is there to take him down, and Dynasty, they're going to win that round and put their first on the board.
I mean, is that concerning, though? That's 3 rounds now played, 3 diffusers that have gone down for the 1620 Kings, only the 3rd one being brought back by Dynasty in the end. It speaks to their ability to get in onto a site and get the plant down. I mean, it's not impeccably, but it's securely enough that they can play for the post plant. And Dynasty, maybe giving them a bit too much freedom.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Dynasty have had some lacklusterly rounds to start off with. I mean, they were very, very close. Panda, yes, you do have to give Dynasty that, but 1620 were so much more aware in the situation as to where people were. That round, though, Dynasty had the advantage. They had the positional advantage in terms of where they were playing. I mean, 1620 didn't really seem to have any real clue where both of the players were. Obviously, the position of Cyro was largely known, but as soon as he was rotating down yellow, Lonely just didn't check it. There was no real information there available for 1620, and it allowed Dynasty to sort of recollect back onto the bomb site, get that defuse, and ultimately put that first round on the board. So, well, yes, the first 2 rounds might have been a little bit interesting from them. 1620 definitely walking away the better of the 2 in that sort of outcome. Dynasty now, after the 3rd, seem to have definitely shown up a bit more.
Once again, we see them setting up to contest not on the initiation wall, as you would expect with a mirror in play, but the long angle between bunks and initiation, that wall being opened up, a shield set up, and Spruce on the smoke playing behind it. So looking to innovate just a little bit here, trying to play some less conventional siege to try and catch their opponent, the 1620 Kings, off guard. But they've got the Thunderbird in play. They've got some longevity. They've got some stall. They've got some utility burn as well. There's a lot in the pocket for Dynasty in this round.
There is a lot for Dynasty here in terms of pure fragging power, obviously. Not only the Alibi, but the Thunderbird as well, especially in the hands of someone like Drex, who on multiple occasions has shown that he can definitely get the job done given any rifle. But still, at the moment, 1620 again, it's a reserved entry into the building. A minute has passed, and you know, this main lobby presence is yet to sort of amount to anything. I'd imagine the rest of 1620 are elsewhere, gathering that information, making their way in as they have every other round, sending in, again, Lonely here on the buck to clear out from below these standard positions towards bunks and cafe, and allowing everyone else to sort of catch up and hope to find a kill early in the round. Seems to be what they want to be doing, at least so far.
There we go, kicking things off. Bot to fall. KJ rips his head off and, well, unfortunately relegates him to cam duty for the rest of the round. Jax as well takes some damage, but it's a Thunderbird. Those Kona stations are in place, so I'd imagine he's going to be beelining for them in just a moment to get himself healthy. There we go, 1 found. And there's 2 more potentially elsewhere on the map for him to find as well.
Yeah, and obviously at the top of yellow here where Cyro is, there's possibly one for Tester, provided he can survive that long and it doesn't get cleared out in the meantime. But yeah, 1620, that's a lot of damage unfortunately taken there by Chef. But they still hold the advantage in terms of the man count.
They still have that inner boost in the hands of Machine as well. So this health total, not finite in the round, but Jeff walking in, spots the shield and the setup there, but unfortunately the pivot has come and Dynasty are now playing on the other side of it, of course. Drone is there for him, looking for what info he can find. Spots the player, tags him too. You got to call it. Mute 99. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter because KJ's down dead.
Flux with a big kill onto KJ here, and now it's going to have to be the execute. Chef with a lovely shot, though, onto Drex to at least take their favor back in to 1620 Kings' hand. But Dynasty have some great positions on the side. The denial from the smoke as well. Spruce just locking down this rotate from bunks, and as the smoke comes out, Syro to find the head of Chef, and the pressure inside of the waiting room now negated as the walk-on comes. Tester gets caught on the breach. A lot of smoke damage taken, but it's Spruce with the M590 to close it out. Flux to finish things off, and Dynasty, another round. They're not messing around anymore, Panda. They take their second.
Yeah, definitely much more concise in that setup in the defense. While less conventional, very effective. 1620 Kings, just they couldn't get a foot in edgewise. They did every single turn. They found themselves stopped and stymied. 2 apiece going into the 5th. We now head back to Armory and Throne. And last time it came off the misdirect. Unfortunately, the 1 versus 2 didn't go the way of Dynasty. There was just too many targets and not enough time to make it happen. Allowed Tester to clutch the round out, but they definitely pushed them into a rather uncomfortable position.
I mean, given that Dynasty had 3 people alive at the end of that round in a 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5, Panda, it was definitely looking good for Kings, but Dynasty had so much available to them in terms of sheer denial. I mean, the smoke completely locked down the entrance from the bunk side. We had 2 players holding that cross towards the waiting room side, and 1620 just could not push on through. They got caught up a little bit longer there than maybe they would have liked. Machine possibly even a little bit too passive there, waiting for that flank. But yes, you need to have that covered. So 1620, you can't really fault them too much on that round. Dynasty were just 1 step ahead for the majority of it. And ultimately, that's why they walked away with that one on the board for themselves. But yeah, we said at the start of the game, Panda, that this was one of the most defensively oriented maps. And so far in the last 2, Dynasty have definitely started to make that more of a reality.
This is filthy. That is well and truly filthy from Drex. If he finds something off of that angle, whoever cops it is going to be spewing. But so far, no. You can see the spread. A lot of ground covered here by Dynasty. They cast the net quite widely. They want to try and get as much early information as they can without having to rely on cameras. And so, Flux spots the player out on the cash balcony. Unfortunately, can't connect the shots. If they found that kill on the machine, that would have been a huge way to kick the round off.
Especially taking out the Finker. Would have been big sights, Panda, but unfortunately it is not something that was achieved by Dynasty just yet. Speaking of achieved, Drex will find KJ. So at least the opening kill goes in their favour, but at least Machine is there to trade with 1 back. Bopt goes down, and very quickly this round sort of opens up a bit more now for both teams. Throne Armory makes things a little bit more difficult. They do still have 2 roamers as well to deal with, but Syro and Flux, definitely players that can make a big issue for 1620, provided they've got 3 actually off site. Look there, top inside of Cafe. Drex is just proning down here, and the drone's going to go right on by, but Machine seems to know the pings are there, and indeed the kill will be found. 1620 now hold the man advantage.
Drex ain't that guy, apparently. He's not quite got what it takes to tuck into a corner like that and make the play. He's no Milo. Right now, with a minute left in play, 1620 Kings still have some work to get themselves in position to go for this execute. Syro playing towards Drug could upset that push down the arcade stairs. Machine the first one down. Syro dealt with, found on the angle from Jeff from above. And that might just give them the positioning they need to push on. Spruce down as well. It's on to Flux in the 1 versus 4 to clutch. Looks like 1 in lockers. 1 coming down yellow, but timing at its worst in Siege. Selma's coming out, and this might just be a post straight in. It's going to be a trade, but you take that if you're K16. 1 for 1 with 3 teammates still remaining is a win.
Yeah, that is a dub indeed, and good to see 1620 make some changes there in that round. The roam clear a lot more thorough and definitely more concise, ultimately netting them that one going forward into it. But I mean, 3-2, it's still a 3-3 possibility for Dynasty. They do have Bunk Daycare, yes, they've lost it once, but they looked really good on it, Panda, all the same. So no surprise that they are going to be going back there for their last round of defense. 16-20, though, if they can find a 4-2 here, depending on what they bring on defense side, this could be a relatively quick one for them if they can lock Dynasty out here.
I don't know. I couldn't tell. I couldn't call it at the moment. I honestly, my money would be on a 3-3 that would then lead to a 6-6 that then goes full distance to an 8-7. I don't know who's going to take it at the end ultimately, but right now both teams are showing promise. It's not been the cleanest of victories across the board, but the wins that they have found have been rather convincing. Scrappy towards the end, but when they, hit the shots, they hit them quite impressively.
Yeah, they do. They really do. And like when it comes down to trades as well, I mean, both teams have been on the ball in terms of back and forth. So at least there's that, respectively. Some pre-fires from Drex. Really close, actually, to finding the head of KJ there, but unfortunately slightly too early. And that kill will not be found, but Flux does get spotted out in the drone deep in spawn. It is going to be Tester to throw some shots towards that bumper car, but unfortunately no kill for 16-20. And Dynasty, again, implementing this pulse. The information game is going to be a huge part of the defense, because not only do they have information on all of 16-20, but doing things like this, Drex could have found that kill, but unfortunately for him, Machine decided to move.
He's a bit of a unit. He's going to have the nano boost as well, 2 now remaining after that initial use. So healthy enough to carry on with the remainder of the round without any real hesitation. Unfortunate miss on the opportunity. Nitro out the door. Well, window, rather. It's just a small door. And KJ, unfortunately, is dead.
It's a good Nitro there too. Great kill to find, getting the Yana off the board early, especially given the amount of information that she can provide for 1620, but Flux as well now to take down Sheth. And well, things for 1620 slowly falling apart here. They do still have Machine and Tester on the LMGs, with Lonely on that C8 as well. Big guns in the hands of some capable fraggers, but with 5 players left on the board, I mean, Pulse still in play here. Drex knows exactly the moves of Tester right now, and there's not really too much that he can do other than that. Jump on out, find the kill. The Claymore's there, but kill's a kill. You take that. A 4v2.
Plus defusing confirmation as well. Lonely, though. Puts it to the 3 versus 2. Cops a bit of big damage. Machine will be the next to fall. Finished off with a shotgun. Spruce is on the hunt. He's finally got a taste of blood. But he's not done just yet. Lonely, where does he come from? Absolutely nowhere, because Flux has locked the angle down out of the cafe hallway in a 3-3 half.
There you go. There you go, Pan. A 3-3. Both teams showing that they are capable on their respective sides, but this is where the spanner comes in, as competitive Siege would go. That is the end of it. We swap on over now. 16-20 go to the defense, and Dynasty on the attacking side. Quick lock-ins from both. Machine the last to confirm. So we're going to see, Panda, will things swap over here, or will someone take a dominant lead, given that the halves have now been switched? Does the defensive side of this map rear its head? Or do we see a relatively 50-50 conclusion to what we could maybe see as our first overtime for the night? Flux on the Ying's an interesting pick, but other than that, everything else on the board from both sides is relatively clean-cut and straightforward, Panda. I don't think there's anything really off-meta, off-pick here for both sides, and Armory Throne is a really solid site to start things off, especially with the math ban.
It's not off meta, but it's rare we get to see the Italian duo in play. Maestro and Alibite being picked up here on the defense. And, well, you speak of the duos, the Chimera duo going to be in play for Dynasty, it would seem. Both the Lion and the Finca on the board. So, definitely keen to see how they look to utilize this. Obviously, with this site, you're going to be wanting to go upstairs, control initiation, control room, rather. Try and deny any sort of presence above, deny that opening of the wall, but you can see the only real denial on the side of K16 is just the mute.
Yeah, not a lot in terms of denial, but I mean, having Thatcher It's an interesting choice, but we haven't actually really seen him in this matchup really have much effect, at least. But for Dynasty, it's not going to be an issue, it seems. They are opting to bring a very heavy implemented frag heavy operator lineup, obviously with 6 frag grenades, Drex, Bopt, and Syra all having those to their disposal. It is going to be a relatively heavy clear on the top floor. 4 players from 1620 though upstairs. Machine to kick things off with 1, and Spruce to go down. Losing your ace is a big loss, but Chef, no Nitro. I mean, I'd take that trade any day if I was 1620.
Oh, 100%. Now they're going to have to force through the choke points, and Lonely identifies that immediately and says, no, we need to make sure that our reinforcements are down. If they're coming into the site, they're coming in through the hail of bullets that I'm about to send their way. And someone, I feel, is about to farm up, and I get the distinct feeling it's probably going to be Lonely.
Yeah, maybe Bopt as well. Tester, unfortunately caught lacking a little bit there on that rotate back, but the remainder of 1620 is going to get back to the bomb site largely unscathed here to play for the final minute and a half of play. And while Dynasty have done well to find 2 kills, it is going to now be about how quickly they can dedicate that this top floor is clear. The information game now, with the mutant the board, becomes slightly harder, obviously, depending on where those jammers were placed, but I'd imagine Dynasty are going to make short work of it, and there we go indeed. They are already at the top of that arcade side, starting to play the vertical now for Drex on the sledge, and things for 1620 start to be opened up.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit spooky. They do have the advantage on the side of K16 in that, well, Dynasty are going to have to force through choke points if they want to get onto the site, but that also relies on Lonely putting that older to work, and KJ and Machine as well investing some significant damage here. Machine going to cop some from a nade out of the hands of Drex there as well. Honestly, Dynasty could just win this playing the numbers game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could. With the line in play as well, obviously, the scans now to come out, the collapse, I'd imagine, onto the side it will be, but K16 ready to collect 2 kills there for them. Lonely with the Alder just letting it rip on Dragon Door. Diffuser not down. It will start to be planted as we speak, and it is going to be Lonely in the 1 versus 2. Has red pings for both up on the board. Has to swing on round. The pre-fire is going to give the sledge away, but the Alder trumps out in the first, not the second. Syro with the LMG to close out that round for Dynasty. Very, very close, though, for 1620. Could have gone both ways.
It's a shame that, you know, LMG and Finker's machine gun have box mags and what, you know, 100+ bullets, and the older 5.56s restricted to just the 80, because if he'd had more, he could have just held down mouse 1 and kept swinging, and it would have probably been a different story. Unfortunately, that's just not how this game is balanced. The older 5.56 is great, but it has its limitations. Unfortunately, we just got to see them on show.
Well, I mean, with a high fire rate as well, Panda, it's a bit difficult to bullet manage when you got to mow down, you know, 3+, 4+ people. So, while the attempt was there, unfortunately, it just wasn't on the cards for Lonely, and 1620, they're going to go straight back down to Throne. They want to give it another go. Not happy with that outcome, but Dynasty, I mean, that was a little bit close, you know, for comfort, possibly, Panda. I mean, it did come down to the 1v1, and Lonely could have walked away with that had the shots connected. So a bit of a swap from Dynasty, though. We are going to see the Monty and the Amaru board into the lineup.
That's a call. That's a bold call. But you've got the Chimera duo once again. Finker and the Lion in play. Plus Spruce on the Monty. Going to be up in the face. Going to be a bit of a nuisance. Going to be a bit of a distraction force. Chef Jeff, you absolute rat. If again, oh no, oh look, he's doing rat stuff. He's the Bishop of Boomstick, the Shogun of the shotgun. Well, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, no real surprises that Chef is back to his M590 tomfoolery. But the pressure now starts to happen as Dynasty use that first line scan. Chef will find the kill on Desiro. So the Finker being gone early is a good find, but Bopt with the suppressed G8 on the top floor. somehow gets in and finds two. Will be consolidated by Tester, but damage been dealt. Make it another one with a lovely shot onto Drex. Spruce takes some big damage as well from Lonely, and they are going to have to make their way back to the site now as the numbers are not in their favour. They are going to have to wait out on time now, but health is one thing that is in their favour, Panda. Some big damage dealt to the Monty there means that end round could be a lot easier for them now, albeit Dynasty are going to have to regather and make their way.
The same wall. Same wall being reinforced, knowing full well that there is no hard breach remaining. That's a lie, unfortunately. Secondary hard breach gadget in play for Spruce means that there is a possibility. But, I mean, the double impacts in the pocket are lonely. They could line this one up quite comfortably. I mean, it's Tester. He's on the board. If he's in the server, he should be a real concern. The guy, if I'm not wrong, is the current kill record holder in the OCL.
Yeah. So, it's going to be scary. A minute left in play. Dynasty have the line, have a couple scans, some flashbangs as well. So, some good utility to play with. And the vertical as well could definitely help them open up this back wall. The Gon 6, unfortunately, not going to have the explosive reach, but the mute jammer called out now by Spruce. So, it is going to be going back to the top floor for Flux to get rid of that mute jammer here with not too long left on the clock, 30 seconds. Panda, it's going to have to be a quick execute here for Dynasty.
Sets up the segment, you can see it's almost like a game of dodgeball. Two players tucked in behind the throne. Two coming from this armory side. Spruce has the diffuser. Where is that black eye cam? And will it be enough to try and stop the plant? They spot Spruce. He's so low. They get the kill on the cam, though. No evil eye. But with Spruce having the plant down, Lonely able to take out Flux means that it's going to be a 1-on-2. He pulls off the plant. He can't win the round. Tester there to answer back, but he didn't even need to. Seconds more. That would have been a defuse down, and he could have looked to make the play, but no, not to be. We are equaled up once again.
Big shots there from 16-20 early in that round, securing them a good foothold for locking that one out. Dynasty so close again, once more on the precipice of winning that round, but just could not get the confirmation. However, relatively back and forth so far, Pan. I mean, a 4-4 is definitely nothing to scoff at from both sides. Both teams having relatively solid halves up until this point, at least. And continuing on from that, 3-3, we've seen one round traded to the 4-4. I mean, we are yet to really see either of these teams take a definitive lead and make a big play for that definitive lead, Panda. Both of these teams at the moment are relatively evenly matched.
Yeah. It's, again, it's interesting. Who is going to fill the void that Kraken left after promoting into the Oceanic Nationals? There are a number of teams vying for that spot. The unfortunately brutal nature of the OCL and OCN in its current format is that there's no playoffs. You have 7 days to make it to the top. If you do not make it to the top, you don't get a chance to promote. And the best you can hope for is try and progress further into the OCS.
Yeah, it is unfortunate how it's unfolded, but either way, even just looking back to Playday 1, I mean, both of these teams not having the best of starts. Obviously, 16-20 losing 7-1 to Circular Spheres, and then Dynasty not in similar fashion, but definitely in terms of the outcome, they too lost their matchup in Playdate number 1 to the Big Dogs 7-3 on Villa. So both of these teams coming forward into the night, not having the best of luck in their initial Playdays, but looking a whole lot better this evening, if I can say, given we watched them in week 1, this is definitely a nice refresher from what we saw in Playday 2.
Bob to sticking with this armor. I'm intrigued. I'm interested to see what the play is here. They've opted out of a Finkerin into a Ying instead this round as well. So oh no. I'm imagining that this is the call. They want to push it through break room. Unfortunately, you just look at the angles that are being covered here by the defense. The jump in is about to be deadly. Tester for 1. It's answered back. There's 3 quick kills and a player down for Dynasty right now. And it has not gone their way at all in the execute. With Syro and Spruce, the last 2 remaining in safety. I don't think... oh my God, what a shot from Lonely.
And to lock things out as well, Tester to confirm the kill, and ultimately Machine is there to finish off that round for Dynasty, and that one was a lot more dominant for 16-20 Dynasty. I mean, the play attempt was there. I mean, the Ying, the Candelas were going off. There was just not really enough of a collapse, I think, to pair up with it. I mean, having that one player go in is great, you know, provided they find 3 kills, something along the lines of that, the Candelas. So just not connecting on target and allowing 16-20 to play around those rotates, play around that sort of break room door and just put the work in. I mean, Dynasty just sort of fell kill for kill there. And at the end of the day, everything was really well cleaned up by 16-20. Chef Jeff ready to greet them at the vending machine drop, and everything ultimately just falling into place for them at the end of that round. Unfortunately for Dynasty, that means they will go 1 down, but implementing the Monty once more into the lineup, looking to possibly change up the play a little bit more from aggressive to somewhat of passive play. Obviously, the Monty implements wanting to get a bomb down, wanting to clear out areas thoroughly. Question is can they do it?
Yeah, I mean, just Dynasty haven't been able to find the final piece of the puzzle here on the attack. They just can't quite figure out what it is that they need to get these rounds over the line and pick up the win. They've come close. That last round, less so, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves. Yes. They kind of tried to bum rush into a smoke and a Rooney and a lot of guns, and it fell apart. But, I mean, you can see what they're trying to do, but progressively, round by round on their attack, it feels like they're just trying to force something that more than likely is just not going to work.
Yeah, that sort of mini rush definitely did not bode them well, Panda, but at the end of the day, you can't really fault them for trying it. It was an interesting choice, but we say that. Downstairs, we do get a small little look of Cyro on that knock, has already made his way deep into the bathroom and could possibly look to even maybe send it up the yellow stairs. He has the self-information, the vertical nades as well. Provide big possibility here for Dynasty, but they're not going to connect, or at least this first one isn't for Cyro at the moment. So has the ability maybe to go for another one, but I think the big play here for him is just going to be sort of trying to make it up yellow, largely unnoticed, and play for a pick, because 16-20, well, yes, they do have a player close by. It might not be the one that they want. And there you go. We'll make it up. We'll find that kill. 2 kills now for Dynasty.
Spruce is just a distraction right now. That's all that was needed. KJ falls with the bait and is felled for his trouble. Got played by, oh my lord, Lonely. Again, it's the Monty factor. It's, oh look, there's a big shield. We need to shut him down. That's where your focus is. And then all of a sudden, someone else is there making your day. Tester for the first. Finds the shield. Spots the player behind it as well. Goes to the repeat, but can't confirm. I mean, this should be one of the few players in this lobby that could pull off the ace clutch right now. Gonna jump over the cash bench. Spots bot from range. Gets some big damage off on him, but that shield, Spruce, ever present, hunting him. Spots the ankles, knows there's a player close. Cyrus down in the bathroom. He might just be able to pull this one off. 1 versus 3 with bot low. Nano booster comes through. Cyro didn't get picked up by that, which is interesting. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but maybe he jumped into a Surya gate afterwards, but no, it doesn't matter. Bot finds the closer. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but weird stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work. Maybe, was there a mute on the board? Maybe he was sitting in a mute jammer? I mean, I don't know if mute necessarily counters Finker's self-res. I mean, I highly doubt that he does, but something stopped it from happening. It doesn't really, as you said, doesn't matter at all. Dynasty still find the round, but the Monty diff is definitely becoming a big factor, I think, here in this game. Panda 16-20 are just seemingly struggling to deal with Monty and what he sort of brings to the board, because right now Dynasty crutching it pretty hard, and it is working to large avail for them. 16-20 have not really had too much on the board to deal with it, but here we go. Tester switching on over to Legion is going to make things a little bit more harder for Spruce and cut off his ability to sort of just walk around largely unguarded.
Unfortunately, that also depends on how thorough Dynasty are on their drone work, because it's great having a lesion on the board, but if they've spotted that out, we're not going to see a twitch, we're not going to see an IQ or anything like that, but obviously I would imagine it's been spotted. I would imagine they are going to play this one a little bit more cautiously, make sure that they are taking notice of what could be in play.
Yeah, look, either way, it's good to see them making the changes. Tester, 10 kills right now for himself. Chef, 2 kills away from a double-digit game himself. And Drex had a pretty big round in the last, 11 for him. Flux with 10 as well. So some big numbers on the board for everyone right now from both sides of the card. But Blitz is actually what we've switched on to. The Monty has been forfeit, and the faster, more dangerous operator with the flash as well has been bought, but they've now realized the issue inside of the barrel room. It's going to be straight on in. Blitz to find the first. Lonely, all alone on the side, with the Elder is going to get the down and confirm. Completely blinded. It is going to leave a lot available. It is a second kill. KJ with another onto Drex, and Dynasty fall apart. Cyro left in a 1 versus 4. Not the outcome that Dynasty were hoping for.
How does the saying go? If at first you don't succeed, slam your face into it again and hope that it works, right? Is that not how?
Yeah, no, yeah. That's I think I remember that's how that one going.
Yeah, it's like Dynasty's tagline at the moment, because that's diffuser in the bomb site, but it wasn't planted, unfortunately. So that's like 50% of the way there. They just the last half of what they needed to do wasn't done.
That's actually interesting. The diffuser was in the hands of Blitz, who was the spearhead of that push. Arguably was going to be the person that died first regardlessly. Why give him the diffuser? I mean, by default, he picks it up, given that he's a shield operator, if they do not select someone to pick it up. But, I mean, interesting choice, albeit one that doesn't really matter. Sorry, on a 1v4 does have 2 players on quite considerably low health, but, you know, that's whether or not he can find them in a minute. He is sort of just playing largely AFK inside of Dragon here. And, I mean, for Dynasty, that's probably the right call. He's just trying to bait a couple kills, pad the stats. But 16-20 looking really good to lock this one down.
What do you mean? He's got 2 nades, an nano boost, and a big LMG.
True.
Surely this would be the play. Just lurking around a little bit. Yeah, just wants to find one pick. I mean, one pick could be the difference maker here to open up the opportunity to go for an execute, but 16-20 Kings, they know that they are just on the precipice of match point at the bare minimum, which is a point on the board minimum as well. So they're just going to play their angles, set up the crossfires. They don't want to do anything silly and cost themselves this matchup, which is something that unfortunately has happened to them in the past.
Yeah, 15 seconds left here for Cyro. He's going to have to force the issue at some point, but through the drone hole, an impact and some damage taken is going to put him down on a dangerously low amount of HP. He's just waiting. He wants some free kills. 16-20, they're not going to give him any. Almost giving him one, actually, but all the same. Lonely with the Alder inside of the site, just locking things down there for 16-20, and that sort of highlights once more why the Alder is such a good gun. And that was a good round, one that 16-20 needed going forward. They find themselves on match point, but can they close it out, Panda? It's been a very back and forward affair. They have been struggling a little bit, both teams, in that respect to closing rounds out.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the nature of this competition, OCL, and with how competitive it's gotten progressively through each stage played. Dynasty, they're looking strong. 16-20 Kings looking strong, vying for that top spot in the competition, even from a deficit, is going to be the hard yards here in this stage 2, of course. But match point achieved. We get full regulation at the very least. Dynasty, if they can pick up one here, we could have overtime on our hands tonight.
Yeah, we definitely could. It's a matchup that arguably deserves overtime, Panda, I think, given that these two teams have been so closely contesting each other throughout the entire matchup so far. But 16-20 on this defense, I mean, they've looked good. It has just been their execution, and given that they are going back to the upstairs side, which they won bunk in the previous iteration of it, so if the Monty has anything to do about it, we saw on this top floor hold last time that he had such an impact for 1620's hold. So the question is Dynasty, can they implement him correctly this time once more to propel them into overtime? Now that the Legion, Malusi, and Smoke are on the board, all in an attempt to shut that shield down.
Machine wants to full send it. There is one player over that way that he might have been able to find, but obviously it's a little bit hard to commit to when there's no information there. So, all for naught, unfortunately. We can see one coming in through cash, and there is a player waiting to receive. Jeff is unfortunately now dead, though.
Yeah, rough, unfortunately. For Chef there, a little bit aggressive. Overly aggressive, some could even say off the bat, but, you know, forfeiting that pick is going to be a bad thing for Kings, but a good thing for Dynasty as Spruce now makes his way into initiation. A small tidbit provided by our off-screen desk talent tonight, Cthulhu. Last time we saw these two teams play Playday number 5 in Stage 1, it was a 7-5 to Kings on Oregon Panda. So this is a starkly different matchup so far. 16-20, obviously in the driving seat with the match point pressure.
Give it a round, it might not be.
I was going to say, it could definitely be, but at the same time, Dynasty are looking good right now.
They are indeed. Whether or not it does repeat, we'll have to wait and see if it does. I'm sure we'll be having a chat to Chef Jeff in just a moment and get the inside scoop on why everyone, you know, attributes the shotgun menace that he is to their success. Right now, though, you can see openings created. Flux with a kill onto Machine. Knife out.
On the rappel?
Ready to go. Tester falls as well. Frodo, all of a sudden, we're primed and ready. 2 kills. Make that 1 kill as Lonely finds himself in a position to clutch. No, not to be. We're heading to overtime.
Unfortunate for Kings. They'd found match point, but ultimately not game, and Dynasty have done very, very well to get it back to a position where they can go to overtime and continue at least attempting to walk away with it. Spruce in high hopes as they do find that OT, but the Monty is just something that has been so prominent in this matchup so far for Dynasty. 16-20 will start off the half on the defense side, which is going to be a bit of a leg up, provided they can lock it out right here.
Well, OT on the cards. K16 get themselves 2 defenses to try and make it work. Dynasty get 2 attacks, and, well, look, it's been 2 3-3 halves. Both teams have shown that they can play each half equally comfortably, or uncomfortably, however you want to interpret it. But I think that last round, the momentum is there just that little bit more for Dynasty.
I would argue that Dynasty have had a more dominant attacking half, or at least one that has looked a lot more comfortable. But either or, Blue Panda, I guess, coming into it now. It is overtime, so there's a lot more at stake. It was not done in regulation, so as that happens, the points that can be won start to go down slowly. But for 16-20, starting on this defense is going to be a big leg up, because arguably it's the side you want to be on, albeit a 50-50 split so far, completely. Statistically speaking, defense is where it's at.
If we were to have a look at the numbers, 6-6 would be that 50-50 split. Although, some of those rounds have not played out in a 50-50 manner at all.
No.
Especially coming off the back of a flawless the way that Dynasty did in their last. Right now, this shield, Spruce, I mean, you might as well just paint it bright pink, because it is just drawing so much attention from the Kings.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Spruce by himself right now on this cash balk is an interesting choice on the Monty with no backup, but the information provided, no one is there to act on. 2 players now from 1620 coming on over. They want to kill this Monty if they can get the chance, and it is going to be a rush outside. It's going to be a relatively quick kill as well, and that is how you deal with it. 1620 make the adjustment, and it is going to be the full send. Spruce, there's not really much you can do, but again, a big mistake from Dynasty, letting the Monty play by himself. Diffuser control lost as well. Yeah.
Unfortunately, old Spruce jumping on the wrong train line at the wrong time of night. Got jumped by 2 blokes and, well, unfortunately lost his briefcase. Tyro walks in, finds Machine, will cop a goo mine on his way out the door to pick the diffuser up for himself. Flux, it's again very disjointed here from Dynasty. They've lost diffuser control. There's just no coordination in the approach towards the site, but okay. Jeff is just in a corner, Flux is just there, and then he's not.
Yeah. Either way, Bopt seems to know that there's a player over towards this kitchen area, but as he looks away, siege timing at its finest, Chef swings on round, does spot the second shot, not connecting, unfortunately. Drex now locking down barrels here. Syro is going to be attempting to take down Chef, and indeed he will, but with low HP, no adrenal surges, Dynasty are going to have to send it onto the site here. Drex does have a good amount of HP and a great gun in hand, but the positions from 1620 here to lock things down. KJ and Lonely here left to their own devices. It will be KJ to find the first. Diffuser down and Lonely to finish things off. 1620 again, another very close round, Blue Panda, but 1620 will come out with it nonetheless.
Kings, maybe, we'll have to see. Dynasty, again, not quite sure at the moment. Neither team has just been able to escape the other. It's just been absolute hounding their opponents throughout the entire run of Theme Park so far, which, for the most part, is sort of how you'd expect this matchup to go on a map like Theme Park 2. Bunk daycare for the 1 defense for Dynasty in this round. Drex back on the pulse, and, I mean, we've seen how key that info game can be.
Yeah, the info for Dynasty on the defense side has been a massive part of what they rely on. I mean, the pulse, even just the alibi sort of pings. But on top of that, you've got players like Spruce on the attack side taking over what you could argue to be the information gathering role. I mean, Monty, while yes, he may not be a very prominent fragger per se, definitely sort of fills in a similar role to what you could say, you know, the Pulse is providing for Dynasty. But
I mean, Spruce has that super factor, right? 2 and 9.
Exactly, right. But yeah, for 1620 again now holding that sort of match point. I don't want to say advantage because let's be honest, there hasn't really been much of an advantage either way this game, Panda, so far. We'll see if they can convert that, because right now Dynasty have been shutting them down at every turn.
Yeah, both teams though have been hitting some stunning shots so far today. Syro cops the first chunk of damage, down below half health at the start of the round, and that's not at all what Dynasty want in this situation. They want to keep their players as healthy as possible for as long as possible if they want that chance at maximum overtime. KJ getting big information, finally shut down by Flux with that MX4 Storm, so they are getting the cogs rolling. They are finding that information as they push on into the building. And that is always going to benefit a team like 1620 Kings.
1620 now. I mean, a minute has been surpassed here, Panda, and Syro has taken a considerable amount of damage, but once more, Drex from above is going to spot the player out through the floor. Good damage dealt, and the kill as well. Lonely on the buck to fall. It's not the pick you want to be losing if you're 1620. The downstairs pressure now completely removed off the board, and a great play there from Drex using that information. It has been one that has arguably caused a lot of damage. KJ this time not going to die to the nitro thrown out from Cafe, but Dynasty once more on this defense are looking good to send this to maximum OT, but provided they do that, Blue Panda, 1620 are going to be back on the defense, so take that as you will.
Well, cardiac sensor info is huge right now. Spruce spots the back of Machine. And Finker now gone. All Tester can really do is reactively nade towards... Okay, never mind. I was going to say all he can do, but then Spruce decides, you know what? We're going to play a bit of catch. And, well, he's dead, unfortunately. Luckily, though. Teammates are capable. Flux finds himself, you know. It's great to see Flux back in it, I have to say.
Yeah, it is good to see Flux back into the swing of things. But speaking of swing of it, Tester goes down. KJ will refrag, make it 2. Great shots. Now needs to find 2 more. 40 seconds left for him to play with. Some crossfires set up by Dynasty. Need to come out towards the kitchen side. A lot of damage dealt to Flux, but going towards the rotate. If you can at least find one here, his job will be a whole lot easier. 30 seconds, 1 more nade. Will he get it through the drone hole? Does he spot the feet? Either no. Swings on out into the hallway. 1 player inside of this waiting room here, and KJ actually finds the kill. This could be the 1v4 here for 1620, provided Bopt doesn't lose this gunfight. It's running on through. No, KJ. In the words of one of the greats, why are you sprinting, Bopt, to close out the round and send it to maximum overtime? So close for 1620, and KJ, that was almost huge.
Oh, that Pokedeep. Almost giving me a bit of a heart attack there with the last minute switch between the operators. I thought for sure that was a 16-20 Kings round as the player dropped. But no, not to be. We go maximum overtime here, and Spruce is back on it. Back on the big blue man. How many 16-20 Kings members do you reckon are going to go for the wallet this time?
Yeah, two, 3. You know, that was definitely... that was one way of dealing with the Monty. I mean, albeit some damage, but that was a really good way of dealing with it, especially being that it has been so potent in this matchup.
Shout out to my brother who's watching at home. He messaged me, he said, that's the most violent reaction to a Monty I've ever seen.
It was definitely a good inspection of the wallet going on. Must have been one of the into Melbourne lines, but
like, I can understand. Like, yeah, he's in the building. He's tucked into a corner. Like, yeah, just go and rucks him. But no, out in the balcony, just looking at the door. Like, yo, what's up, guys? Can I come in? And they came and stole his wallet, stole his shoes. Said, no, thank you. We don't want any of that.
Run that bum bag, as some could even say. But Dynasty this round, hopefully, you're going to have someone close by to play for the covering of Spruce on the Monty and learning from mistakes. But yeah, 16-20 on the defense. They get, we could argue, the better side of the two, but once more, Blue Panda, this has been so back and forth, this matchup, that I don't even know if we could say that defense is the place to be right now. But for Dynasty, with the Monty on the board, and given their previous success, I'd imagine.
Well, I don't know if you could call it success when Spruce got mugged before he got into the building. So.
Yeah, okay, well, that's if he gets mugged again. Let's be honest. There's a high chance that he doesn't get mugged again, but the chances are never slim.
Never nil in Rainbow Six Siege. All it takes is a headshot. And Spruce on the one-man mission. Oh, no, never mind. He's got a companion drone, I think. No? Maybe? I don't. That may have been downstairs.
He did.
I think that was downstairs. I might have seen that through the floor. Either way, he is a man unto his own, saying, look at me, so my teammates can shoot you in the back of the head.
Pretty much. We haven't really seen too much of a, backside push or solo effort here from Dynasty. They are all sort of grouping up together towards the office side on the south side of the map. East side, sorry. As they start to play for opening up all the walls and getting ready for a possible plant here. It is going to be interesting how this one pans out, because 1620 have a lot on the side available to them. Drex takes a lot of damage, and I mean, with the repel in here from the Ace of Flux, this could be big.
This is one of the most passive rounds we've had this entire map.
Yeah.
We are heading into the final minute. No one is dead yet. The most damaged player on the board is Drax, and there is still a nano boost to come into play. You look at it. Spruce is like right outside the door of the site itself. There's a player in break. They've cut off the angle here from Flux. He can't quite get himself in. Cyro's there next to Spruce now. He's got some support. The rest of the team are looking to encroach. the handover of the diffuser. So Spruce has got it once again. Last time he had it, he died in throne, and it was left alone. There we go. We kick it off. First kill goes the way of 1620 Kings. Drex, unfortunately, taken out of the equation. These toxic canisters are going to stop Spruce pushing in machine for a second. He's absolutely gutting this Dynasty roster. They might deny them at the tail end. Tester takes out Flux. It's a 2 versus 5. It's all on Syra and Spruce. They're going to confirm the kill, maybe. Syra just playing for the numbers there. It's him alone now as Spruce falls. And the 1620 Kings, they drag it out, but they get it done.
A long game, one at max OT, but if you're 16-20, you've got to be happy with the dub nonetheless. And while, yes, the points may be somewhat out of the question, Blue Panda, a win is a win. And one that they had to work for, 16-20, I mean, you got to take it at the end of the night. Tester, ecstatic it would seem after walking away with that victory, but really well done from both teams. A 50-50 matchup that could have gone either way, and ultimately, at the end of the day, Kings just wanted it that little bit more.
Points at the end of the day, like you said, but I mean, it's not just that. It's about stopping your opponents from getting those points as well. Unfortunately, it goes both ways. Cthulhu, welcome back. A long match, 15 rounds in which we didn't get to see you. What did you make of Theme Park?
Honestly, well, of Theme Park itself, I definitely think that there's still quite a fair bit of work to be put into it before we get to see it, you know, completely, fully uncovered. But in terms of Dynasty versus 1620 Kings, well, first of all, 1620 Kings are so far 2-0 over Dynasty in the regular season, whether it's Stage 1 or Stage 2. But on the other hand, it's good to see that on the side of 1620 Kings, it's been a consistent fragging across the whole board. I believe by the end of it, it was 4 out of 5 people on double digits. Whereas on the side of Dynasty, look, minus, you know, Spruce being obviously the shield main for the team, the rest of the roster still was doing their best to perform. So apart from the small minor mistakes, it was a very even matchup that I genuinely enjoyed watching.
And speaking of enjoyable, we're going to get a man in for an interview that is always enjoyable to talk to. It's Chef Jeff from the 1620 Kings.
Hello.
Congratulations, mate. A win on the board. Give us the spin. You're looking quite dapper in your new team jersey there.
Oh yeah, no, it's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah. Don't mind it. I got the name on the back. Can't really show that right now. I'd have to stand up, and that's just effort now, isn't it? But yeah, no, jersey's clean. Jersey's clean.
In fact, clean. Look, run us through Theme Park, because you guys had the choice of either Bank or Theme Park. What went into the choice of that, and later down the line, what went into the choice of mugging poor Spruce with a couple of run-ins with a knife?
Let's see. So Theme Park. So with vetoes, we knew it was going to go down to Bank theme. That was just in our preparation. We've gotten vetoes right 2 weeks in a row. It's just last week we couldn't quite execute on the game, which is a bit of a disaster. But you know, for Theme Park today, we knew that Theme Park was probably looking a bit sharper than our Bank in the warm up, and we were feeling ourselves a bit more on the map, and we kind of had like the general ideas of how we wanted to do, with a last minute role change between me and Lonely, because I was meant to be the buck, but we decided to make a bit of a change, and I hit the lurk, moved around a bit, couple deaths, couple entry deaths. Minimal impact.
Nice. Yeah, you love to see it. All jokes aside, what was going through your guys' head when the Monty was implemented by Dynasty? Because at the first iteration of that Monty, you guys definitely look like you struggled with it a little bit. Is it an operator that you guys are not so familiar with dealing with, or is it something that just caught you off guard tonight? Yeah,
so we love scrimming against the Monty. It's a lot of fun, definitely. There's been a lot of teams that have run Monty against us. Our general fix for that is how we work. We've kind of find fixes and how to work around it. The first like round or two of it, we were kind of like sticking to what we were doing, see if it would work. It wasn't quite working, so Tessa was like, you know what? I'm not playing too much of a useful operator against this. I'm just going to go Legion, and we're just going to kill this guy. And we did that a fair bit, and just getting that isolated pick on the Monty. There was a time when, I think it was a throne round, he survived to the 2v2, but again, the 2v2, you isolate the one with the gun, and then you kill the shield, so... Yeah.
So let me just break that down. We did what we wanted to try the first 2 rounds to see if it would work, which was run at the Monty while his teammates mercilessly gunned you down because you were so focused on the big shield.
I don't want to talk.
But no,
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Look, congratulations. A win is a win at the end of the day, of course. Jeff, the floor is yours. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, no, hey. Firstly, shout out to hashtag Faulty for Core and that movement. That's a strong movement. Ornami and Owen, they all both gave me shout outs. No clue why, but they just did, so shout out to them for being good lads. The boys have been working hard. It's been a bumpy off season. I don't know why, but it just was. I might have had something to do with the fact that I was on placement, had 2 weeks off, and then got sick. But yeah, 1620 Kings, love the jersey, love the org, they're legends. And also, Dynasty played a really good game, and I can't wait to see what they bring later in the stage when they have Celian. And I think that they're going to be a very strong contender for the top of the board.
Awesome. We love to have you in for an interview, Jeff. It's always an experience. We'll let you head off and celebrate with the rest of the team.
Oh, of
we'll
course.
catch you later.
Hopefully next week, huh?
We'll see. Look, that's up to you. It's not up to us, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we can't
we'll
leak
make
the script before we get to it.
We'll make the choice when we get to it.
All right, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, gentlemen.
All right.
What a game. What a map. We go the full distance. Proto, 15 rounds of theme park. It got a bit brutal towards the tail end, but I mean, look, the positivity out of Jeff, that's got to be, big for the fans at home.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 1620 enjoyers in the chat. Going to be definitely happy with that one. And I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern sort of emerging here in terms of the ecstaticness. We got people coming in, they're loving it, they're having fun. So it's always good to see that regardless of outcomes. I mean, games, especially like that one that come down to 15 rounds, max OT, so much on the line. It's good to see coming out of it that people are so ecstatic regardless of the outcome. So we love it. We love it here. It's been good fun, but match 3 was definitely one that I think delivered on our thoughts this evening.
Cthulhu, it was a long match. We didn't get to see you for a while, but I mean, big takeaways from Dynasty there. Does that, is that something positive that they can look forward to in the coming weeks to capitalize on?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, even in the current state, Dynasty, I think the moment they kind of nailed their own pacing, because obviously with the introduction of Bopt and Fluxus as well, it is still quite a sizable change to their roster, to their lineup, and so given the background of, say, for example, somebody like Fluxus, who used to even on some of the occasions be that second IGL. There's a plentiful room for Dynasty to, expand their performance, to change things up a little bit. And honestly, I'm definitely keen to see what could they, bring out comes, say, Playday 3, Playday 4, especially when Sealy as well joins up on the core roster, because Sealy, he's a whole different subject of his own, given that he is extremely gifted as well on the fragging department.
Well, 3 matches done, 1 remaining to close out the night, and it might just be another trial by fire for one of our newcomer teams. Altered Zelios taking on NTE Gaming after the break. We'll see you back soon.
You can run and you can hide. There's a love on you tonight. Oh, baby, I'm losing faith. Good to
3 done, 1 to go. One final map around the corner for us to close out Playday 2 of Stage 2 here in the Oceanic Challenger League. Gentlemen, we've had some interesting maps so far. We've had a bit of a spanking to kick things off for one of our newer teams. We might find ourselves steering down the barrel of another one here. NTE Gaming taking on one of the OCL staples, Altered Zelios. A bit of a trial by fire potentially up to close the evening out.
Absolutely, yeah. Both teams kind of had a bit of a... Well, one team had a solid beginning where they did match against their kind of representative... their colleagues, I suppose, from Tier 3. The other one that is currently going through a few interesting, a little bit turbulent even, one could even say, changes. For Nutty Gaming, Mallow, Orion, Kulo, Kongi, and Life, look, it's a roster that has quite a fair bit of potential in it.
Proto, obviously, you know, coming into this matchup, there was a lot of talk about these, you know, players coming into it. But on the other side, it's a bit of a fan favorite. The man, the myth, the legend, Banana from Altered Zelios. Man kills it on the socials. He kills it in game. I mean, can Nutty Gaming even hope to contest that level of power?
I don't know. I saw him at LAN this weekend, and I can say he was beaming. So if he continues that type of performance, NTE are going to have to be relatively scared, because this is going to be their first, again, similar to their colleagues, I guess we'll call them. This is going to be their first matchup against a Tier 2 team, so, or a seasoned Tier 2 team, should we say, because Altered Zelios are a very strong roster, and, you know, given that this is going to be their second playdate of the OCL, I don't imagine AZ are going to be giving them any free passes here. They're going to be looking to welcome them in standard fashion, and that is going to be walk away with the dub. But, I mean, we don't know, Panda. It's I reckon this is going to be a little bit more even than maybe we would expect coming into this, because NTE actually did have a really good opening week. I mean, they won, I believe, in 7-3, as I check it. Yeah, 7-3 NTE win. So, I mean, you never know.
Goonbag just in the dark, ready to go. He's, oh, jeepers. All right, stop alt tabbing, bro. You're going to blind yourself before the game starts. But, I mean, Cthulhu coming into this matchup. Altered Zelios have had a bit of a storied run in this competition. And, well, we get our map on the board, Villa, which, I mean, has been a point of success for Altered Zelios recently.
That is true. That is a very good point. Yeah, Altered Zelios did certainly pump out quite a few rather interesting performances back in some of the other leagues, back in Stage 1 as well. And look, I mean, it could be a good, you know, map to go into, but this sort of plays still also into the fact that for NTE, this is going to be a relatively okay map to play as well, because, I mean, their first matchup against AE, albeit, was on Clubhouse, and they held their Clubhouse defense pretty well. They were able to quite clearly delegate certain roles to each one of their players, and, well, they held their fort pretty well in those 1v1s. Obviously, yeah, look, comparing AE and Altered Zelios are two completely contrasting teams, but regardless of that, NTE did put up quite a formidable performance. So going here on Villa against AZ, I think it is going to very much depend on how AZ are feeling themselves today.
And Proto, I mean, look, it's again one of those maps that tends to lean towards more that defensive side of things. You're looking at the deep roams, you're looking at the shenanigan plays, a bit of the Rat Pack embrace. I think we're going to see a bit more of that. But Cthulhu, break it down for us. Win conditions here before we get into it.
Oh, look, win conditions for AZ, just let Banana go rampant with the shotgun. He is a man, the myth, the legend, and possibly, well, the ghost of the French shotgun that is able to absolutely plow for Nutty Gaming. Just as long as they don't get too deep into their own heads, they're fine.
Thank you so much, Cthulhu. We'll see you back after the map concludes. Proto into Villa to close out the evening. Altered Zelios taking on Nutty Gaming. And look, we know just what Ben is capable of. Do you think that Nutty are ready for it?
Panda, I mean, I do and I don't. At the same time, NTE, they did have a solid showing in their first Playday, and while yes, it may have been against the team that they actually beat for first place in the qualifiers, I don't think that really spoke too much about what we really saw from them. It definitely shows that NT are a very capable team, and I believe one that will most likely continue forward from here on to be a very capable team. But Altered Zelios, given they have the experience, given that they are a relatively cracked team as well, at the end of the day, Panda, I think this is going to be a lot more even than we maybe would have expected. Ben was absent from Altered Zelios in week 1. He is going to be returning here for Playday 2, but look, going forward, I think this has the ability to be another really close matchup.
I did miss the reason, but we are going to have a rehost here of Ben and M. I'm not going to say that name again because it is just atrocious. But yeah, we've had our bans. We see the usual suspects: Ivana, Flores, Valkyrie, and Mira taken out. So Zami will be let through, which we have seen in the Nationals and in APAC South used on this map quite effectively. Sends there as well. Not that I would imagine that they will have too much impact on the map. But I mean, you got Cade, you've got so much that you can work with on this map that could be quite potentially hazardous.
Yeah, there are a lot of operators that, provided they make it through, will be relatively scary. Mira obviously being taken down, that is a pretty big one to have removed early on in the banning phase, or at least removed in general. But yeah, a lot of the combos, I think, Panda, it's going to come down to information. I think that is going to be the big sort of deciding factor for this game for both teams. Drone work's going to have to be on point.
So, but before you carry on, Proto, so Flux just posted the clip of what actually happened to Machine on that melee that we saw in the last.
Yeah, in the window. I thought I was.
So,
did he get it on the rappel? I saw that.
So he had his X-Cairo launcher out.
Oh no!
Clearing the wall on break. Machine jumped out of the break window, and Flux broke his nose with the X-Cairo launcher. That's unlucky. That is just siege timing epitomized.
I thought it was something like that because I saw that he was on rappel. We got a very quick glimpse thanks to Pokadu of getting off the rappel, and I was like, knife kill while on the rappel. Something interesting has just happened there. But there we go. Cleared things up for us. And,
it was midair as well. He full caught Machine in the face with the butt of the X-Cairo launcher midair. It was impressive. If you haven't seen it, at Flux Zeus R6 on Twitter, it is a marvel of a clip.
Oh, you love it. You love it. But shying away, back to the current game at hand, Blue Panda, a minor rehost issue, unfortunately, but nonetheless, I think NTE are going to be in it with a good chance here. Altered Zelios, a great team, yes, but I think relatively evenly pegged here against NTE. They showed in week 1 that they're a very capable team, and going to a map like Villa, I think that this is going to be an interesting matchup, and one that does have the possibility once more to go to that OT just in general here. I definitely wouldn't count either of these teams out of being in the lead at some point in time, but right now, obviously, I would say more comfortably, if I had to choose, Altered Zelios would be the ones that I would imagine walk away with it. But I think NTE definitely have the ability to be a little bit of that dark horse in this matchup.
Yeah, look, there's, I think, less pressure, I would imagine, on the shoulders of Nutty Gaming coming into this matchup. Altered Zelios, they are the established OCL team. So you'd imagine that there's that... Actually, no, never mind. Forget what I just said. It's Altered Zelios. They love to have a bit of fun. They're not ones to take themselves too seriously. I'm expecting Ben to, he's gonna get a bit of a squat on. Make sure he's stretched out those hamstrings. Whether or not it's above, an enemy player that has just been killed is a different story. But it's something that he has been seen to do before.
Yeah, definitely. If Ben can get into the swing of it early, definitely some scary things in the lines of what could be unfolding for NTE, but Villa a map, I think, that is going to be a relatively nice arena, we'll call it, for both teams. I mean, it is a map that requires a lot of strategical knowledge, yes, but at the same time, it is one that you can sort of play in a very fragging-oriented style. And for NTE, obviously, that works out. We saw that style from them in Playday number 1. They were quite out of the gate. They really like taking those initial gunfights, spawn peaks even, so it will sort of match on par with the playstyle that we've seen from Altered Zelios in the past, more of that not so serious strategy, but strategy nonetheless type play. Going forward, obviously, into the matchup could be completely different. So all this theory crafting we're doing now could be for nothing, Panda. But while we wait for the rehost, I definitely think this is going to be a great matchup to close the night out.
Yeah, I'm excited for a bit of Villa. It's been more dynamic, as you know, over the last couple of months, especially this stage with the introduction of his army and those positions that she can now single-handedly reinforce. I mean, you look at the Aviator Games hold, which has now completely been flipped on its head, being able to set up those keeper barriers on the Aviator display itself, no longer needing the shield on top of the table to keep yourself in it. And I mean, you can even set up some funky stuff around the study area in that corner, just on the desk, contest some long angles. Hell, the top main stairs hold, which we have seen, that is one of the most terrifying setups for an attacker to run to I have ever witnessed. I mean, you can't contest a player until you're deep into the building, and they can see your legs as soon as you walk in.
Yeah, as well as that, you've obviously got the Azami on the top of the main stairs, blocking off the pixel angle from towards that sort of split-off hallway where it goes into Art and Red Hall. You also have the Azami facing towards 90, so you can peek out from Books 90 down towards 90 Hall. I mean, a lot of avenues opened up, and it's no surprise that we see Ben taking up that operator here for round number 1. Altered Zelios again. I mean, it's going to be a scary one, Blue Panda. It is going to be a very interesting matchup, but all the same, a good one regardless. And we already see NTE sort of prepping to deal with that utility. They've got the Ash, they've got the Zoph, they have the Ana as well from Mallow, and a lot of good utility to deal with the Azami Keeper barricades. But the question will be is how do they deal with them? Ben has, I believe, 4 to play with throughout the round. So I guess we'll see, Panda. I guess we'll see.
An operator that I have not personally witnessed in a wee while. The 0 here for Orion to come into play. Interesting. I mean, it's sort of that pseudo flex, flank watch plus secondary hard breach plus the MP7 is a great gun as well. So definitely interested to see what Nutty have prepped coming into this. Kulo as well, bringing that. I believe it's Kulo. Am I saying that right? Kulo. There you go. Then switch the U and the L.
Yes. Yeah, a little bit of a flip there, but it's all. It happens. And...
my old man brain can't handle it.
Yes, all the same. Kulo on the knock, entering from down below. A quick entry into the building, all the same, for NTE as they make their way into Astro. Ben and Goonbag very close by. I mean, look at these pixels that have been set up here by Ben on the Azami. Whether or not they know that Kulo is as close as he is, a different question.
They know now.
Being opened up. They're going to know now. Goon swing on round, so I'm going to find that kill. And Ben actually will choose to stay and not pay any attention whatsoever to the big hole in the wall.
Commitment, you love to see it. But maybe like the first one's free. That's the way it goes here with Altered Zelios. Maybe Ben was sorting his dinner. He's been known to do that before matches, and maybe it's not ready just yet. Maybe he's hungry. Maybe that was it. He's got his dinner's ready. He just wants to dish it up and eat in round 1.
Speaking of round 1 life, walking on down, Goon will be found, and unfortunately for Altered Zelios, that means that they are now 2 off the board as opposed to NTE's 5. 90 now being opened up as well. Orion on this flex operator. 0 already putting up those flank cameras as well. So not much left here for AZ. NTE still with 5 players strong. Are going to look to the execute now as Kulo rotates round to take that study control. And things may very quickly start to fall apart here for AZ unless they can find some big kills in the very near future.
I mean, not impossible. They've got the det packs there, the Vulcan packs rather, in play, so they can use those to stall out and slow down time. But, oh, Dirty, taking some shots from that study window, not ideal. Not the end of the world, though. He's still reasonably healthy, tripping for the first, but oh no, it's not ideal. It's down to Dirty, and unfortunately, there's not much he can do with Orion. Already an Aviator, look at that. They just presented big kills across the board, and Nutty yet. I mean, you guys were saying it. They came out swinging here in round one.
Yeah, I mean, this roster, while not in the iteration that it may have been in right now, NTE that this is one that I personally have seen sort of playing for an extended period of time. And the way that they gelled in the short period that they have been sort of prepping for CL after completing the quals and that, they have turned around and become a really scary roster, if I'm being completely honest, Panda. I mean, I did say that this was going to be a little bit more even than maybe we would have expected coming into it. And surprisingly, in round number one, I think we got to see a little bit of what NTE can bring to the Challenger League. Alted Zelios, obviously, you cannot count them out by any means. They are a great team also, but I think pleasant surprises are what we're sort of going to be rewarded with here at the start of this game until AZ sort of get the feel for it. Because keep in mind, other than, obviously, we don't know what has been going on in scrims between these two teams, but in regards to, obviously, them playing, this is the first time that these two teams have versed in a competitive match live game setting. So AZ may just be feeling out the field a little bit here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Ben, he's sticking to it again.
This is gross.
But, I mean, the bizarre thing is there is an angle onto Ben's feet. And Kulo was able to get in. Okay, so they've... rather than Ben adjusting, they've assigned Rice to cover his flank.
He's got it, man.
He hasn't got the kill, though.
Yeah. It's a great angle.
Oh, Rice, buddy.
Oh, Rice. He was close. He was close to almost making a mistake there. But speaking of close, Kongi on the rappel upside down will be able to find the rotate there. Ben once more caught out inside of Trophy. And a good trade back and forth. Losing the Azami early is pretty unfortunate for AZ, but NTE also lose the knock. That is a big loss, provided 2 frag grenades and that silent step now no longer to be used in this round.
Oh boy. It's always an experience with Alted Zelios in play. Right now, a 4 versus 4. Health bars almost even across the board, actually, if you look at it. Not far off. But with that Finker in play, Nutty will have that advantage in terms of late game stamina and sustainability. 2 jet packs gone from the sound of things and limited few remaining. Trippin spotted from Study. And again, the damage is just falling in favour of Nutty.
Yeah, being able to just sort of chip away slowly at the health bars of AZ with no Thunderbird or Doc available is obviously beneficial for them. Again, opening up 90 in pretty good time here, a minute of play. Some Z-pings here for Goon to possibly go off of a Nitro from below even, but placed, ready to go. Will it be popped just yet? No, there it goes though. Unfortunately not connecting in the last 40 seconds. The execute has to come again. Once more a 4 versus 4 Panda. The net packs start to do their damage. This could be big. Goon, if he pops it now, could find a kill. Indeed he will. It's going to force Orion away. 30 seconds in the execute.
Yeah, look, it's a bit sloppy to start things off here for AZ. Don't think they necessarily anticipated this much resistance coming out of Nutty Gaming. Right now, Dirty and Trippin have a crossfire towards Study, and Rice is off an agent unto himself. But the jump straight on in. Dirty finds the first, brings it back to the 3-3. Orion, and he's in trouble. It's not the ideal situation. Rice finds more. It's a big play so far to hold, but Kongi has Mouse 1 and a dream. Not the time, though. Looking for the spray. That's 1. He needs 1 more. No, not time enough. And Alted Zelios win it on the clock. But that was an impressive round from Nutty Gaming again.
Yeah, NTE just showing why they're a dangerous roster. And AZ, that was a close round. That almost fell in the favour of NTE, but very well held on to. Came down to time and a 1v1. Provided there was a couple extra seconds, I reckon we could have seen Kongi walk away with that. But albeit, unfortunately, not the path that we went down this evening, and AZ will find their first round. But trophy stats, where we're off to next, Blue Panda AVG now locked for the foreseeable future, and NTE not going to change anything up at all, other than sort of subsiding the line to the bench and bringing out the Slayer. Ash, sorry.
My younger brother's messaged me again. He's a big fan of watching the old OCL, and he's perfectly summed up Ben in that hold in Trophy. As he puts it, surprisingly an unwise move during an armed operation.
He's not wrong. That is a good summary. But for summaries regardless, it was a solid round from both sides of the field. And going forward from that, obviously AZ now sort of more aware of what they have possibly coming here and how to deal with it.
Oh dear. Yeah, look, I don't know how many times you can rely on Rice to cover your flanks so you can hold the 1 pixel position onto the master bedroom. And look, I respect it. It's not the play, Ben. Unfortunately, it is just not the play. This time round, though, he's not going to be holding that angle. He's going to be over towards Astro. Rice is going to be going for the bandit trick. He's going to have to hustle. I think he's only going to get the 1. And he's dead. Never mind. Mello pushed in, found the frag. Luckily enough, though, Dirty was on the job and trades back. Life finds an angle. Goon is in a lot of trouble. Oh, boy. All right, Goon, calm down.
No, he's not. Okay. A fight that arguably should not have been won. Life. You got to not let those kills get away from you there. But Goon, ultimately better on the day. And there you go, Ben. While closing up, the breach is going to get hit with the double whammy, down by Kongi, finished by Kulo and AZ now. The ones that look a little bit worse for wear in terms of the health deficit, but NTE, they got this breach open. They have some good utility and good fraggers left. As I say that, Goon's going to swing on round and get aggressive for his second. Diffuser control now in his hands, and NTE are going to have to make something happen.
Man almost died sprinting in the middle of statuary, and he's gone and found 2 kills for his trouble. This is just... What timeline are we in? I just don't know. Kulo and Kongi. Kongi having 4 and that big LMG. The 2 big LMGs still in play, in fact. Kongi swinging in. Wants to try and find the angle. Spots Goonbag and finally ends the reign of terror. Trippin and Dirty to hold. Trippin takes some big damage. Kulo does have the nano boosts. And oh no, it's on him to get the plant down. Why are you sticking it? There's 48 seconds remaining. You just get to give the round away.
Yeah, interesting choice. But ultimately one that I guess he thought was the best. The Jaeger there to close things out for AZ. Rice, that sums it up pretty well. I think that sums up what everyone's thinking right now pretty well there. Thank you very much, Rice. We appreciate the comedic timing of that one.
So you're telling me I went for the bandit trick, but he was already in the door. What are you guys doing?
Hey, guys, where's my cover? I mean, Ben's been holding that angle 2 rounds in a row. Where was he on the 3rd? I mean...
I can just imagine Ben and Com's like, nah, it's going to work this round, guys, I swear.
I'll get him, I promise. And then proceeded to not get him.
Do it for the montage, boys.
We got to do it for the Twitter clip at the end, guys. Ben just not getting... Unfortunately, any of those kills on that angle just yet, but all the same, the Azami, I think, has definitely been helping to some degree. Altered Zelios here, locking off angles, etc., etc. So
maybe they maybe they need to talk to their former teammate, old KT.Bliss, and get some insight. You know, Because
Good bit of play.
you know, yeah, I mean, he's one of the most impactful players out of the women's league. She surely would have that insight that would bring AZ up into the next level of play. Unfortunately, no longer with the team. She's off doing her own thing, leaving poor AZ boys behind. What is this? What is that?
This is innovation, Blue Panda, I think is the word that we're looking for.
You could call it that.
Changing the meta, maybe. We don't know. This could be the next big thing here for R6 competitive kitchen holds on Villa, but yeah, I don't know what that is at all, if I'm being completely honest.
You
I
could-
rate it though.
You can call it innovation all you want, but if you're sticking a fork in a socket, it's not really innovation. We'll have to see, though, whether or not it works. Just because it makes a bright spark doesn't mean you are one.
AZ, I rate it. Unfortunately, there for Alibi. Bit of a whiff. Could have been a kill to open things up for AZ, but here we go. This is where the strategy might all fall to pieces if life just sends it on through the castle barricade here. Big question. Obviously, Rice has already disappeared, leaving his teammate at the top of Astro Stairs and that castle. I mean, look at the flaws in this. You've got the angles to cover the runaway down the kitchen hatch. You've got the player just locked at the top of the stairs here. And, yeah, look, this strategy probably not going to work out as they would have hoped.
Rice, he finds the first of the round somehow, and it's onto light. I don't know what this is. Either Alton Zelios, it's either Kanye or Khalid.
Oh.
Ben is downstairs and living.
Okay.
All right. I love it. You
I
love
rate
to
it.
see it. This is innovation at its finest
I
right now.
called it.
Trippin is just tucked into a corner waiting for the player out of the bathroom. Yeah, this is Kanye level. The man's a genius. The team is just big brain.
Yeah. NTE completely bewildered by that strategy, and at this point, I don't blame them. They gave up on it, and there you go. Ben to find his first. From Insider Living, Mallow and Orion, the last two hopes left for NTE. Kitchen largely unmanned, aside from the one player on the chassis. That is pretty much it. And right now, 40 seconds left for NTE. They're going to have to get for an entry here if they want anything to happen. But AZ...
Trippin, you made a lot of noise there. He somehow gets
Doesn't
the corner.
matter.
He made so much noise getting
He
up onto the
did.
counter. He stepped on Mum's Fine China and made an absolute racket. But Ben, he's finally on the board with a kill after just
Two.
absolutely bewildering nutty gaming for the majority of that round. AZ! Maybe that's it. Maybe AZ are just the biggest brain gamers in the competition.
Changing the meta. Reshaping it. All of OCE should get on that train right now. The double castle split with the with the Asami inside of Living with 4 keeper barricades just ready to go. That was funny. And the best bit is that they lost picks. NTE lost picks trying to aggress through into split and then proceeded to just give up and leave, concede the losses of life, and just let it be. And that is part of what just unfolded there for Altered Zelios. Innovation is the only word I would use for that. And NTE were just stunned, bewildered.
Kulo was just like, I need to get this door open. We need to get the player in Astro. Cool, there we go. Ben's nut. It was such a... I don't know if that was the intention of the setup for him to just hold that position and deny with the keeper barricades, but it looks like it was.
Even if it wasn't, it should become the norm. That should be what that strat turns into every time we see it. And if AZ rewatch this, please, patent pen that strategy and make that your own. Do it again. Do it every time you play that site, because that is what needs to be done. That's the play from now on.
Which the most bewildering part is that entire defense would have been undone with a lurk through living room. Because I don't think Ben would have read into it whatsoever. He was so focused on getting that door shut once again. Rice, he's down in piano, finds the drone, backs himself out. Look, it's just... Sometimes it's the silly plays that work the best.
Definitely.
Actually, no, that's it. Is it really stupid if it works?
I no. I don't think it is, but all the same. Blue Panda, NTE, once more, making their way in to the building yet again. Very similar fashion to what they did in the previous iterations of this round. Mallow really the only difference. Downstairs, will probably find this Vertinade. No, will find it, but the damage is all that he finds. No frag, unfortunately. The Jaeger sort of surviving with a lot of HP in the end of that. But, albeit, AZ, a lot of damage taken. No kills just yet to show for it.
Well, right now, he's just going to slow down a little bit. No heavy contests, no heavy engagements. Just the utility in play for Altered Zelios to hold on. I'm bewildered at moments. How this is working so well is beyond me.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. But Goon on this,
On this
drone hole.
How are Altered Zelios all of a sudden 3-1? What is going on?
Oh, Goon bag. That is unfortunate. Kulo as well, taking down the Jaeger, and ultimately AZ start losing players left and right. Kulo for another one onto Dirty. Now only Ben and Rice left. Mallow tanks the fire charge, makes it into the site, but Life takes down Ben, leaving it all up to Rice. Not going to be covering flanks this time. A great shot hit. Will swing on round. Find another 3 for Rice. He's looking for the 4th at the top of main stairs, though. Kongi ready and waiting. NTE going to fire back with one of their own. And it was really close for Rice, but ultimately couldn't make it happen, unfortunately.
Oh, this game is something else. You love it. You absolutely love it. Oh, dear. AZ, I don't know how. They always just seem to put on a bit of a show. I mean, with the start of the match, and now we're 3-2 up for Altered Zelios. I don't even... Like, I've been sitting here casting it with you, and I'm still not quite sure how we're at this point.
Yeah, look, neither am I, if I'm being honest, Pan. NTE had a really solid start, and then AZ sort of just stopped that for a considerable amount of time, 3 rounds in fact, and NTE found a bit of footing in that round after a great attempt from Rice. But look, going forward into it, it has definitely been a interesting matchup, to say the least. And as we go into the last round here of the defensive half for AZ, they're going to go back to what I would say is maybe a little bit more basics for this site. We don't have the setup towards Astro with the head angle for Ben this time, unless he goes and sets it up right now. But other than that, it looks like it is going to be a little bit more of a stock standard hold for AZ. They want to lock this 4-2 half down, or at least try to.
Oh, dear. You can never quite tell what the Altered Zelios game plan is round to round.
Yeah, I don't think Ben could tell either what the game plan was there, unfortunately. Mallow spotting him out there on the rappel.
They are, much like Nicolas Cage, a bit of an enigma. You don't quite know what to make of them. They just are. And, well, that EMP was so big that Dirty has been disconnected from the server. Magic.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know Thatcher received that buff in the recent patch notes. Must have slipped my reading, but
one of those shadow patches that they don't talk about.
Yeah, one of those shadow bans. A bit like the whole thinker not rezzing people anymore that we saw on Theme Park, but
or is that like the ultimate mute bug?
True. That the mute counter, the mute crutch, jammers everywhere. Find a way to duplicate them, but yeah, NTE right now looking really good to secure a 3-3 half here. Goonbag seems to be having some connection issues, possibly, it looks like, throughout this game so far. But, I don't know.
We'll have to see. Gulo, he's walking himself up the pings there. They've got the info. Rice might have to put in the monster effort once again. Goonbag, I don't know if it is connection issues or what's going on. He's still looking for the angles and looking for the peaks. He wants to contest. Rice is being thoroughly droned out right now. Goon wanting to contest the study door. Rice, he's going to swing. Can't win it this time. 5 versus 2 with a minute to play. Trippin digging deep with Goon. Can they find the kills? No, not to be. It's all on Trippin to try and clutch this one up. He's got to find 4 to try and bring the round back for himself. Kulo from long range can't hit his shots. Trippin, the 1 versus 3 is the plant going down.
Some information here for the Jaeger. And a lovely shot. Takes down Life. 2 more left. Very similar to where Rice found himself in the previous attempt, but the angle's being held. Mallow definitely sharp enough to close it out. Unfortunately, can't quite hit that shot. And NTE, they're going to lock down the 3-3. Honestly, solid half from NTE. And definitely sort of hinting it to what I was saying in terms of these guys having a lot of ability coming into this matchup. I mean, evenly matched so far definitely seems to be the trend that we're watching unfold.
The only thing that is currently playing through my head is Trippin going full Michael Scott and screaming parkour as he jumps over the bench in the hunting vault to his death, unfortunately. But yeah, look, a 3-3 half is very respectable. Nutty Gaming are bringing some absolute heat. Altered Zelios bringing some creativity and innovation. Surprisingly enough, the round where they innovated the most is the most successful one they had.
Yeah. It was. And look, so far, for both teams respectively, it has been a really good showing from both field. So going forward into the half now, obviously NTE go onto the defense and Altered Zelios will go onto the attack. Progressing from this, Panda, obviously, you know, Villa has tendencies to be arguably a very 50-50 map. I mean, on the defense side, you have a lot of ability to roam. You have the basement sort of opened up for the rotates, entries as a knock, something along the lines of, you know, playing for that sneaky lurk style with the 3 staircases as well. So if NTE, well, when, I would say probably NTE choose to implement that roam into their strategy, Mallow, an insane gunner on that alibi, is going to look to do some work offside, I'd imagine, this round. But AZ, they have everything in their ability to lock him down, I'd imagine.
Well, you'd have to hope so. And Ben picking up the finger. Unfortunately, he's not going to have those keeper barricades to sit behind and watch the master bedroom door. Maybe he's going to be on the other end of it this time around. But I mean, they are a capable attacking team, Altered Zelios. We've seen them take some big maps off some reasonably well-known teams in the region and the Tier 2 scene as well. Mellow, though, MX4 Storm in hand, that's a lethal combo.
Yeah, it really is, especially with the MP5. The laser beam, as some would even say, but for AZ, they got a pretty big stack of players off towards this master side with the Buck lurking up this Astro side, and if spotted out by the default down by Clock or even the one on Astro, which is currently being monitored, he is just going to opt for the send on up, and ultimately no players there to greet him as NTE are going to fall off relatively early here, back towards 90, back towards landing, and not concede any picks early to AZ here. This is perfect play so far on the defense side, just burning time down.
Really well done. I mean, Nutty Gaming have proved that they have quite a capable understanding of the game. Even, you know, they've just qualified for OCL coming into this. They've obviously done the prep work. They've obviously put in the time. They understand how the game should be played. If not at this level, I would imagine almost to the point of being OCN ready, if given the opportunity. Maybe Panda, but not like OCN level, but similar to Kraken, like they could give it a decent shot.
Oh yeah, provided they have a good run for the remainder of the season, maybe, you never know. But at the moment, without any real clearing downstairs, that nitro from Kulo is going to be pretty big as Ben goes down once more. Explosive start to the round, as some could say, in terms of the kill side of things, but NTE now finding that kill, cement themselves in a good position, taking the Finker off the board, and being in a 4 versus 5 coming down to the final minute. It's definitely on the cards here for them.
Rice prepping the nade. Wants to clear out that shield, but isn't quite sure that he'll be able to slot it through. ADS is there, and it's from the sounds of it, yeah, it has been collected. They weren't able to clear out that utility. Trippin outside on the rappel on the terrace. Wants to find the angle onto the study. Whoa, buddy. Dangerous window there to be holding. Dirty. We'll find Kongi. The shot's ringing through. Life in trouble. Wait, okay, they've just punched it through the back of the site. Through zombie door. Kulo finds Trippin. It's all a bit of a danger spot right now. Toxic canister towards that vault door. Mello trying to cover the cross as well. But do they realise that Goon is deep in the site right now with Dirty there in support? This is a dangerous prospect. Do they go for the plant? Dirty is the one with the dip. If he gets in, gets behind that door, he could be on. Goon finds Kulo. It's all coming apart here for Nutty at the moment. But the flank in from Mello. He's been read into perfectly by Rice. And Ultidelios, they thrive in the chaos and they pick up the win.
Great execute there. Good trail from AZ coming out towards the end of that round. NTE had a great mid-game, but when it came down to getting the job done, Altered Zelios were there. Wanted it just that little bit more, with Rice picking up 2 pretty nice kills at the end on the entry through Vault. And ultimately, it might not have been as parkoury as we'd seen in the previous attempt, but getting the job done nonetheless. AZ find them with a 1-round lead. It's not a lot to show, but it's honest work so far in this matchup. Blue Panda NTE, I mean, that was still a really close round, regardless of the outcome. And if they can continue that, I definitely think we could be on track for another overtime matchup here between these two teams. I mean, NTE so far have looked super solid in this matchup, regardless of the rounds and where they sit right now.
Yeah, they are reading this quite comfortably. They're playing a very, very solid and very impressive game. They go for the reattempt. As you would expect. I think it definitely came down to Goon just making the call and punching into Aviator by himself.
Yeah. 100% agreed there, Panda, but either or. We've had a bit of a swap round. Ben jumping on the knock this round. We'll look to maybe get in and do some of that sneaky gaming that we talked about on the bottom floor. Maybe even run through art here.
Ben going to take the first chunk of damage, as has been the standard so far on this map. He's usually involved in some interaction to kick the rounds off. Mello still holding this master bedroom. Spots the drone in, knows that there is presence over this side. Might call him for some support, but Trippin spots the back. Big damage, but it's not enough for the kill. And Mello will be able to get himself out of danger for now. And Kongi just tucked in by the right-hand side of the door. Shots into the wall. He might have been baited. Spots the back, but can't confirm the kill. And, well, there's Rice, unfortunately, waiting to meet him.
Really well played there. Using the skeleton key to sort of bait out. And the swing from Kongi, and should have maybe rotated away with Mello when he had the chance, but unfortunately that chance no longer presents itself, and Altered Zelios will start the round with a really big pick and, I mean, in the process, take a considerable amount of damage. Ben, HP the less, the Buck almost completely dead, and Rice has taken a small amount of HP loss as well. So NTE, some good damage, but ultimately no frags, and a gun up at the end of the day is a gun up regardless, so NTE are going to have to try and confirm a couple of these kills if they want to have the benefit at the end of this round.
Poor boy. Gemma there will deny Goonbag for the moment, but the Nitro Cell is going to deny him entirely, so even if he has the Selma charges down, it doesn't matter much, because they're not going to be able to... Actually, no, they will. They would be able to get it open if they can clear the mute Gemma, so it's not the end of the world. EMP will do the job just as capably. And there you go. No, that's not an opening in Default. That is not at all ideal, but Ben flanking up from behind might just be the thing they need to make this up.
That's big brain. Not shooting the player first that he sees is huge from Ben. Might be able to swing on round. Indeed, he will for another one. Make it 2. The vault has been opened, actually, somehow. As Ben finds a third, he's looking for all 4, and indeed he's going to get him walking up the main stairs. Ben finally wakes up and starts shooting back here for Altered Zelios as they find another round on the attacking side. NTE just not watching their flanks at all. A huge round from Ben. What a way to get yourself back in the game.
This feels like the world's weirdest choose your own adventure book. Like
Yeah.
I could not tell you where each round is going to go from the outset. It is a true ANZ Siege experience.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, Panda. An interesting matchup so far. I mean, some big numbers. Rice with 10. Kilo with 10 as well. The Bark also there as well with 8. So, big numbers starting to arise on the board. But at the same time, rounds now starting to fall away from NTE as AZ slowly start to make this gap a little bit more. 2 rounds now in their favour. On the attacking side, definitely looking a lot more dominant than they did on the defense. And NTE not really having an answer for it just yet. They're not really expecting the aggression that we're seeing from AZ.
Not at all. Not at all. But I mean, yeah, this is a team that they've kind of made that name for themselves. They thrive in the chaos. They love to just get up in your face, play the unexpected, and punish teams that aren't able to adapt.
And they're good at it. They are good at it as well. So far, we've seen them do really well. But this Nitro from Mallow, unfortunately, ill-placed. No one from Altered Zelio's close by. But
yeah, there he goes. He's getting
Ben,
a good stretch on.
Yeah, you just had to get the quads nice and
No,
loose.
look, at this point in the game, you're 2 rounds from closing out. You want to make sure you're limber, because the last thing you want is to pull a hammy on the home stretch.
Yeah, yeah. As all good football players will say, every 20 minutes, you got to stretch out the hamstrings. So Ben getting the stretch in, but also the frags at the start of this round for AZ, and life is definitely not going to be happy with it.
Yeah, look, I did not expect this sort of, hero arc from Ben, starting off the map the way he did, 0-4, trying to pick the same angle consistently round after round, to being now 7-6. The third most frags for his team in the server at the moment, and technically the 4th overall in the server.
Could even call that nutty gaming, Blue Panda, from Ben there, but all the same, AZ hold a good advantage. It is going to have to come down to the execute as well. Only a minute. I say only. I mean, half the round rather, still left here to play with. They've got some good crossfires set up here on the Astro Repel, and with Rice Fun Killers, he just walks into the side, actually, onto Orion. Almost gets the play running towards split that Nitro from below, not connecting from Kongi. Kulo will find one, though. Kongi, sorry, will get that Nitro. And very quickly, a 3 versus 3. Ben swings on in for his second kill of the round, somehow, without being punished. And NTE only have 2 left. Mallow and Kongi in the clutch make it 2 versus 2. Dirty finds Kongi, and very quickly, Mallow finds himself in the 1v2.
I'm just baffled. Round upon round. Like I said, I could not tell you where this goes. Ben, all of a sudden, is just hitting his shots.
On fire.
And the Nutty Gaming tech pause comes out. And I mean, you guys were hyping them up, saying, Nutty Gaming could be the team to come in and take this competition by force. No, Alton Salios say, yo, welcome to the big house, boys. Get in line.
Yeah, look, I know I had hopes, Panda, but Altered Zelio's proving that hopes may have been high, but ultimately the facts are presenting themselves right now. Experience does trump all, really, I guess, in that respect. But at the moment, the pause rightfully called by NTE. Something's got to change if they want to have any chance at winning these next 3 rounds and putting it into overtime. Because Altered Zelios, right, even if the rounds do come down to get quite close, Ben has awoken his inner self and has just started fragging out. And that is not good if you're an NTE fan, but right now, AZ fans definitely going to be happy with what they're seeing on their screen. Match point. 1 round, Blue Panda is all that separates us, possibly, from an AZ win, provided NTE don't win the next 3 and send us into OT.
That, the good old trial by fire here in the OCL. No one gets out unscathed. You got to learn the hard way.
You do have to learn the hard way, and unfortunately, at the end of the day, that's the best for NTE, or at least the outcome they would maybe have hoped for. But they too are now implementing their own interesting castle strategy, barricading off the double door towards 90 is something I've not really seen before, Panda.
No, not at all. That is very intriguing. We've seen some true innovation today, and I would imagine that it's probably not going to stop anytime soon.
Probably not. Probably not. I do still have to rate top 10 moments. AZ, whatever that castle strategy was, it is PL certified and patent pending. You heard it here first. But right now, AZ are in the driving seat for what could be the end of this matchup, and provided they can find a couple of these opening picks here, especially with Ben on this lurk, Mallow is in a rather dangerous position.
Is it that? And well, Dirty kicks it off with a kill onto Orion. You Warden now gone. And I mean, the promise slipping a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, Panda here. But with Astro now being opened up here for this cross, I mean, there's not a whole lot of hope for NTE. I mean, look at the control that AZ already have. They've got Bathroom, they have Master, they have the cross locked off here from the Astro Repel side of things, and Kongi just further adding to the losses here. Life will at least get some form of compensation, but at what cost? The wall's already open, you've lost 2 players, and NTE now are going to have to do some serious clutch work if they want to walk away with this round.
Yeah, Ben pushing it again. He might even crack double digits here, Quilo. He's going to find Rice, but he's traded back immediately. Ben in a bit of trouble. Can't win out his gunfight against Mello. And that definitely could have been a difference maker. But it is down to Mello now to clutch up the 1 versus 2. Dirty and Trippin on the job. Dirty has the diffuser. They know where he is now. So where does he go for the plant? He's just going to tuck himself in. And he's going to play it safe with Trippin to cover. This is exactly what you're looking for right now. Big stuff. They play it comfortably. They play it calmly. They don't risk overplaying their hand. And with Trippin there to cover, it will be the round. What a game from Altered Zelios. And unfortunately, a truly crushing loss for Nutty Gaming.
Rather unfortunate. It really is, Blue Panda, but at the same time, an absolutely amazing show from AZ there at the end of the day. I mean, 7-3. Very respectable dub in the books. And, you know, coming off of Playday number 1. AZ, unfortunately, not walking away with the victory this time, will now indeed lock that dub down and get that one on the board for themselves. Other than that, I mean, NTE, regardless of the outcome, definitely had a really good showing this evening, I think, provided with a little bit more prac behind the scenes for them and maybe some more experience. Give it another play day, and I definitely think we could see big things from them. But even just tonight, Blue Panda, what they did was amazing.
Well, the one man whose opinion I want to get most after he sat there and watched the entire thing, Cthulhu. What did you make of Altered Zelios' villain?
Look, honestly, every time we get to see Altered Zelios perform, and especially on Villa,
I think you muted yourself, bud.
I think you're muted.
I think I'm muted on the TeamSpeak. Right, I was muted on TeamSpeak. Pardon me. Anyways, as I was saying, every time we get to see AZ on Villa, it is an absolute pleasure watching them, because out of all the teams that we see in OCL, they're the ones to innovate. I mean, I was just losing my mind, just as you guys were at the Astro setup. That was just completely initially. I'm looking at it like, what am I even... where is this coming from? Like, borderline, I'm feeling like an aneurysm growing in my head, and then all of a sudden, I'm cured. Banana just uses the what literally feels like the brain's the size of like a solar system played by Azami, and it just works. against Nutty Gaming, it worked out perfectly, and just like the rest of the matchup. And despite some of the shortcomings, yeah, but look, it was genuinely a pleasure to watch AZ play once again.
I mean, yeah, look, we were losing our minds a little bit there, Proto. It was an interesting road. I'm still hesitant to call it innovation, but it made for an entertaining game of Siege.
It did. It really did. I definitely think that provided more practice for both sides. I mean, you know, you can only get better from here on up in regards to anything competitive R6. But yeah, NTE definitely, regardless of the score, a great showing, I think, this evening of what they can achieve as a roster, because even though they take the loss, they still had some really, really close rounds. I mean, a lot of those came down to 2v2s, 1v2s that arguably could have gone either way. So still very well done by NTE this evening.
I also
the score.
Don't think it helped that it was Altered Zelios just playing as chaotically as possible. They are a unique brand of OCL when it comes to playing Rainbow Six Siege, and they definitely showcased that quite comfortably tonight. I mean, you look at the first 4 rounds, you know, Banana holding that angle as his army into Master Bedroom, dies quite freely in the first round. And so what do? Do they readjust? No, they just say, Rice, hold my flank.
And do it again. And do it again. To some avail, I guess. Rice got the kill, but you love it.
Oh dear. Well, unfortunately, we've been told by production there is no interview. We won't get to have a chat with Goonbag and pick his brain about the Banana Mastermind plays. But gentlemen, Play Day 2 is done in the books. And can you safely say that looking at the results we've had for today, this is how you expected it to go?
Oh, look, honestly, I gotta say, I think I expected a little bit maybe more oomph out of Big Dogs against Circular Spheres, but again, this was just more so now a statement by Circular Spheres just how good they are. Altered Edge, look, they took it to Antic despite the scoreline. Yeah, look, it was still a valiant effort by them. 1620 Kings though versus Dynasty, that definitely was a treat. That was genuinely a treat, and I definitely enjoyed watching it, despite the fact that, well, unfortunately for 1620 Kings, they couldn't lock it all out in the regulation, but it just shows that Dynasty has grown as well. And for Nutty Gaming versus Zelios, look, it's yet another masterclass by Altered Zelios, and I couldn't have asked for more.
Oh, Proto, look, it was a rather interesting day. Let's get the standings at the end of Playday 2 up on our screens. Is this how you expected, coming into our stage, that this is how the leaderboard would look at the end of Playday 2?
I'm going to be honest, I'm very surprised that NTE have actually sort of cemented themselves in as high a position as they have. I mean, taking the dub in Playday 1 obviously gets them a pretty good standing with 1 win on the board, with Altered Edge unfortunately getting, I would argue, the harder of the 2 matchups for our newer teams. But still, other than that, everything else is sort of panning out where I would, well, be expecting it to be. Circular Spheres looking really good at first, but again, that's why they are that second place team that was just below Kraken before they promoted. So no real surprises, I think, here, Panda.
But Cthulhu, the big surprise for me so far, Dynasty, down in 7th place with only a single point so far. Yes, it's only Playday 2, but I mean, there was a lot of hope for this team, and you got to imagine that once Sealy joins the active roster, that position is going to be a far cry from where they end up.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely think that it's just at the moment just a bit of a rough start to Dynasty's run. I mean, even Chef Jeff himself mentioned that just off-season has been a bit rough. So maybe a similar thing could be said about Dynasty as well, given the fact that, yeah, again, they're waiting for Sealy, so not per se playing full 5-core that they wanted. Does, to a certain degree, hinder them, but at least, look, signs of life are certainly being shown, and progress from a 7-3 now to an overtime to what possibly could be next week a straight-up win is certainly a possibility.
Oh boy, look, Proto, you're 2 play days in for the OCL. How are you enjoying it so far?
I'm really liking it. I mean, the level of play is obviously impeccable. You cannot argue with it. We've had some really great games, and I think even, you know, that 8-7 tonight really just highlights how much fun it can be. I'm personally really liking it. It's been really good so far, and hopefully it continues to be good. No, actually, no, not even hopefully. It will continue to be good, I'd imagine.
Well, next week, of course, Playday 3. We're hoping that we'll all be healthy enough to get the broadcast going the way we wanted it to. Obviously, I was sick last week. Cthulhu was sick this week. If we're going off the numbers, Proto is going to be out next week, so we'll see how that one goes. But gentlemen, another awesome Playday of the Oceanic Challenger League here in 2022. Next week, we get to see, does the pack condense? Do we see Circular Spheres and Antic widen that gap? Who is going to take first place out? You'll have to wait until next week to find out how the story develops. We'll see you then. Have a good one.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing